Hello, and welcome to a journey beyond the page. You are listening to an audiobook presentation from Mystical Whispers Publishing, your sanctuary for stories that spark wonder, ignite the imagination, and explore the enchanting spaces between worlds. If this is your first time joining us, please hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss a new whisper of magic. You can find our full library of audiobooks, featuring Werewolf Shifter Fated Romance audiobooks such as Alpha Draven, Alpha Salvador, Prince Rowan, and more, right here on the Mystical Whispers Publishing channel. Now, dim the lights, settle in, and let the whispers begin.
Chapter 1. Waking up, the bright sun hit my face, causing me to squint my eyes shut. Looking around first, I yawned and stepped out of bed to run to my best friend Val's room, which was underneath mine. Running down the stairs, I opened her door. She was dressed and putting her shoes on. "You ready to do this?" she asked, standing up to hold my hand. "Ready," I said as we started to walk down the long stairs. We heard a loud cough from behind, causing us to stop in our tracks. Isaac and James stood there, smirking in front of us. Val took a small step closer to me in shock as Isaac started walking towards her. "Come on. I won't hurt you," he said, reaching his hand out to grab her. "That's what you said last time. Don't touch her again, or I will make you regret it," I said, putting Val a little behind me. "Why so aggressive?" James asked, folding his arms. "You both know why," I said, scoffing. "They dared to say that? Really?" At this moment, I tried to look strong. I couldn't show any weakness, even though inside my whole body was trembling, which showed only through my now watery eyes. "Yes, but we agreed to never discuss that, didn't we? We are never going to tell anyone, are we?" James said, taking a step forward. How could I keep this in? It was a secret in need of help itself. "Yes, we won't tell," Val and I said at the same time. "Anyone?" he said, taking another step closer. "No one." They both turned around, laughing at the thought of their secret being kept. "Not for long. Are you okay?" Turning around to Val, I saw her crying a little. I wiped the tear trailing down from her eye, and we headed to the kitchen. "Hello, dear. We are just making breakfast. Are you excited for your big day tomorrow?" My mother, Darcy, said to me while Malia, Val's mum, gave her a big hug. Not particularly, I rolled my eyes, looking at her mostly in disbelief. "We were supposed to be getting married tomorrow," meted James and Val to Isaac. "I know, dear, but you can't go against what your father says, can you? You know the consequences." "You can't upset Noah," she said quietly while a tear rose in her eye. Noah, my father, was a selfish man. He didn't think about others and did what he pleased. Whenever he was angry, he took it out on my mother. She never told me, but I saw the bruises and scars. She tried to pretend everything was okay when in reality, everyone knew how it really was. They were just too afraid to speak up. Noah almost rejected my mother when they first met, but decided against it for his own reasons. My mother was a good, kind person. She didn't deserve him. "Mom, we have to tell you something," I said, stepping forward towards the kitchen counter. "Anything, girls." A small smile formed on her face. "James and Isaac, they hurt us. It was a couple of months ago. They said if we told anyone, they would harm us." I blurted out quietly so anyone around us couldn't hear. I said it so fast I wondered if they even heard me. I didn't know how they would react. They both gasped and looked at each other angrily. "That's it," Malia said, running up the stairs with all of us following her. She ran into our rooms and, a couple of minutes later, came out with 2 backpacks. "What is this for?" I asked, taking the bag from her. "You are both not staying here any longer. You can't live here. It's not good, and it's not what you both deserve," Malia whispered, standing next to my mother. "That will mean we have to become rogues," Val said, taking the bag and putting it on her back. "It's better than this. Trust me," Mother said with another small smile. Val and I gave them both a big hug, like it was our last. I hoped it wasn't our last. They would do anything for us. I loved them both so much. We will come back for you, we promise, I said, walking down the stairs. I wasn't so sure I wanted to do this. It was a dark world, and we could easily be in danger with the rogue population growing. But I knew I couldn't stay here. Not anymore. When we went to open the front door, I came face to face with the man himself. Noah, my father. Hello, Noah, I said, looking up at him. I never called him Dad because, in my eyes, he didn't deserve the title. A dad should protect his daughter, not trade her away for money as he had done by forcing a marriage upon me. And where do you think you two are going? He asked, folding his arms while raising an eyebrow. We are just going into town to buy a few things, Val smiled. Her smile was full of pain. Anyone could easily see that. Hopefully Noah didn't notice. I'll drive you both, he said, picking up his car keys and heading out the door. He only drove us places so we wouldn't run away. He underestimated us greatly and assumed we were too weak to stand up to him. He was wrong. Very wrong. It's fine, we can walk, I said, pushing past him slightly with Val. Quickly, we both sped off running, so he couldn't force a yes for the answer. Run and don't stop, Val. I was ahead of her, but not by far. We couldn't stop running, not now or ever. When we got around a mile out of the territory, I was exhausted. We had been in our human forms the whole time, so running was harder. Neither of us said a word throughout, our minds filled with random thoughts. That was a close one, Val said, sitting against a tree. Come on, we can't rest yet. We have to keep moving. Taking my bag and clothes off, I threw them aside. Val did the same, and we both transitioned into our wolves. Picking up our bags and clothes in our mouths, we started to run at a fast pace west. I had known Val since I was born. Her real name was Valerie, but I'd always called her Val. Her father, Nate, was my father's beta, so they were practically brothers. She understood me like no one else. I could trust her with my life. Val's wolf was beautiful, just like her. She had caramel-colored fur. In her human form, her hair was dark brown. However, my wolf was pure white, and my human hair was dirty blonde. When I was in my wolf form, I felt free, like nothing else mattered. I was never really allowed to go outside. At most once a week, maybe twice. Whenever I did, I ran until there was no ground left to cover. After hours of running, I realized it was night and quickly came to a stop. I nodded at Val to tell her to shift as I did. We must be so far away, Val said, putting her clothes back on. I think we should rest here for the night. I noticed a place we could stay, pointing at a small underground cave ahead of us. Better than out here, I guess, she said, following me. I began to follow her, but I stopped again when I heard the crack of a branch behind me. Turning around, I couldn't see a thing as the darkness overpowered the light. The moon only slightly lit up the forest ground. Who is there? I shouted as I heard Val come up from behind me. Moving out from behind a tree, I saw two wolves. One had pure black fur while the other was a soft brown color. We took a step back in shock. I didn't know what to do. My mind and body were blank. What was confusing was that suddenly, an amazing scent hit my nose. Where was that coming from? Confused, they both looked at each other, then back at us. They then sat down right in front of us and lowered their heads. What is happening? Val said, gripping my hand a little tighter. Are they not going to attack us? The black ones started to walk towards me. When it came into the light, I realized just how big it was. Huge, to be precise. Reaching my feet, it sat down and stared at me. I extended my hand out to feel his fur, but when I made contact with him, a tingling sensation ran up my whole arm. I jumped back in shock, tripping and falling backwards. Are you okay? What happened? Val asked, running over to me and kneeling. Val, when I touched him, I got a weird feeling in my arm. What is that? I said, looking at the enormous black wolf in front of me. Val slowly turned around to see the brown wolf right behind her. Slowly, she reached her hand out to stroke its soft fur, but when her hand made contact with him, she quickly pulled her hand into her chest while the wolf started to shake its head happily. What is that? She said, holding her hand and running towards me again. We turned and stared at the wolves in front of us, now side by side. The black one was much taller than the brown one, but they were both huge for wolves. I'd only ever seen Val's wolf before, so I didn't know how big or small Normal was. Maybe they were males, and that's why they were big? Mother always told me Noah's wolf was much larger than hers. Shift, I demanded. They both looked at each other and turned around. Were they walking away? In a couple of seconds, they had disappeared into the woods ahead. Where did they go? Val said, worry shaking her voice. A few seconds later, we saw two men walk out from the woods wearing basketball shorts. Val and I looked at each other wide-eyed, but quickly shook it away. Are they gods? Val whispered in my ear, laughing. Not exactly, one of the guys said. He had brown, messy hair and was tall. He was very muscular. I thought if I stared, he would probably get creeped out. Val's face turned a slight pink, as did mine. I couldn't believe he just heard that. What are your names? The other one asked. He was taller than the brown-haired one and had dirty blonde hair like mine. He was well-built and athletic. He was handsome, I had to admit. He stared at me the whole time, making me blush. Why was he looking at me so intensely? Hopefully, he couldn't see me clearly in the dark. I'm Val, Val said, smiling slightly at the brown-haired guy, and he reciprocated. I noticed this and raised an eyebrow at her, but she just signaled me to be quiet. I'm Ava. Blondie smiled at me and nodded his head. Well, hello, Ava and Val. I'm Jace, and this is Caden, he said, pointing to his friend. I didn't know whether to laugh or be mad that he mimicked me. Ava, come over here a second, Val said, running into the cave quickly behind us. I gave Jace and Caden an awkward smile and followed Val. 1 second, I said, following her. I know why we got those tingles, Val said, looking excited. She hadn't looked this happy in a long time. I wondered what had come over her. What? Why? I asked, interested in what she had to say. I've only just remembered, but when I was younger, my parents told me that it happened to them when they first met, she said. So that means... They're our mates, she said excitedly. Val had always wanted to find her mate. She was constantly being forced into relationships by her father for money, so she always wanted someone to love her unconditionally. I, however, had always been scared of the thought. My mom and dad weren't good mates. He mistreated her. Is that love? Is that what mates do to one another? I didn't want to turn out like them. Val always told me the opposite of what I thought about mates, but it was all I knew. It was what I saw from a young age. Val's parents were always strange. They were on and off with one another, but Val only seemed to see the good parts, never the bad. I think this is why Val loved the idea so much. Val, I began to say, but she cut me off. It will be fine, Ava. I've told you time and time again, your mate would never hurt you. Noah hurt my mom, I said, looking to the floor. Embracing me in a hug, she stayed there for a few minutes. She knew I was scared. What could I say? Walking out, Jace and Caden looked shocked for a second. Watch out, Jace shouted as he quickly shifted into his wolf form. As I turned around, a gray wolf was standing there staring at me with red glowing eyes. Rogues, Caden said as he then shifted and came to stand next to Val. Surrounding us were around 5 rogues, all ready to fight. What just happened? One pounced on Jace and another on Caden. I decided to close my eyes because if I were going to die, I'd rather not witness it. I could hear the sounds of fighting and growls around me. I didn't dare open my eyes once, except to make a run for it. I couldn't help but feel bad. Jace was my mate. I shouldn't be running. Should I? Why are they protecting us? I asked Val, grabbing her hand as I ran into the cave. I told you this before, Ava. Mates would do anything for you, even if you have just met. I shrugged off her comment. I knew this wasn't always true. Not long after, Jace and Caden caught up to us. How did they fight them all off? It was 2 against 5. Pretending like nothing just happened, Jace decided to speak up. So Ava, Val, what are you both doing here? Whatever the reason is, I'm happy you are, Jace said, winking at me. I could feel my face heating up. It was a good job. It was dark out here. We're running away, I said bluntly. Why? Caden asked, looking confused. Val and I just looked at each other. We didn't want to say yet. They would probably find it strange and reject us. Did I want that? Well, do you girls want to come back to our pack house? Caden said, moving on from that subject. Sure, I said. We had nowhere else to go, and I knew that by going to their house, we would be safe from Noah, James, and Isaac. I hoped. Chapter 2. The walk to the house was pretty silent. Val and I just stayed behind Jace and Caden. Once in a while, they would both turn around to check if we were still there, but that was all that happened. I was trying to listen to what they were talking about, so I didn't say much to Val or hear anything she had to say. I just nodded my head as if I was interested. Jace said something about how he's waited forever for his mate and is so glad I'm here. Caden said the same about Val. Why would he be excited to see us? I can't stay with him. I can't stay here. We need to get as far away as we can. If not, it's just a matter of time before Noah finds us. After about a mile so walking, we arrived at their pack house. Woods surrounded it, and there were lots of lights in the distance, which were probably other houses from the pack members. Walking towards the house, I noticed instantly that it was huge. When you stepped inside, the living room was right there with the kitchen just next to it. There were 3 floors to the house. The top is always the alpha's, if it's like my old one. I wondered where the alpha of the pack actually was. Would your alpha not mind us staying in his house? I asked, looking around at how huge the place was. It was 10 times bigger than my pack house, well, my old pack, I should say, and was more modern. From the outside, it looked like an old wooden cabin, but when you got inside, it was modern and new. Oh, I'm sure he won't mind, Caden said, smirking. Why was he smirking again? Where is he then? Val asked, looking around as if he would magically appear. Behind you, Caden said, still smirking. We turned around to see Jace walking in the front door. Wait, was Jace the alpha? How did I not even realize? I had never seen another alpha except for Noah. My mate is an alpha. Jace stopped in his tracks as he saw Val and me staring at him. What? He said sternly. Nothing, I said, laughing, but turning around to Val to mouth, oh my god. Being mated to an alpha. I wondered how this would turn out. Does that mean you are his beta? I turned to Caden. He nodded, and Val's face lit up, but she tried not to show it by quickly shaking it away. So your rooms will be right next to ours, Caden and Jace said, walking up the long stairs. It took forever to walk up them, or so it seemed. It was somewhat exhausting. Walking behind them, you could see every muscle on their backs move with every step they took. Oh my. Stop, Ava. Can we sleep in the same room? I asked Jace and Caden. They both stared at me wide-eyed. What? You want to sleep in our rooms with us? They asked, shocked but excited. No, me and Val. Can we sleep in the same room? I said, laughing. Both their faces dropped, and they seemed a little disappointed. Oh, sure, Jace said, pointing to a bedroom in front of us. My room is to the left, and Caden's is to the right. If you need anything, come and get one of us. You know where the kitchen is, and you have a bathroom in your room. Here are your bags, Jace said while he and Caden handed us our bags. I completely forgot about them. It was a good job they didn't. Thank you, I said, giving a shy smile to them both. Anytime, Princess, Jace said, winking before walking into his room. He stopped and looked back, smiling, but shut his door 2 seconds later. Princess, that's what James used to say sometimes. I hated it, but coming from him, it felt different. Well, this is crazy, Val said next to me. You know we can't stay, right? We are going to put everyone here in danger, I whispered to her as quietly as I could. Yeah, you're right. She looked disappointed, but I knew it was the right thing to do. Caden must have gone into his room already, as he wasn't around. Caden seemed more chilled out than Jace. He was more of a joker, whereas Jace seemed quite serious. Opening the door slowly to our room, we found it huge. The walls were a dark purple with a cream carpet and a big white bed in the middle. I'm sure 4 people or more could fit in it. Wow, Val said, staring at the room in amazement. It's so nice, I said, walking around. The bathroom was pretty big, and the room had its own balcony overlooking the woods. Well, I'm going to get a shower, change, then get some rest. We will leave later on in the night, Val said, walking into the bathroom. Curiously, I opened the door to get onto the balcony. It glided open smoothly, and I took a deep breath of the fresh air as I stepped out. Closing the door behind me, I leaned against it and slid down the door so I was sitting on the floor. I heard a door open and looked to my left. I saw Jace walking out onto his balcony, but because of how big the room was, it was pretty far away from mine. I think he was on his phone. "Jen, guess what?" he said, smiling into the phone. "I know you always complain that I haven't found my mate, and you always want to meet her. I found her." I could hear a scream of excitement on the phone. Why was this Jen girl so excited? No, I'm not being serious. Well, trying not to be. I can't help it. She's so beautiful, Jen. I couldn't believe it when I saw her. His comment made me smile. Did he really think I was beautiful? He didn't look like the kind of guy who would comment on that. He seemed to be one of those arrogant guys, but you never know by a cover. Jace walked into his room, still on the phone. It would be hard to run away and shift as my wolf would want to stay with Jace. I'd have to go human until we were a certain distance. I stayed on the balcony until Val was done. It was nice out here. It felt free. Getting up, I decided I'd lie down and close my eyes for a few minutes while I was waiting for Val, but I slowly fell asleep. I didn't realize how tired I was because in the blink of an eye, I was fast asleep. I think the night just got ahead of me. Quickly, I jerked up and took a deep breath. I looked around to see that I was in the same room I had fallen asleep in. Turning to my left, Val was fast asleep. I slowly got out of bed, trying not to wake her up, but remembered I was still in my muddy clothes. I looked in the cupboard next to me to see an oversized gray jumper. I smelled it, and it had the same scent as Jace. It must be his, then, which I wasn't complaining about wearing. Walking into the bathroom, I took my clothes off and hopped into the shower. I only stayed in there for a couple of minutes before getting out and putting on the oversized jumper. It came to just above my knee. It looked like a dress. I put on the same leggings I came in with and put on my shoes. I thought for a few minutes about how we could escape before waking Val up. "Come on, Val, get up. We have to go," I whispered in her ear. She groaned and got out of bed to follow me. We walked out onto the balcony again and looked down. "It's further down than I thought." "You think?" Val said, looking down at the woodland. Since being on the top floor, it was quite a significant drop, but I didn't think we would die. That was the main thing. "It won't kill us, it would only hurt us a little," I said, trying to reason with her. "Fine, if I die, you're to blame," she said before we stood up onto the ledge. 1, 2, 3, we began to say, but we got cut off by someone. "No." Turning around, Jace growled as he ran towards us, trying to grab us. "Jump." Landing on the floor, we made a loud thud. "Ouch!" Val shouted as she landed. "No time to cry, run," I shouted, letting go of her hand as I sprinted into the woods straight ahead, ignoring the sharp pain in my left foot. "Shall we shift?" Val asked, catching up to me. "Not just yet, we need to be further away." I lifted my hand to point in the distance. Panting, we were both now running as fast as we could. I turned around to see Jace and Caden running after us. They seemed to be getting closer and closer by the second. We needed to hurry up. There were so many trees to dodge and logs to jump over, and it wasn't helping the pain in my foot. We must have been nearly out of their territory by now. My eyes widened in happiness, but suddenly I felt someone tackle me to the floor. Just as I was about to hit it, I put my hands in front of me to stop it from making contact with the ground. I squinted my eyes, ready for the hard fall, but I felt my body being moved around, so I was facing upwards. I slid across the woodland floor, but not on the floor, on someone's chest. I turned around to see Jace below me. "Are you okay?" he said, even though he was the one to hit the floor. I struggled trying to get out of his grasp, but he held on like I was nothing. I looked to my right to see Val in Caden's arms. "Let go of us." I started to pound on Jace's chest, but he didn't even flinch. "No," they both said at the same time. "We have to go." I shouted at him. "Yeah, go back to my house with me, that is where," Jace said, flinging me over his shoulder. I started to kick my feet, but as I thought, nothing happened. His hand was now holding my legs so that I couldn't move them. Looking over to Val, she seemed to have given up already and was just flung over Caden's shoulder like a doll. Great. I guess we are stuck here. For now. Chapter 3. When we reached the house, Jace and Caden still held us tightly in their grasp. The only good thing was that we didn't have to walk all the way back to their pack house. Can you put us down now? I asked, rolling my eyes. Even though he couldn't see me, it was suitable for dramatic effect. No, you will try to escape again, he said sternly. We won't, I promise. Jace said, looking at Caden. They both stared at each other for a while, but eventually caved in. Thanks, I said, moving to stand next to Val. When they finally opened the door, they both waited for us to go in first. We eventually walked in after some protesting and were met by a young guy. He was around my age, 18. He also had pizza in his mouth and just froze in front of us. Hello, he said, holding his hand up, waving. You could hardly understand what he said through all the food stuffed in his mouth. Pogue, what are you doing? Jace said in his alpha tone to whom I now knew as Pogue. That was a very unique name. I loved it. Oh, hey, Alpha. I'm eating pizza. Want some? He said, holding the plate in front of him. No, Pogue. Can I have some? I interrupted Jace while walking over to Pogue. Why, yes, sure. He stuttered while giving me the plate. Thanks, I said as I winked at him. When I turned back around, I saw Jace looking annoyed. Just my plan. I could make you a pizza if you're hungry. Jace quickly said, walking past Pogue, giving him a death stare while Pogue just shrugged his shoulders in return. Pogue had long blonde hair and blue eyes. He was tall and well-built, but not as much as Jace or Caden. I'm good with these, thanks. I smirked at Jace as he turned around to glare at me suspiciously. You sure? Yep. I'm going to head to bed anyways. Can I sleep in your room tonight? His eyes went wide, and he just stared at me. Me and yours? Val turned to Caden, and they both just nodded in agreement. Walking up the stairs, I winked at Val, and she smiled back. When I reached Jace's room, I opened the door, and he went to follow me. Turning around, I put my hand on his chest. No, I said, and slightly pushed him back. What do you mean no? He looked confused. Oh, you're not sleeping with me. You can sleep downstairs, I said before quickly closing and then locking the door. I heard Caden growl as Val closed his door. Open up, Jace lightly knocked on the door. I ignored him and started to look around the room, trying to hold in my laugh. He deserved it. His room was much bigger than the one Val and I shared. He had a bathroom and a desk with lots of documents on them. I decided if I was sleeping in here, I needed to find something to wear. Rooting through his cupboards and wardrobe, I found a plain black shirt. I decided to wear that as, again, like the jumper, it was like a dress. Looking at the balcony, I thought for a second. Maybe I could try again, it might work? I quickly decided to ditch the plan because I couldn't tell Val. I walked over to his bed and got in. His scent covered the whole room, which was soothing. I hated how my wolf loved it so much. She wanted to stay while I needed to go. All we were going to do was bring trouble that Jace and Caden didn't need. Ava, come on, it's not funny. Jace was using his alpha voice now, but I still chose to ignore him. Pulling the covers over me and burrowing my head into his pillows, I felt myself slowly drifting off to sleep. I could hear movement outside, but before I knew it, I was fast asleep. Waking up, a bright light shone on my face through the window. Rolling over, I sighed and got out of bed. I wondered what time it was. Walking over to the bathroom, I decided to get a shower. When I got out, I put another one of Jace's shirts on and went to Val's room. I knocked, and in 2 seconds, she stood there staring at me. Ready to go downstairs? I said, looking at her. Yep. Walking down, I could see Jace and Caden sitting in the living room. They looked angry. Look who came out, finally. Jace growled a little. I didn't think he liked being pushed out of his own room. What happened? A man walked in with dark brown hair and green eyes. Oh, nothing, Jace said quickly. They kicked them out their own rooms, Pogue said, laughing. Pogue! Caden shouted at him. Oh, did they now? The guy said, laughing. Ava, Val, this is Chase, Jace said, looking at me strangely. Where's Jenna? Caden looked confused. Still getting ready. I swear no one takes as long as that girl, Chase laughed. I wondered who Jenna was. She might be Chase's maid or something. Turning my head, a girl in a short red dress came walking down the stairs. She had red hair and was quite pale. A few freckles ran across her nose, and she was beautiful. Ava, Val, I'm so happy to meet you both. She came running over to us and hugged us both. I hugged her back and just smiled awkwardly. She must have been the Jen Jace was on the phone with. I'm Jenna, but just call me Jen. She smiled and walked into the kitchen. As she walked past Chase, she kissed him on the cheek. They must be mates. Val and I couldn't help but awe as he pulled her in for a tight hug, kissing her forehead. We're having a party next week. Jace popped up quickly. Did someone say party? Jen ran into the room. Yeah, we have to introduce the new Luna and Beta female to the pack and other packs around the area, Caden said, looking at Val, smiling. I could see her smiling back a little. Could you not hold that off for a couple of weeks? I asked. No, we need to get the pack to know who you are. Jace turned around to face me fully. Please, I pouted and pretended to be sad. He turned away for a couple of seconds before turning back around. I'm not ready. 2 weeks at the most, he began to say, but got cut off by his phone ringing. Taking it out slowly, he read the contact and frowned a little. Alpha Noah, I've not heard from you in a while. Jace said in his alpha tone on the phone. Wait, why was my father phoning Jace? We haven't told him about it yet. This could go horribly wrong. What? Have I found 2 girls running through my pack? Jace looked up to me. I waved my hand in front of my neck to tell him not to tell. No. He gave me a look of confusion. I'm not too sure. We definitely haven't seen anyone. I'll get some of my men to have a look, and if we find them, I'll phone you straight back. I just smiled at him in relief. Do you know why they ran away? Jace asked. By now, it was only me, Val, Caden, and Jace in the room, so he decided to put the speaker on. They were going to get married the day before the wedding. They both loved the men with all their hearts. I think they just got a little nervous. Nothing too major. They will come back. Hearing Noah's voice was odd. He sounded a little lost, but I knew it was all fake. He didn't really care about us. Jace and Caden both looked up at us sitting on the couch. We gave them both awkward smiles, then I looked over to Val. She seemed upset at how Noah said we loved them. We never did. It was all forced. I'll phone you if I hear anything, Jace said angrily as he hung up the phone. You are getting married. Caden stood up to Val, who moved back into the couch more. It was forced. We didn't want to do it. Val shouted back, a little angry now as I could see in her features. What do you mean? Jace now stood up to look down upon me. Noah, he forced us into marriage thinking he could get money out of it. I looked down at the ground, remembering what our so-called fiancés did to us. He can't do that. What could have happened when you found your mate, when you found me? Jace growled. Is that the only reason you both ran away? Caden said. I looked at Val for a second, and the way she opened her eyes, I could tell she didn't want them to know the rest. We both nodded our heads, and they sighed. Sitting next to me, Jace grabbed my waist and pulled me onto his lap. No one can marry you but me, he whispered in my ear. I laughed and stood up to look at him. I realized when he was confused, his eyebrows scrunched together. It was so cute. No, Ava, you're getting distracted again. I want breakfast, I said, trying to move on from the subject of marriage and Noah. Anything you want, and I'll make it for you. Jace stood up and walked to the kitchen. I can do it myself. I ran to the fridge to see if there were some bacon and eggs. Taking them out, Jace and Caden were sitting on the counter. You both want some? I asked, shaking the bacon packet in their faces. Go on then. Walking over to the cooker, I saw 3 clean pans already on top, with some oil next to them. I put it in the pan and turned the gas on. I made everyone 3 bacon and egg sandwiches. Val walked around pretending to help, but she didn't do much. This looks good, Caden said as he picked up a knife and fork and started to eat. Jace winked at me and dug in. I placed mine and Val's plates in front of Jace and Caden. It was mainly small talk, but I kept going into daydreams, thinking about how we could try and escape. Did I want to escape again? For the party, I invited other packs that are friends of ours, Jace said. Ours? I asked, confused. Whoever is my friend now is your friend, as you are the Luna. The word seemed unfamiliar. My mother was a Luna, but Noah said she was the worst one he'd ever seen. But she did all she could for the pack. He was just ungrateful. We don't have anything to wear, Val said, taking her and Caden's plates to the sink. That's why you are both going shopping with Jenna today. We don't have any money? I began to say, but Jace just placed his credit card down in front of me. Don't worry, princess. Being the alpha comes in handy. He slid it across the counter while standing up and winking before he left the room. I can't take this, Val said to Caden next to her. I looked down and saw a card in her hand, too. Like Jace said, you don't need to worry. Caden walked out, kissing Val's forehead as she looked confused. A small smile escaped her lips. I somewhat felt bad. I could see how much Val wanted to open up and embrace her mate, but I felt like she thought I was stopping her from doing so. The way she looked at him, she was already in love with him. Their bond seemed very strong. It was hard to resist Jace. It was like my wolf was begging to be with him. So, I guess we're going shopping then, Val said, looking excited as she waved the card in my face. I guess so. Chapter 4. Walking into the mall, I looked around in amazement. I'd never been to one before, and it was so big. Val and I had to borrow some of Jen's clothes for the day as we had none. I was wearing burgundy floral shorts, while Val wore a matte pink dress with a V-cut. Let's go in this one first, Jen said, running to a shop with Chase following her. Jace and Caden sent Pogue and Chase to keep an eye on us while they were working, in case we tried to run away again. Jace was really hesitant about it. I didn't think I wanted to leave anymore. I felt safer with Jace, but I was still so conflicted. This is going to be fun, Pogue rolled his eyes, walking into the shop. I just laughed and followed after him. Inside the shop, there were just general clothes. I looked around and picked a few things out. Tops and leggings mainly, because I was simple and didn't want to spend too much of Jace's money. However, I might not have been able to help myself. Come on, you need more than that, Jen said, throwing dresses, shoes, shorts, and every kind of clothing at me. I just rolled my eyes, laughing, and went to pay. That will be $200. I hesitated for a second and looked over to Jen, but she just nodded and told me to buy it. This was in one shop, and there were 50 more to go in. Please help me. We walked around for a while. Pogue and Chase were looking like they wanted to claw their ears and eyes out. One last shop. You guys can stay here, Jen said, walking in after 5 hours of shopping. It was called Victoria's Secret. When we got inside, I just saw lingerie everywhere. I mainly just followed Val and Jen while they talked about it and mating. I tried to avoid their conversations about this. You both ready? I asked, looking at all the things they had in their hands. I had nothing, as I didn't want or need this stuff. Oh, we're not leaving until you buy at least 5 things, Jen laughed. But I don't need to spend money on this. You might. Val winked at me. Val. I shouted at her. Jace probably wanted to get to know me a little more before anything like that would happen. Or he didn't want to. Besides, he was godly and could have any girl in the world. I was sure he would rather mate with someone else. I looked at everything in the shop as I picked up a few things. Here, Jen shouted as she threw things at me. Looking down, she threw some, I'll say a lot of, inappropriate things at me. Jen, I don't want all this. I threw it back at her face. Okay, keep at least one, she smirked, walking away. I walked over to a section that had the bralettes. I picked up a baby pink one and the matching bottoms. I picked a few other things up and went to the till with Val and Jen. Compared to me, they had lots, but I was probably never going to wear any of this. Good choice, Val winked at me. I rolled my eyes and just headed out to Pogue and Chase. That was traumatic, I said, laughing to Pogue. I'm just glad I didn't have to come in, he laughed back, heading towards the exit. Ready to go? Chase said, looking down into Jen's bag. No peeking, she said, pulling her bag away, smirking. I'm going to throw up. When we arrived back at the house, we got our bags out of the car and started to walk to the door. "You buy all that for Caden?" I said loudly, pointing to Val's Versus bag and raising an eyebrow. "Shut up," she said, dropping her bags to chase me. I dropped mine, too, and we started running around. I bet everyone thought we were 2 years old. In the distance, I saw Jace and Caden walking up with a couple of other pack members. "Great! Jace!" I shouted, running towards him. "What are you both doing?" he said as I hid behind him, trying to get away from Val. He was a good shield as he was as tall as a tree. "Okay, that was an exaggeration. She's annoying me," Val said to Caden, pouting while pointing at me. "How?" he asked, looking down. "Actually, never mind," she said, running to her bags. I looked up and realized Jace had his arm around my shoulder. "I'll get my stuff," I awkwardly laughed, running after her while giving him an awkward smile. "We will help." Caden and Jace followed, picking up mine and Val's bags. They both stopped when they saw the VS bags and realized why Val was chasing me. Jace looked to me and smirked. I felt my face go beet red and started to blush. Val walked inside before Caden could say anything. "We will take these to your room." They both looked at me, smirking, and walked up the stairs. I followed in case they started rooting around and checking anything. Putting the bags down, Caden walked out, but Jace decided to stay. "Do you want me to help you unpack?" he asked, looking suspicious. "Okay." I handed him a few bags while I quickly threw the VS1 into a cupboard. He just looked at me and laughed while he emptied all the clothes onto the bed. "Sorry, I bought a lot." Jen wouldn't let me leave any shop unless I bought at least 5 things. I unpacked each bag, realizing just how much I bought. "Don't worry about it, princess. I don't mind. You could spend all my money, and I probably wouldn't care. As long as you are here, I don't need anything," he shrugged. I couldn't help but form a smile on my face. Why was he so nice? People used to say the Silver Blood Pack had an alpha who was very powerful and ruthless. Well, Noah told me that. When we finished packing, we headed downstairs, and everyone was waiting in the living room. "We're all going to go out for dinner tonight, so get ready," Jace said to everyone. "Do I have to go?" Pogue said, whining. "You weren't invited anyways." Jace smiled at him jokingly. "Harsh," Pogue said, walking to the cinema room, rolling his eyes. I was ready in 20 minutes. Most of the time, I was deciding what to wear. I had bought so many clothes that I couldn't choose anything. Eventually, I chose a short, black, skin-tight dress with a cutout center. I curled my hair and put some makeup and black heels on, then I was ready to go. Val took a little longer than I did as she first curled her hair, but didn't like it, so had to re-straighten it. She wore a short gray dress with sequins on the top half and some pink heels. We walked into the living room, and everyone stood staring at us as we walked down. There were a few faces I'd never seen before. "Wow, you look beautiful," Jace said, smiling down at me. "You don't look bad yourself," I smirked at him. He was wearing a tight, white V-neck shirt with some jeans and a leather jacket. He did look pretty good, amazing actually. I wouldn't ever mention this to his face, bear in mind. "Everyone ready to go?" Caden asked, holding Val's hand. Walking out, I realized it was just me, Jace, Val, Caden, Chase, and Jen going. Jen was wearing a cream-colored dress with some heels. She looked really lovely as it matched her red hair. Everyone was holding hands except Jace and me. He looked fine by it as he just walked close to me, but I couldn't help feeling guilty. Getting into the car, it was pretty big. It was a 7-seater, so it was good for all of us to fit. "Shotgun," I shouted, running to the front seat. It was hard in heels, but I got there before anyone else. "Jace, you're driving," Chase said, throwing the keys to him. Fine. The car ride was very loud. Everyone was singing and laughing at the radio. At one point, Val opened the roof window and stood up, looking out. She seemed so happy, which made me happy. After everything she's been through, she deserved the world. I could tell she liked it here with Caden. I liked it here, too. It's just that if we stayed, I knew we would bring trouble. "We're here," Jace said, parking and getting out. He ran over to my side to open the door before I even took my seatbelt off. Stepping out, he grabbed my hand to help me down out of the car. I smiled and stood next to Val. "Where are we eating?" Jen said, holding her stomach. "This way," Chase said, linking her arm and pulling her towards a New York diner called Pops. When we got inside, it was jam-packed. All the tables were nearly complete. "Hey, table for 6? A woman with dark brown hair and a lot of fake tan said, walking up to us. "Yeah," Jace said to her. "Right this way." When she looked at Jace, she gave him a flirty smirk. For some reason, watching her made me really jealous. I went to stand next to him, and I grabbed his hand without thinking. For a second, my wolf took over, but I couldn't undo what I just did. That would be even more embarrassing. Looking down, he smiled and turned to face me. My wolf wanted to confront that girl, but I knew it was just her being overly protective. When we got to the table, Val, Jen, and I sat on one side of the booth while Jace, Caden, and Chase sat on the other, facing us. I was on the edge while Val was in the middle, and Jen was on the inside. "What drinks would you like?" the woman said, still looking over at Jace lustfully. "I'll have lemonade, please," I said, smiling at her sarcastically. Everyone had now ordered their drinks except for Jace. "Can I have lemonade too?" He looked up to me and smiled. "Sure." She smiled at us all and walked away. I didn't know what came over me to become so jealous before, but it made me angry how someone was flirting with him. Maybe it was the fact that he was my mate? Perhaps it was the fact I was getting feelings for Jace now. I couldn't do that. Around 10 minutes later, the drinks had come, and it was the same girl that sat us down who brought them. As she was putting the drinks down, she knocked Jen's water over with my lemonade. The water spilled all over my dress and onto Val's. "Watch what you're doing." I growled as I looked down and saw I had water all over my lap. "I'm so sorry," the girl said sarcastically, gasping. Which I murmured, wiping my dress with a napkin. Walking away, I saw her sniggering to her friends. Ugh. I sighed, angry that she definitely did it on purpose. "It's fine, Ava. It doesn't make you any less beautiful." "She only did it by accident," Jace said. "Yeah, by accident. My ass," I murmured. Why did this have to happen? Suddenly, the bell to the door rattled, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. "Table for 2, I heard an all too familiar voice say. Looking over, I saw Isaac and James walking into the diner. "You have to be kidding me." "Val," I said, nudging her under the table. When she looked up, a flash of horror wiped her face, and she looked like she was about to cry. I grabbed her hand under the table and looked back. Luckily, Isaac and James had been seated on the other side of the restaurant. Looking up, Jace looked in James' direction, then back to me, frowning. "Who is that?" he asked, looking back over. "Who?" I pretended not to know and looked down at the menu. If Jace found out, he would probably kill them. Yes, I would love to see them both gone, but not really in a restaurant. Them 2 guys that walked in. He looked at me sternly and a bit suspiciously. "I don't know." Jace mumbled and looked back in James and Isaac's direction. I hoped they didn't look over because that would be a disaster. After we finished, Jace paid and we headed outside. I kept my head down for most of it as I couldn't risk being seen. They didn't notice us, or I hope they didn't. Throughout the whole hour and a half, Jace knew something was up, but he just kept frowning and looking over to them. "Just meet us at the car. We won't be long," Jace said to me as he, Caden, and Chase were waiting to pay. "Okay." I smiled at him and walked out with Val and Jen. "Who were those guys?" Jen said, looking back towards the restaurant. "Old boyfriends, I'll just say," I said, gritting my teeth a little. "Look who we have here," I heard a voice say. I couldn't quite make out the face as it was dark, but I knew he had around 5 other guys behind him. "I'd have a go at one of them if you know what I mean," one guy said, and all of his friends burst out laughing. "We don't want any of your nonsense," I said to them. My night wasn't going so great, and I didn't want to make it any worse. "We have a feisty one, lads." One sniggered again. "Who are you?" Val said, trying to squint her eyes to see in the light. "You will know later on tonight," the guy laughed. That was disgusting. If he thought this was attractive or would make any girl want to get with him, it wasn't invaluable. Come on, let's go, I said to Val and Jen as we started to walk to the car. I felt a firm hand grab my arm and pull me back. Where do you think you are going? We haven't even started yet, the guy said, leaning in towards me. This is not happening. Suddenly, I felt his grip loosen and felt someone standing behind me. I turned around to see Jace standing there. If you don't get off my girl, I'm going to make you regret it in 5 seconds, Jace said to the guy. I didn't know why, but it made my wolf feel strong to be named his. I didn't want any trouble, the guy said, backing up. It's just your girl is hot. Jace walked over to him and looked down. I know she is, but you're not allowed to touch her. Only I am. Jace lifted his fist and punched the guy in the face. As his fist made contact with the guy's face, a loud clicking sound echoed in the alley. Jace, I shouted, turning around to face him. What? He asked, laughing at the guy on the ground as all his friends ran down the back of the alley. You should have just left it, I said, moving away from him. I was happy he felt the need to protect me, but breaking a guy's jaw? He could have hit a little less complicated. I couldn't let him treat you like that. You're mine. And only mine. He pulled away and walked to the car. Mine? Chapter 5. Just meet us outside. We won't be long, I said to Ava. I couldn't help but stare into her eyes. She gave me a small smile before heading out the door. Here you go, the waitress who spilt the drink over Ava's dress said, handing me the bill. She stroked her hand over mine while giving me the bill. What a strange girl. Watch where you're going, I said in my alpha voice as I felt someone barge into me. Turning around, I saw the guy Ava was trying her best not to make eye contact with. I could tell she was avoiding him even though she tried her hardest to act as if she wasn't. Maybe you should watch where you're standing, the guy said, looking me up and down before heading back to his table. Growling, I started to walk towards him before I felt a hand on my chest. Just leave it, dude. He isn't worth your time, Caden said, patting me on the back before heading out. Here you go, I said to the waitress, giving her my bank card. Looking over to that guy's table, I decided to listen in on what they were talking about. Seriously, Isaac. He smelled just like Ava, he said. Wait, how did he know Ava? I think you're going crazy, James, the one called Isaac said to James. I wanted to find out who they were and how they knew Ava. I took my card from the woman and headed out the door. As I got outside, Chase and Caden were standing there waiting for me. What took so long? Caden said, frowning in concern. Oh, nothing, I replied. I didn't want to tell Caden about it just yet in case I misunderstood the situation. Walking around the corner, I saw Ava, Val, and Jen standing and talking to some guys in the alley leading to our car. Walking closer, I realized a guy was leaning in towards Ava. He wouldn't dare. I stood staring at him for a second, trying to see his face in the dark. He looked up at me and backed down at Ava. I saw his hand grab her arm with force. Feeling my eyes turn pitch black, my wolf was getting angry. No one can touch our mate but us. If you don't get off my girl, I'm going to make you regret it in 5 seconds, I said to the guy. His eyes went wide, and he slowly loosened his grasp. I didn't want any trouble. It's just your girl is hot. I stalked over to him and looked down. He was so small compared to me. Being this tall had its advantages sometimes. I know she is, but you're not allowed to touch her. Only I am, I said as I lifted my fist and struck the guy. As my fist made contact, a loud thud was heard. It was what he deserved for touching my mate like that. Jace, Ava shouted, turning around to face me. What? I asked, looking at the guy on the ground as all his friends ran down a back alley. You should have just left it, Ava said, moving away from me. My wolf and I wanted to hold Ava and never let her go. We tried to protect her and let nothing, no one, touch her except us. I couldn't let him treat you like that. You're mine. And only mine, I said, looking down at her. She just rolled her eyes and walked away. I quickly reached for her hand and pulled her back into a hug. Putting my head in the crook of her neck, I breathed in a big breath of her scent. My wolf was still agitated by the guy lying across the floor. We should get home, she said, now pulling away while heading back to the car. When everyone got in, I turned around to see the guy lying down on the floor with an injured jaw. I got in and started to drive home. The car ride was pretty silent. Caden and Val were talking quite a lot. I was listening in on what they were saying. They were talking about their future. It made me a little jealous how Ava and I never really talked about anything. Why didn't she want to? Looking to my right, I saw her looking out of the window with her head lying against the side of the car door. She looked disturbed by something, confused, upset. Was it the guys in the diner? James and Isaac? I knew she was hiding something from me. I could tell. The way she stuttered and blushed when she didn't have an answer to one of my questions. I could tell. How would James be able to know her scent well enough if he were a stranger? She knew those guys. Frowning at my thoughts, I realized we were back home already. It usually didn't take that long, but the drive felt like seconds. I stopped the car. Everyone jumped out and ran inside because of the heavy rain that had suddenly just come pouring down. I undid my seatbelt but realized Ava was still staring out the window. "What's up?" I asked as she frowned, and I saw a tear appear in her eye. I wished I could help solve her problems, but she was so secretive. Come to think of it, I hardly knew anything about my own mate. Yes, it had only been around a week since I met her, but I wanted to know everything. "Oh, nothing," she said, giving me a fake smile while undoing the seatbelt and getting out of the car. I quickly followed and grabbed her arm. "There is something up." "Tell me," I said sternly. If this was the only way to get it out of her, I didn't care. "Jace, it's raining," she said, trying to pull away from me. "You're not going inside until you tell me what's wrong." I shouted at her. Getting agitated, I pulled her closer to me. I could see tears forming in her eyes again, and my wolf, and I hated that she was upset. "Ava," I shouted again. I hated to upset her, but I needed to know. Looking into my eyes, she closed hers and breathed in deeply. I looked at her closely and saw her leaning in towards me. I saw a tear drop from her eye before our lips nearly collided. Suddenly, my phone rang, causing us both to jump back. Growling, I took my phone out of my pocket to see an incoming call. "Alpha Noah?" I showed Ava the contact, and she tried to grab the phone from me before I quickly answered it. "Noah," I said questionably. I put it on speaker so Ava could listen, but in the rain, it was hard to hear. "Jace." A few of my men were in town in a diner when they said they saw Ava talking to some guys down a back alley. They went to the car to phone me, but when they went back to the alley, she was gone. When they walked down, they noticed a guy with a broken jaw was lying there passed out. "Have you heard or seen anything?" I looked up at Ava to see her eyes widen. Quickly looking up at me, she shook her head. "No. I have sent patrols out and warriors to see if anything has happened to her or if they could find her, but no news," I lied. After this conversation, I needed to know everything. Well, Ava's fiancé was there, James. He said he smelled her scent on a guy in the diner. When he described the guy to me, it sounded awfully like you. At the sound of the name James, I could feel my blood boil. So all along he was in the diner, and she didn't tell me. "I've been home all day, Noah. You know I would tell you. I tried holding back my anger." "Yes, I know, Jace. My apologies." James and Isaac have been down recently about the situation. Isaac is having the most struggles. Val was his everything. He trailed off. I angrily hung up the phone. I didn't care what would happen or what Noah would say. "He was your fiancé?" I shouted, looking up at Ava. "I didn't want to tell you because I knew you would get mad." She screamed at me, tears streaming down her face. My wolf felt bad for hurting her, but all I could think about was James. "I am mad," I shouted as I began to walk into the house. "You don't even know the worst part." She shouted, scoffing at me, tears still falling from her eyes. I paused for a moment. "He didn't hurt you, did he?" I turned around angrily. She slowly looked down at the floor and didn't say anything. "Ava, what did he do?" I shouted, watching her cry. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what I would do. "Ava," I shouted louder as she didn't answer me. She looked up as she walked over to me, frowning and staring into my eyes. "I hate you," she shouted in my face. I knew she didn't mean it, but hearing her say the words made me and my wolf hurt. "Ava, please just tell me what's wrong." Silence. Frustrated that she wasn't talking anytime soon, I growled and walked inside, slamming the door behind me. I stormed up the stairs, ignoring the questions everyone in the house was throwing at me, and opened the door to my room. Growling, I struck my wall. Why couldn't she tell me what was wrong with her? I walked over to my balcony and opened the door to look outside. I still had to check she was safe. She wasn't outside anymore, so she must have come into the house. Sighing, I closed the door again, taking my clothes off to get into the shower. I hated how she didn't tell me what was wrong. She's my mate, and I couldn't help her, which got my wolf angry. He felt that he wasn't being the best mate he could be towards Ava, but I knew we couldn't help until she told us what was wrong. Who were those guys in the diner, and why did she become nervous? What did they do to my mate? Angrily, I turned around to face the woods. Tears streamed down my face with the heavy rain. Why would Jace shout like that? I did nothing wrong. He made the situation so much worse than it had to be. Shifting behind a big tree, I picked up my clothes in my mouth and headed towards the forest. I wasn't staying here any longer. Taking one look back at the house, I sprinted as fast as I could north. I couldn't help but feel guilty about leaving Val behind, but she wouldn't want to come with me. She loved Caden too much, and I would never pull her away from her dream. Yes, I admitted I had feelings for Jace. He was my mate, but he didn't understand. I didn't want him to. My leaving would be better for everyone, better for me. I quickly sped up my pace, and before I knew it, I was at the edge of the woods facing the town. Quickly shifting, I went behind a tree to change into the dress and shoes I held in my mouth and started to walk towards the shops. I thought if I were to run away, I should get some essentials, even though I had no money. Looking down towards the ground to shield my eyes from the rain, I suddenly bumped into a figure, causing me to jolt back. "I'm so sorry," I said, still looking down and moving around the figure. But before I could get fully around them, they grabbed my arm and pulled me close towards them. "Don't worry, babe." I froze. That voice was all too familiar. Looking up, I widened my eyes in shock, trying to get away from him. "Let go," I shouted as I tried to pry my arm away from his large hand. "You're coming with me, James." He raised his hand, and before I knew it, everything went black. I slumped to the ground. My eyes fluttered first before closing. My body was lifted, and after that, darkness consumed me. Chapter 6. Groaning, I covered my eyes with my hands to shield them from the bright light gleaming onto my face from the lamp next to me. I turned over onto my left side only to realize I had a massive headache. "You finally woke up," I heard to the left of me. Opening my eyes slowly, I saw that James was lying in bed with a massive grin on his face. Reaching his hand out, he stroked my head. I felt a sudden pain as he rubbed his thumb across it, and all the memories from last night came flooding back. "Miss me?" He grinned, grabbing my waist, pulling me towards him while laying his head on my thigh. I looked at the clock next to me. It was 2 a.m. "Get off," I shouted and hit him in the process. "Don't dare hit me," he shouted, lifting his hand as he struck me across the face. The room fell silent as I held my face in pain. Everything was coming back, everything he did to me. "I swear, Ava, I was nice to you, and you pay me back by running away from me. The day before our wedding. You had your dress picked out, everything was prepared." He paused, taking a deep breath. "If you run away like that again, I will deal with you myself." He sat up while grabbing my face forcefully, making sure I was facing him at all times. "You're mine and only mine. The treaty made that sealed," he finally said before standing up and walking out of my room, slamming the door loudly behind him. I blankly stared at the wall, letting my thoughts consume me. I am not his, and he is definitely not mine. Sighing, I quickly jumped out of bed and looked around the room. It was my old bedroom. The same purple walls, and everything was in the same place I left it. I would have thought Noah would have destroyed everything in anger by now. I decided to hop into the shower to calm myself down after the incident. When I got out, I put my clothes on and headed towards the bathroom door. Opening it, my eyes widened in excitement as I saw who was sitting on my bed. "Mom?" I shouted, running towards her, giving her a big hug. As I ran towards her, I noticed a large bruise on her left cheek. I ignored it for a couple of seconds while I hugged her, but as soon as she pulled away, I asked where she got it from. Your father, she said, looking down with a tear in her eye. This was the first time she'd ever admitted it was his fault. She always gave petty excuses like she fell, or she did it by accident, but I always knew it wasn't true. In other news, why are you back here, and at this time of night? It's pretty late. She looked quite shocked for a moment, but listened carefully. I could see she didn't want to talk about her bruise. It's a long story, but basically, when Val and I ran away, we found our mates. We were all out eating, and when we got home, my mate and I got into an argument. I got angry and ran into the nearby town, where James found me. I had to take a deep breath as I said it so quickly. You found your mate? My mother whispered in excitement. I would think she wouldn't be happy for me, considering how her mate treats her. Yeah, his name is Jace, I said, smiling while looking to the ground. I also remembered the last words I said to him. Ava, honey, what's wrong? She asked, lifting my head with her finger. The last thing I said to him was, I hate you, which is completely not true, Mom, I said, a tear falling from my eye. I couldn't keep denying how much I felt for him anymore. Our connection got stronger every time we touched, and I felt myself falling for him when I first laid eyes on him. I wished I could tell him, but that didn't look like it was happening anytime soon. Don't worry, Ava. He will know you don't mean it. However many times you tell your mate you hate them, they will know it's not true because it's just not. She gave out a small, questionable smile, probably thinking about her and Noah. How he treats her and how he should. I smiled and pulled her into a big hug. We should go downstairs. Noah is waiting to see you. I grabbed her hand cautiously as I heard my father's name. Then we headed down the stairs. I couldn't hide up in my room any longer. He would probably kick the door down. I was dreading seeing him, but I couldn't leave without doing so. It was better to get it over with. Walking into the living room, Noah and James were sitting on the couch talking, probably about me, no doubt. Standing up, Noah stepped towards me, staring down at me for a second before lifting his right hand and striking it across my left cheek. This was the second time today. In the same spot, and it hurt just as badly as the first. What was that for? I shouted, holding my face in pain. I looked to my mother, eager to see her eyes, but too scared to be defiant. Stupid girl. Running away like that, putting shame to my pack. He snorted in my face. I'd had enough of him treating me like this. My anger was increasing inside of me, and I could feel my eyes shift a couple of times. I'd be ashamed to be in this horrible pack anyways. I snarled at him, folding my arms. Brat, you're getting married in a couple of days, and that's final. I don't give a damn if you don't want to, he shouted in my face. My wolf didn't care about anything anymore. She just wanted to be with Jace. I'll just run away again. Believe me, babe. I'm going to be with you 24/7. There is no way you could escape again. James smirked, causing me to frown at him. Watch me, I said, huffing in his face. Quickly, I ran up the stairs and locked myself in my room. I slowly slid down the door and rested my head in my hands as tears fell from my eyes. I couldn't help but wish to turn back time and make everything okay. Make it so I met Jace when I was younger, so I wouldn't have to go through any of this. No one should go through what I'm going through. Why did this have to happen to me? Open up, Ava, James said from the other side of the door. Looking at the clock, it was around 10 p.m. And I was starving. I hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day, which was making me feel weak. Ava, I'm being serious. Open this door before I smash it down. He banged on the door after I didn't reply. I heard him walking away, and my heartbeat slowed down in relief, but a loud bang made me turn my head as James broke the handle to the door. Moving back on the bed, he quickly walked over to me angrily. I need answers, he said, sitting on the edge of the bed, suddenly in a calm tone. Like what? I asked cautiously. I hoped he didn't know about Jace. When I went to a diner with Isaac, I smelled your scent on a guy. He looked to be an alpha by his large build, but I didn't really see his face that much, James said, moving closer to me. I don't know, I lied, moving towards the bed frame. He was obviously talking about Jace, but if I said anything, James would never let me out of his sight again. Ava, don't lie to me. I couldn't get my words out of my mouth. My wolf was holding me back from any information I was going to tell him. "Come on, Ava. You don't need to be afraid of me," James said, putting his hand on my thigh, causing me to flinch from his sudden touch. "Get off me," I said, trying to pry his hand off of me. Before I knew it, I was lying on my back, facing upwards towards James on my bed. "I don't care what you want me to do, Ava. I own you now." He gave out a smirk as he unbuckled his jeans. I tried to push against his chest to get him off of me, but he wouldn't move. He was stronger than me, and I knew I couldn't move him. That didn't stop me from trying. "Help!" I shouted, but he quickly covered my mouth with his hand. "Shout another word and you're dead." He grinned, slowly lifting his hand away. I was stuck. I didn't know what to do. My whole body froze as I gazed up at the ceiling. Closing my eyes, I felt a sudden sharp pain in my stomach. It was all happening again. Flashback. "Come on, Ava, why not?" James said, sitting on the edge of my bed, rubbing my back. "James, you know I don't feel too good." I let out a fake cough. "Yeah, but it wouldn't be for long." He trailed his finger down my face and ran it down my whole body until he reached my hip. "I need to sleep," I said, quickly turning over to my side to get away from his touch. He lay next to me for a while with his arm wrapped around me possessively. After a while, his hand started to move down my body. "I need a drink," I said, sitting up on the bed. Before I could even get my feet out, he quickly pulled me back and lay me below his body. "No, you don't," he grinned, kissing me forcefully. I didn't react back and just tried to push him away from me. We started to struggle a little before I saw the black in his eyes when he lifted his hand and slapped me. "Ava Danvers, you will listen to me." He lightly growled, pinning both my hands together. I hated when people used my last name. It reminded me of my father. Hardly anyone called me it, but when they did, I felt my body tense in discomfort. "I don't want to." I tried to wiggle my hands from his tight hold. "Sorry, babe, but I don't care." After a while, James grabbed my face, making me open my eyes in shock before quickly kissing my lips and trailing them down my neck. He forcefully pulled my shirt off. I couldn't take this any longer. Sitting up, I kissed James before turning his body, so I was now on top of him. He looked at me, shocked for a second, before I quickly kissed him again. I hated every moment of this, but I had to do it. I sat up and stared at him. "What's wrong, babe?" He tried grabbing my face to pull me down into another kiss. Before he could, I reached for my lampshade and lifted it high above my head. With all my power, I hit him over the head with it, and I heard a cracking noise. I quickly stood up and ran to the corner of my bedroom in the hope that it would give me a better chance to escape in case the lamp didn't affect him. Turning around, James was still lying on the bed, but now with his eyes closed. He had a mark on his head with blood dripping from it. After slowly walking over, I poked his head to see if he was awake. Nothing. Chapter 7. Walking into the kitchen, Caden was sitting on the chairs with Pogue around the table. "What are you two doing up so early?" I asked, sitting down at the head of the table. "I'm up because I decided I'll do the morning patrol with you." "And I came down because I'm hungry," Pogue said, running to the fridge. This boy could eat. I swear I could put an elephant in front of him, and he would eat it, then still be hungry. Or maybe a huge chicken. "Obviously, you would be coming down for food," Caden rolled his eyes. "Well, you both should get going. I want some alone time with my food." He wiggled his eyebrows. "He's one weird kid. I kept hearing you walking around your room last night. Was everything all right?" Caden asked me for a bottle of water as we headed out of the house for a run. "Ava and I had an argument last night." I couldn't hear her moving around the house, so my wolf was agitated and wouldn't let me sleep until we knew she was okay. "So did you go check on her?" "No, I just want to watch TV to keep my mind off of it." Walking behind a tree, I put my clothes on the floor, then began to shift. I walked out to meet Caden's wolf, then began to patrol the land. We raced for a while. I won, and I won't ever let him forget this. He stopped when we got to the edge, and his wolf gave me a funny look before sniffing the air. I heard a loud crack behind me and quickly turned to see a man standing there. "Rogue," I growled as he just stood there staring at us. "Are you going to shift, or what?" the rogue asked, folding his arms. He had a big scar across his left cheek and ginger hair. He was quite slim and pale. Shifting, I put the shorts I had in my mouth on. "Why are you on my land?" I loudly said to the guy. "I have a secret I need you to know, and that is, before I tell you, I need you to give me something," he said sheepishly. "You will either tell us or you will be killed," I growled at him. My night hadn't been too good, and I wasn't letting a rogue make it even worse. "Fine. Someone wants your maid dead," he said, glaring at me. "Ava?" Caden said before giving me a shocked look. "That's her name," he said before quickly shifting and running into the woods behind him. I gave Caden a confused look before shifting and chasing after him. My wolf was 10 times as fast as his, so I easily caught up in seconds. Pouncing on him, he fell on his back, facing up at me, trying to snap at my neck. I let out a big growl to tell the rogue to shift. He quickly did and held his wrists. Looking down, there were red marks where I was obviously pinning too tightly. "Who wants to kill Ava?" I shouted at the red-headed rogue. "My leader." "And that would be?" Caden said, walking out from behind a big tree. "I would rather die than tell you." He spat in my face. "I guess you're gone then, aren't you?" I said before walking up to him and ending his life quickly. I shifted and ensured he was gone. "What was he talking about?" Caden asked after I shifted. I had no clue, but I needed to get back quickly to see if Ava was okay. "I don't know, but what I do know is that someone wants my mate dead." I sprinted back to the house as fast as I could. "Where's Ava?" I shouted, running into the house. Where was everyone? "Ava?" I said again, running up the stairs and into her and Val's room. As I opened the door, Val quickly screamed. She was only in her underwear, which caused me to shut my eyes quickly. I heard a growl come from behind me, and I felt Caden grab my shoulder and shove me out of the way. "I didn't know you weren't dressed, Val." "I'm sorry," I said, getting up, still covering my eyes. If I opened them for a split second, not even looking at Val, Caden would kill me. "You can open now," Caden growled lightly. When I opened them, Caden was covering Val's body by standing in front of her. "Jace, you should have knocked." Talk about privacy, Val laughed while Caden took his gray jumper off and told her to put it on. "Anyways, have you seen Ava?" "I thought she was with you." Val gave me a confused look. "Damn it," I whispered, but they could both obviously hear. "What's going on, guys?" Pogue said, walking in with a bag of chips. "I swear he is always eating. How does he stay so fit?" "Have you seen Ava?" Val asked him. "No, I thought she was upstairs." "With you," he said before putting a handful of chips in his mouth. "Where is she? Did anyone see her come in last night?" I asked, now becoming frantic. "Nope, I thought she came up with you," everyone said, looking towards me. "Why didn't she come in last night then?" Val said, crossing her arms. "We had a little argument." "About what?" She bolted an angry look at me. "About James," I growled. "Who's James?" Caden piped up. "Oh, no one," Val quickly said, grabbing Caden's hand. "Ava's ex-fiancé," I growled even louder. Caden looked down at Val. She seemed to be shaking a little and looking nervous. He just pulled her closer to him and cuddled her. "Wait, that rogue said someone wanted to kill Ava. What if someone has kidnapped her?" he said. "Who wouldn't have seen her?" Pogue said, laughing. "She's hot." I grabbed his shoulders and pinned him to the wall. "Don't call her hot." I growled in his face. He just laughed and carried on eating his chips. "So who would kidnap Ava?" Caden asked. "I didn't have a clue. That's the thing." "I don't think someone kidnapped her," Val said, looking like she had just realized something. "By the sounds of things, she may have run away." "No, Ava wouldn't. If you annoy Ava to the point of breaking, she will leave." "How does that explain her disappearing in scent?" I shouted back. "I don't know, maybe James, she cut off and didn't say anything." "Maybe James what, Val?" Caden asked calmly. She let out a big sigh before answering. "Maybe James took her. He always said she would never leave him, and if she did, he would hunt her down to get her back. When we left, they were supposed to get married. Maybe that's what he's doing." She whispered the last part to herself. "What is he doing, Val?" I growled in anger. "He's going to marry her." "What?" I shouted at her. Knowing Noah, it could be happening this week, or even tonight. You have to stop it, Jace, Caden said to me. Walking out of the room, I slammed the door behind me to head down the stairs. Wait up, Caden, Val, and Pogue said, running after me down the stairs. What? You're not thinking about this. Val shouted. What's there to think? I'm getting my mate back. It's day. His pack will be on patrol and will not let you near there. You should go later on tonight when you could sneak in, Pogue said. I could defeat everyone in that pack in half an hour. I'm leaving now, I shouted, opening the door. Jace, please. Just wait. We could all go and get her when it gets dark. It makes more sense and is more logical. Val shouted at me. I saw her point, but I had to get her back. I should have checked on her last night because she wouldn't have been gone and would still have been here with me. It was all my fault. Fine. No later than 9, then I'm leaving. Okay, for now we will need to make a plan. Meet in your office in 10 minutes, Val said, walking up the stairs. What's going on? Jen said, walking in while Chase carried her on his back. Ava's gone. As in ran away? Chase looked at me, confused. It's complicated. I rolled my eyes and stormed up to my office away from everyone. Chapter 8. Staring at him, I didn't know what to do, but I needed to do something quick before he woke up. I walked towards the door and reached for the handle. This could be my escape. I stopped when I heard a loud groan. Turning around, I saw an angry-looking James holding his head. What the hell? He growled. I didn't think it would work to injure him, but it obviously did. He mustn't be strong in the pain factor, then. I am. Save it. Don't try anything again or you will be punished, he said before turning over and closing his eyes. I expected more. I expected pain? I had to blink a couple of times to think about what happened. Why didn't he do anything to me? Walking down the stairs, I entered the kitchen, confused, and switched the light on, only to realize Noah was sitting there with a bloody fist and a glass of water. I'll go back to bed, I said hesitantly. As I turned to walk out of the kitchen, he stopped me and told me to sit down. You're getting married tomorrow night, or tonight seeming it's early in the morning. The treaty has to be gone through with. Do what you have to do, but meet me in the living room at exactly 8 p.m. in your dress. From there, we will head to the Pack Gardens where you will go through with the wedding. I was shocked at how he could say all this like it meant nothing. Like I meant nothing. But I don't like James, I said back to him. Who cares if you like him or not? Do you not understand, Ava? I'm getting 1 million for you to marry that freak, he laughed. You're pathetic. I'm not pathetic. I'm just doing as I want. How could you? Do you feel nothing? I'm your own daughter, I said, hurt. The thing is, Ava, you're not my daughter. In my eyes anyways. All you are to me is a piece of crap that gets in the way. I hate you. I growled before running up the stairs. I locked myself in the bathroom. I hated this place and being here. I regretted running so much. I wished Jace were here with me. A loud knock at the door made me leave my thoughts and stand up. Be quiet, she said, closing the door and turning to face me. What's wrong? I asked. We need a plan for you to escape. You also, Mom. I'm not leaving you behind this time. And Malia, I whispered to her. She can't. Why not? She's gone. I widened my eyes in shock. My mom had silent tears falling from her eyes, and she sniffled a few times. What? How? Your father found out that we helped you escape. For some reason, he didn't end me, but he ended her. Val's father was angry. He tried to end your father, but failed. He left after it and never came back. All this was a lot to take in at this point. I didn't want to think about how Val would react. Anyways, we need to get back to the plan. So, I was thinking, remember the plan? Mother said, walking up the stairs to my room. I said, walking into my room to see the dress hanging up. The look of it despised me. It was nothing that I would want in a wedding dress. James picked it out, which made me want to throw up. You will look beautiful no matter how different it is. She laughed and hugged me. I was dreading putting it on. However, to get the plan to work, I had to. I walked out of the bathroom wearing my dress. It was so hard to move in it. I definitely could have done with a size up. Ava, you look beautiful. Mother walked over to me. A woman was here to do my makeup, so I had to get that done. What look would you like? The woman asked, setting up lights around the room and getting all the makeup out. Just a natural look, please. No. I think you should have a bold look. It would take the eyes off the dress, she said, smiling like she didn't just hate on my dress. Yes, it wasn't amazing, but she didn't have to say it was technically. Rude. Whatever, I huffed. While the woman did my makeup, she talked to me about all her life problems. I nodded and pretended to be listening, but I couldn't. My mind was somewhere else. I didn't know if the plan would work, and if it didn't, I was for sure gone. Mother refused to come with me. She thought she could change Noah for the better good. She was wrong. There was no good left in that man. I'm all done now, the woman said, stepping back. Looking in the mirror, she had done a good job. I expected a caterpillar eyebrow, tangerine to be my reflection, but I liked it. Thank you, I said, smiling at her. That will be $200. Tell that to the guys downstairs. They will pay, I laughed, ushering her to leave the room. It looks nice, Mother smiled at me. Thanks, I sadly replied. What's wrong, sweetie, she said, walking towards me. And Mom, I have something on my mind that I need to tell you, I whispered. I've tried my best to forget, but I couldn't. He hurt me again. Last night, I sighed, with a lone tear falling from my eye. That bastard. Are you all right? She gave me a big hug. I mumbled. No, I wasn't fine. I put on a brave face. I hated for everyone to know that I wasn't okay. The attention was too much to handle. You look absolutely gorgeous, babe, James said, walking in the door. Get out. My mum said, shoving him back out again. You're not allowed to see the bride before the wedding. Thanks, I mouthed to her as she walked out the door with James. I lay down on the bed to think for a while. I wondered if Jace was coming to get me. How would I tell Val her mom was gone? Would I tell her? Knocking came from the door. It was probably my mom. Come in, I shouted, sitting back up to neaten my dress. Ava. Noah walked in with 2 wolves beside him. I had never seen them before, and I don't know why, but they smelled like dead rats. They needed a bath. What? If you even attempt to run away tonight, you don't even want to know what will happen to you. Just make sure that if you disappear again, I will hunt you down. Meet me downstairs soon. It's nearly time, he said, then awkwardly walked out of the room. I could hear his heartbeat from where I was standing. It was so loud. He walked out so tense that the room felt tight. Is he never like that? Shut the hell up. I heard him growl from outside my room. A couple of seconds later, my mother walked in. What just happened? I asked as her facial expression seemed scared. I asked if he wanted me to make him some food. He looks to be in a bad mood, she said, shrugging it off as if she wasn't bothered. Mom, please come with me. I hate to see him treat you like this. It's not supposed to be this way. I shouted at her. Ava, you can come back for me. How about you promise to come back, okay? Deal? Deal. Okay. Now you need to go down before Noah gets suspicious. Walking out of the room, I quickly closed the door behind me and went down the stairs. It was hard to move in my dress, but I was sure I could manage. You ready? Noah said, greeting me with a menacing grin. Nodding, he held his arm out for me to link with mine. I did it as we headed out of the house. The Pack Gardens were a minute's walk away, so I hoped this would work. Ava, I need to tell you, he began to say. Oops, oh no, I forgot to bring them. I interrupted him and quickly unlinked our arms. What did you forget? Noah asked, looking worried. I'll be a second. I just need to quickly grab them from the living room. I shouted, running slowly back to the house. I'll come with you. No. I bolted back. What? Why? He questioned suspiciously. There, you know. Girly things. Girly things. Do you want to know? I said sarcastically. Do I want to? Best not. I cringed. If you're not back in a minute, I'll get a whole search party on you, he shouted as I ran to the house. Everyone was at the wedding, so there were no guards or wolves around on patrol. Mom, I shouted, running into the house. Noah wouldn't let her come to the wedding because he thought she would somehow sabotage it. Ava, you need to run. No, she shouted, shoving me back out of the house. Mom, I promise I'll be back, and this time will be to save you. I said as she gave me a quick hug before I shifted. After nodding towards her with the dress in my mouth, I turned towards the woods. I had to escape. I couldn't be caught. After running for around 10 minutes, I heard noises far behind me. Noah must have caught on. I told my wolf to run as fast as she could, and I helped her along the way. It finally seemed like forever, so I stopped and let my wolf breathe for a moment. "It's Ava, right?" A tall, muscular figure said, startling me as he walked out from behind the trees. I growled at him and took a defensive stance, baring my teeth. "I'm not going to hurt you. Do you mind shifting into the clothes you have in your mouth?" he said. Slowly, I walked behind a tree to shift, then changed. "Wow," the guy said as he stared at me. "What do you need? I have money if you want that. You're so beautiful." "You look kind of like her a little," he smiled before snapping out of his thoughts by coughing. "Oh, I don't want money," he shrugged. Come to think of it, this guy seemed a bit suspicious. The way his eyes glared at me with every little move I made crept me out. "Well, what do you want then?" I asked, confused. "You," he said, but before anything else could happen, a wolf pounced onto the guy and tackled him to the ground. He quickly shifted, and both wolves began to fight viciously. "Ava?" I heard from behind me. Turning around, I saw Val, Pogue, Caden, Jen, and Chase all standing there. Wide-eyed, I ran towards Val and hugged her as tightly as I could. My wolf purred in my mind. She forced me to turn around, where I saw the big black wolf let go of the gray wolf and turn to face me. The gray wolf whimpered away into the woods. Why didn't Jace end him? "Ava," he said after he shifted. He put shorts on and ran towards me, picking me up by my waist while hugging me tightly. I hugged him back as the tingles ran through my body. "Ava, I missed you so much." "I'm so sorry for everything I said." I cut him off by pressing my lips against his. It didn't take Jace long to react in return. Cough. I heard from behind me. Breaking away, I looked behind me to see everyone staring at us. I suddenly felt bad as I should have just told Jace about it. Even though he would have probably ended James there and then, after last night, I wished I had. "Princess, what's wrong?" he said, picking my chin up so I was facing him. I hated the hurt expression plastered on his face so much. There was a long silence as I just stared into his eyes before I found the courage to tell him what I wished I had told him when I first met him. "I love you," I quietly said. "Why you what now?" he said, hugging me close to him. "You heard what I said." I laughed at him. "Say it again. Say it louder so everyone can hear it." "I love Jace," I shouted, laughing as he spun me around in happiness. Unfortunately, this caused him to trip on a log and made us fall to the ground. He held me steady on top of him. "Thanks for saving me from the rogue," I laughed, standing up to help him get off the ground. And the fall. Just like the good old days, you know? Caden laughed with him as I saw him smirk at Val while she just rolled her eyes. Like 2 weeks ago, more like, Pogue popped up. "I missed your sarcasm, even if it was only a day. It was sad not being woken up asking to make you food." Everyone was laughing and smiling until we heard a noise behind us, and Jace became on full alert as he pushed me behind him. "Just a branch falling, Jace," I laughed as he turned back around to face me. "By the way, you look absolutely stunning in that wedding. Why the hell are you wearing a wedding dress?" "Did you get married?" he growled. "No," I ran before anything could happen. I shouted back nervously. His tone was angrier than usual and made my wolf whimper. "Did he do anything to you?" "And no," I whispered back. I lied, of course. "Yes, this will lead to bigger problems in the future, but I need to find the courage to tell him first. I swear if he did anything, he will be..." I cut him off by pulling him into a kiss again. "God, will you ever stop being so protective?" I laughed, pulling away. "Never." Chapter 9. Let's get home. "I want to know everything that happened," Jace said, putting his arm around me as we headed back to the house. I was glad to be with Jace and Val again, but my scent would be in the air. Noah might know where I was or who I'd be with. The rogue that wanted me was weird. Jace got distracted, so he didn't have a chance to end him. After that, we didn't see the rogue for the rest of the night. "Did I tell you how beautiful you look in that dress?" Jace smirked down at me. Yes, I laughed. However, you should have been wearing it for ours. He lightly growled. I don't like it anyway. I shrugged when we got into the house, changing the subject. While walking, Val and I talked, and I couldn't find the courage to tell her about Malia, but I thought it was time. It wasn't fair to keep it in any longer. Val, I said quietly after everyone walked into the kitchen. You have a weird look on your face. Wait, James didn't do anything to you again, did he? She said, raising her voice a little, but I shushed her. It was quiet, but I decided to nod instead of speaking. This wasn't what I wanted to tell her. I needed to tell her about Malia. I'm going to end him, she growled. Unfortunately, this brought the attention of Jace and Caden as they both quickly scurried into the room. What's up, baby? Caden said to Val. Nothing. I quickly replied. I felt this would be the best time to tell them, but it was very late, and everyone looked too tired to handle it. Ava, I think we should, Val quietly mouthed to me. Think you should what? Jace said, crossing his arms as he leaned on the doorframe. I nodded over to Val so she could tell them. As I did, fear flushed her face. She looked as if she wanted me to say no, but it was too late for her to go back now. Well, like you know, James and Isaac were our boyfriends, as you may call them. We said they were fine, but they weren't. Is that all she said? Both of them looked confused for a second until anger splashed across both their faces. They didn't do anything to hurt you both, did they? Jace asked, gritting his teeth a little. It wasn't easy to tell, but his jaw was clenched, and he looked really mad. Val and I just looked towards one another in desperation. She nodded at me to carry on. Great. They did bad things to us, and I know you probably know what it is, so you don't need to shout or scream, I quietly said. I'd just gotten back, and I didn't want to argue anymore. Are you upset about it? Jace looked at me. I could see him trying to hide his anger, but little growls came through each word. I had to think for a moment about his question. Was I sad? Obviously, I wished it had never happened, but it's weird to say this, but I felt so used to it. I can't describe it, but after it happened, it just felt like the usual. I'd never had anyone to be intimate with while having feelings for them, but just through pain and for James's pleasure. It pained me every time I thought about how he could use me, but I lived with it and didn't tell anyone except Val, since she was going through the same thing. She said she was fine, but I knew she wasn't. I think we both tried to put the past behind us and forget. Did anything happen last night? I couldn't lie anymore. I just nodded at his question. I closed my eyes and heard a loud thud. Opening them, I saw a massive hole in the wall with Jace pulling his fist out. Okay, now Ava, Jace began to say as he walked over towards me. I wanted to leave the past behind me. I didn't want to think about it anymore. It was a part of me I would love to forget, but sadly had to live with. I felt so much stronger than I ever had before. I was putting the night behind me so I could open new doors. I know you will be mad if I do something to that bastard, so what do you want me to do about it? How can I help? What can make it better? Jace said through gritted teeth while caressing my face in his hands. There was only one thing that could make me feel better. You, I whispered at him. After a straightforward word, all his anger disappeared, and a smile formed on his face. He quickly placed his lips on mine. His kisses were soft but passionate. James was just forceful and rushed, but Jace made me feel different. Tingles ran throughout our lips as the kiss became deeper. Not breaking the kiss, he quickly picked me up and headed towards the stairs and up to his room. Kicking the door open, it slammed against the wall, but promptly got shut again. Walking over to the bed, he placed me on top of it and quickly threw his shirt off. I gasped as Jace kissed my neck. He smirked, realizing this was where my mark would be. He trailed kisses down it, causing me to bite my lip. Mark me, I whispered into his ear. Waking up, I turned to my side and saw Jace fast asleep next to me. I tried to stand up, but I felt a sharp pain in my neck. Ouch, I said, grabbing onto the spot where he marked me. What a cutie. I heard the door open as Pogue walked in, of course, eating breakfast. Pogue, be quiet. I shouted at him as he walked over to the couch in the corner. Yeah, well, I could have come in here last night and told you to be quiet, but you know I kept silent. Unlike you, he said, laughing at his own joke. You're so immature, I laughed at him as I shook my head. Yeah, so are you. He wiggled his eyebrows at me, this kid. Anyways, wanna prank Jace? He asked, running into the bathroom. Minutes later, he came out with a bucket filled with water. I don't think that would be a good idea, I said, but before I could finish, he threw it onto Jace. I got up fast so the water didn't touch me, but for Jace, it was too late. I better run now, Pogue said as he dropped the bucket and ran towards the door. Quickly, Jace looked up at me, frowning angrily. It was Pogue, I whispered to him. Getting up, he put a pair of shorts on and ran towards the door after him. Pogue. His voice growled throughout the house as loud footsteps descended the stairs. I ran to the balcony to see what was happening outside. What happened? Val said, running into the room and onto the balcony with Caden. Well, Pogue decided to play a prank on Jace. I'll go separate them both, Caden shook his head. I looked down to see Jace throw Pogue across the mud as they both fought outside. OMG, Val said as she twisted my body to reveal my mark to her. What? I slightly blushed. You and Jace mated, she shouted, very loud, actually. You both what? Jen said, running onto the balcony to see my mark also. Guys, chill out. I laughed as they both squealed in excitement. Just you left, Val. Jen smirked at her. Val let off an unsure look but smiled through it. What's wrong? I asked. Pulling down her top a little, there was a red mark in the shape of a crescent moon. Why is it like that? I asked, feeling mine. Mine is also, Jen said, pulling her shirt down a little to reveal the same mark on her collarbone. What is mine? I asked as I walked into the bathroom. When I looked, it was a beautifully shaped circular sun. It's beautiful, I said to my wolf as she purred in excitement. Not as beautiful as you, princess, I heard Jace say in my mind. W8, how? I replied. Mates can communicate through mind link once the marking process is done. I could feel happiness radiating through the link. We can also feel one another's emotions. Great, so now even my emotions belong to you also, I laughed. I would now officially have no privacy. I'm going to get dressed, I said to Val and Jen, hinting at them to leave the room. They caught on and did so. Your clothes are still in the other room, Jace said, walking into the bedroom. He was full of mud from playing around with Pogue. Don't come near me, you muddy pup, I laughed at him. That's offensive, he shouted back, walking towards me. No, don't touch me, I laughed, running around him and out the door. I want a hug, he smirked, holding his hands out, chasing me out of the room. I luckily made it to Val's and my room, but as I shook the handle, I realized it was locked. Open, I shouted, and Val soon appeared at the door. Running in, I tried to close the door, but Jace was right behind me. You're not getting away from me. He ran towards me and picked me up in his arms. You're so annoying. I laughed, trying to wiggle out of his grasp. Looking down, I saw my clothes were covered in mud. Great. I'm going to get a shower now, he said, putting me down and placing me onto the floor as he kissed my head. I guess I have to now also, I rolled my eyes. You can have one with me if you want, you know. It's saving the trees, and I'm all about saving the trees, he smiled. The trees? Are you serious? Just go get a shower, you idiot. I laughed at him as he walked out of the room and closed the door. Well, that was kind of cringe, Val laughed, getting changed. Shut up, I said, walking into our bathroom. Getting into the shower, I realized how much I missed being here. I was glad to be back, even though it was only a day. Hey guys, I said, walking into the cinema room. Everyone was sitting down watching Jace and Caden play a video game. Hey, princess, Jace said, pulling me onto his lap. He was sitting on the floor, so he basically dragged me down. Jen and Val were talking while Chase just sat there looking bored, and Pogue looked annoyed, sitting in the corner. What's wrong, Pogue? I asked him. Jace and Caden won't let me play, he pouted. You've been playing all night. We need a turn, Caden laughed, but a knock at the door interrupted him. Alpha, someone is on the phone for you. A little girl around 10 ran in holding a phone. Who is it, Lola? He replied. Alpha Xavier. Jace's face lit up for a second as he quickly stood up and ran for the phone, closing the door behind him. Who is that little girl? I asked, not aimed at anyone. That's Jace's cousin, Caden replied. Standing up, I walked out of the room and into the living room to see Lola heading out the front door. Lola, I shouted before she could fully walk out. Luna, she nodded her head. Just call me Ava, I smiled at her. Are you sure, Luna? I mean Ava. Because Mommy said to call you Luna when I see you. She looked so scared. Was I that scary? No, it's fine, I smiled at her. So, what are you doing? I asked her. I'm just going to play with my friends by the lake, I mean the woods. Yes, the woods. She smiled cautiously. I won't tell anyone, I smiled at her as she ran out the door to her friends. They all waved at me and headed into the woods. I didn't even know there was a lake in this pack. Yeah, she's right here. Yeah, sure. Be here tomorrow at around 3? Perfect. Okay, see you then. Jace laughed as he ended the call. Who is that? I asked, looking up the stairs as he walked down. Alpha Xavier. Him and his mate Hayden are coming to visit for the weekend. Are they coming for any reason? We're having the Luna and Beta female meeting with the pack, he smiled. I completely forgot about that. You seem nervous, he asked, chuckling. I am a little. You will be great, don't worry, princess. He kissed my head before heading towards the games room. What are you doing? He asked as I headed up the stairs. I'm moving my things into your room. Who said you can do that? He smirked, folding his arms. Fine then, I won't. I'll help, he interrupted, walking behind me before grabbing my waist and lifting me onto his shoulders. Put me down, you're going to drop me, I said, holding onto his head as tightly as I could. You're squishing my face, he murmured through bunched cheeks. Watch out, I said as he walked towards the bedroom door. I smacked my face on the very top of the door frame and fell flat onto my bum. Ouch! Are you okay? Jace quickly turned around and knelt on the ground next to me. It's not like I'm dying, I'll be fine, I said, feeling my face heat up with embarrassment. Finally finished, this took hours. Jace whined, jumping on the bed. Only because you took so long. Don't blame me, you're the one that kept talking about every piece of clothing you picked up. Anyways, do you want to make some food? I'm sure everyone's hungry, Jace said, holding his stomach. How about you make it? You're the female, he smirked back. Is that supposed to be some sick sexist joke? I folded my arms in front of him. No, I mean you're just better at it than me, Anne. Save it. You're making me spaghetti. Walking down the stairs, everyone was sitting around the table. Ava. Jace's mom hugged me. I recognized her voice from when Jace had phoned her. Nice to finally meet you, I smiled back. Jace is making dinner, everyone. I shouted really loudly, and everyone looked at me in disbelief. No way. Have you eaten his food? Pogue shouted back. I'll make it, don't worry, everyone. Jace's mom and dad got up to walk to the counter. Jace, what's your mom and dad's name? I asked quickly through the mind link. Lydia and Caleb. Lydia, Caleb, I'll help, I smiled, winking at Jace. You're such a sweet girl, Ava. Lydia smiled at me. The way she smiled reminded me of how my mom smiled at me. I needed to talk to Jace about rescuing her. Later, can we talk? I linked Jace. Sure, princess, is anything wrong? It's okay, I'll tell you later. It's ready. Caleb shouted to everyone about 10 minutes later. Pogue came rushing in with his plate already out of the cupboard. Here you go, I smiled, putting some spaghetti on his plate. When everyone had finished getting their food, I sat down at the table next to Jace. So you all should know Alpha Xavier and Luna Hayden are coming tomorrow with a few other packs. Make sure to make a good impression. What shall we wear? Val asked, confused. Just something nice, babe, Caden said, smiling, putting his arm around her. She smiled, making me remember I still needed to tell her about Malia. I thought it would be better after the pack meeting, as she would be down and upset throughout it all. But the longer I didn't tell her, the guiltier I felt. What's up, Ava? She said, putting a hand on mine. Blinking out of my thoughts, Jace's parents were no longer there with us, so they probably left. I felt bad not saying bye. Oh, nothing, just daydreaming, I smiled. She just nodded back and stood up. Well, I'm going to get in my PJs. We're not doing anything today, so what's the point? Shrugging, she headed for the stairs. I'll come too. I shouted for her to follow, but Jen grabbed both our arms. I was thinking, how about we have a girly sleepover in the cinema room? Like watching movies and eating popcorn? She laughed. Sure, that sounds amazing. We've never had a sleepover, I smiled truthfully. Val and I never really had any friends. People were just scared of us because of our father's reputation. Can we join? Caden, Jace, and Chase all walked into the room. Did you not hear the girly part? Or do you want us to paint your nails and your hair? Jen mocked them. Nope, we're good. They all started to back away until Pogue walked in. Can I join in? He pouted. Of course you can, Pogue. I smirked to Jace and put an arm around Pogue, only to make Jace pull me closer to him and wrap his arms around my waist possessively. Mine, he growled at Pogue. Dude, you seriously need to calm yourself, he said as he walked away, rolling his eyes. I burst out laughing, causing my sides to ache as I lay dying on the floor. It wasn't that funny, Jace murmured, walking away into the kitchen. It was the funniest thing I've ever heard. Val laughed. Whatever. Have you got the popcorn? Jen shouted up the stairs as I ran into Jace's room to get it. He was sitting on the bed, closing his eyes. Sup dog, I said jokingly, causing a huge smile to appear on his face. Why can't you sleep next to me tonight? Can you not have this girly sleepover another night? He pouted. Rolling my eyes, I walked over to the bag of popcorn that sat on the desk. You can come down if you want. Really? He quickly jumped off the bed. Sure. If you let me do your makeup, I smiled. No way, he grunted, lying back down on the bed. Sorry then, babe, night. I kissed him before leaving the room and running down the stairs and into the cinema room to see that Jen and Val had eaten most of the food. What the hell, guys, you didn't save any chocolate for me. I laughed to see the mess of sweet wrappers and a few cans everywhere. We haven't even been sitting here for half an hour. Can we go get more? Val asked. Try and persuade Caden. He lets you off with everything, I smiled, and we all ran up to Caden's room. Val knocked, and we all walked in to see that he was shirtless, standing on his balcony. Baby, Val said, hugging him from behind. Oh God, what is it? He sighed, turning to face her. Can you please take me, Ava, and Jen to get some more food, please? She pouted. If Jace and Chase say yes, then I'll happily take you, he smiled, making Jen and me run to both our mates. Knocking on his door, I got no reply, so I just walked straight into the room. Jace, I said, not being able to see him. Yes, princess, he said, walking out of the bathroom. Please, can Caden take me, Val, and Jen to get more food for our sleepover? I pouted to emphasize my point. We literally got so much this afternoon. Well, they kind of ate it all. Please. I walked towards him. Fine, I'm coming with you though, he smiled, putting on a pair of shorts and a shirt. Yay, I said, grabbing his hand and pulling him towards the door and down the stairs to meet with everyone. They were all already waiting for us, so we ran to the car and got in. Here's my card, Jace said as we arrived at the mall. Are you sure? I asked to be polite. I don't mind. Not to show off, but I'm kind of rich, so yeah, he whispered in my ear. We made it back quickly enough, as it didn't take long to pick most things off the shelves and throw them into our baskets. We decided to let our mates come watch films with us, as it would be more fun with everyone there. The boys said to watch scary movies, probably only to hug us, but I wasn't that scared. I lie. Shall we all go to bed? It's late, and we have guests tomorrow, Caden said, picking up a sleeping Val bridal style. I gave a questioning look to Jace, and he nodded in agreement as we walked up the stairs. Running into his room, I jumped on the bed after brushing my teeth and snuggled into the duvets. Jace followed afterwards, pulling me closer to his body. Sparks flew across us, making me feel warm. I love you, I said, kissing his cheek. As I said this, he pulled me even closer to his body, causing me to feel suffocated. Can't breathe, I laughed, pretending to gasp for air. Night, Jace. I turned around to face away from him. Night, princess. Chapter 10. Waking up, I reached my hand out behind me to feel if Jace was still in bed. Confused when I didn't feel him, I sat up and pulled the covers off me. Where'd he go? Standing up, I walked into the bathroom to shower and change. I felt all hot and sweaty. It must have been warm outside because all the windows were open. Looking in the mirror, I saw my mark and a huge smile spread across my face. Are you up yet? Jace said through our mind link. I completely forgot we had that. Just getting a shower now, I replied, locking the bathroom door behind me. When I got out, I dried my hair and curled it at the ends. We had the big meeting/presentation tonight, so I thought I'd do my hair nicely. Walking out of the bathroom, I went to the closet and got out some tight jogging bottoms and a black crop top and put them on with some socks. It was my lazy excuse for clothes today. I headed down to Jen's room, where I saw Val inside with her. Hey guys, I shouted down the hall. They both walked out and came down the stairs with me to meet everyone in the living room. Where is everyone? Jen asked, walking around, finding no one. The house was utterly silent for a change. Usually, Pogue's loud chewing surrounded the whole hearing system. Maybe they're outside? Val asked. We headed outside. There were so many people I couldn't make out who anyone was. There were surely around 200 people here right now. What the hell? I didn't know this many people were coming. Jen shouted, drawing a few people's stares. There she is, the new Luna. I heard a few people whisper as I walked through the immense crowd to find Jace. I felt bad as I had to shove a few people out of the way as they were like nails and wouldn't budge a step. Sorry is all I said, repeatedly moving through the crowd. Hey, you're up, Jace said when we finally found him. He was standing with a few people talking to them. I'm Alpha Xavier. This is my mate Hayden. A tall, muscular man smiled down at me. I turned towards his mate, who also smiled. She was about my height with brown hair and hazel eyes. Ava, how about you show Hayden and the other girls around the pack house? Come this way, I laughed with Hayden as she followed me. Along the way, we bumped into Hayden's friend Layla. Hi, mind if I come along? She smiled. Not at all. I laughed. Layla had blonde hair and bright blue eyes. She seemed like an adorable girl. Jace ran after us, stopping me while introducing a lot more people. Hayden and Layla introduced me to Sophie and Eliza, who were mates with Logan and Kieran. Logan was Xavier's beta, and Kieran was his third. Most of the girls looked bored, with the same fake smile plastered on their faces. There were a lot of us, which I wasn't very used to, 7 in fact. It made me feel quiet and shy, but I needed to make a good impression for Jace, to look strong and like a leader. I think that's what he wants. Val, Jen, Hayden, Layla, Sophie, and Eliza, and I headed into the house to talk and get to know each other a bit more. When I opened the door, Layla looked a little strange and agitated. Are you okay, Layla? I asked, concerned. Yeah, my wolf is pacing really fast around in my mind, she said before we heard a loud banging sound. Quickly turning around, we saw Pogue standing in the living room, wide-eyed, as a broken bowl of chips lay scattered on the floor. Mate, he growled, shoving me out of the way so he could stand directly facing Layla. I turned around to see them both smiling at each other. His wolf just took over. So, what is my beautiful mate's name then? Pogue wiggled his eyebrows at her, laughing. Layla, she smiled shyly, hugging him, trying to hide her rosy face. You can show Layla around the house if you want, I said to Pogue. 1 second, let me just tidy my room. It's like a dump, he said, running towards the stairs, but stopped. Turned around and kissed Layla on the head before heading back up to his room. Let me just tell you, Layla, he's a handful, I laughed, gesturing the girls to follow me into the kitchen. Oh God, she laughed. After talking for a little while, I learned quite a lot about everyone, and we talked about how we met our mates. Some were very interesting. Hayden. I met Xavier when I was a rogue. I accidentally trespassed on his land. His beta found me and tried to kill me, Logan, but luckily Xavier came just in time. I wasn't a bad rogue. I was left as a pup and was raised by humans. I had to leave as I was putting them in danger. I'm good friends with Xavier's beta now, though. There's no bad blood. Layla. Well, I just found mine. We all laughed at her comment. Pogue ran in, and in a matter of seconds, they were both out of the room, and I could hear Pogue talking and asking questions about her. Sophie. I met Logan when Xavier and my father were supposed to go to war. I was in line, ready to fight, when I saw him. Long story short, I stopped the war, and here we are today. My father still hates Logan, but he's a good guy, she said, smiling. Eliza. Well, Kieran basically kidnapped me from my home. I'm not a wolf, so I wasn't sure on the mate thing, but over time I fell for him. It's so hard. I swear all the werewolves are gods or something, she questioned. Jen. I met Chase through a pack meeting. My old pack and this one, Silverblood, were discussing a rogue problem and I was bored, so came with my father. It's not amazingly exciting, but one thing. I wasn't ready for a mate at the time, so when he tried to carry me to the pack house, I accidentally kicked him in the balls. Me. Well, Val and I were running away from our old pack, and we came across Jace and Caden as we trespassed on this land. Rogues attacked and they fought them off, basically. I smiled at Val. Sometimes mates are so annoying though, Eliza laughed. Oh, tell me about it. I laughed with her. Logan is so protective. Sometimes in a good way, but others in an annoying way. Sophie said, making the rest of us say same at the same time. Hey, talking about us, are we? Logan said, walking in with the rest of the guys. Nope, Sophie said quickly, pretending to look around the room as we all copied. Be ready in an hour, everyone, as that's when the meeting will start, Jace said, making us all stand up and head upstairs. Where are they all going? I heard Kieran say. Who knows, probably getting ready. It takes me 10 minutes to get ready. It's an hour early, Caden laughed. Girls. After we got ready, we decided to all wear shorts and a shirt because it suddenly turned even hotter this afternoon. Jace mind-linked me earlier, telling the others and me to meet him at the lake. I've wanted to see the lake for a while, but I have never had the chance. Jen says how it's so beautiful, and I hope she's right. Let's go, Jen smiled, leading the way. We were all walking and talking until we reached the lake. Hundreds of people were talking and drinking and eating food. Fairy lights were all around the trees, and as the sun was setting, it did look beautiful. Come on. Jace ran up to me, grabbing my hand while he and Caden took Val and me onto this stage-type thing in front of the lake. Everyone. Jace shouted in his alpha voice, causing it to suddenly become quiet quickly. I know you have all been waiting and wondering who these amazing women are, so I would happily introduce you to the new Luna and beta female of the Silver Blood Pack. Everyone suddenly cheered and hollered, turning me bright red. Ava Danvers, do you take the role of being Silver Blood's Luna? Jace asked, holding my hand. I do, I laughed while everyone cheered again. Val Danvers, do you take the role of being Silver Blood's beta female? Caden asked. I do. Everyone whistled and howled as someone turned the music up again. I loved that Val and I had the same last name. It made me feel like we were sisters, as I love her more than a sister. She means everything to me. Looking over and seeing the huge smile on her face reminded me of this, but made me remember. Malia. Party. I heard Pogue shout in the crowd while dragging Layla up on stage. Jace, Caden, I found my mate. He shouted excitedly. We're happy for you, mate, but not for her. You have got a lot on your plate. Literally, Jace whispered to Layla, causing her to laugh nervously. She would be moving into this pack, so Jace will be her new alpha, which would be nerve-wracking. Turning around, I saw people diving into the lake in bikinis and shorts, shouting and having fun. Ava, you have 5 seconds to run, Jace began to say. Wait. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Jace quickly said before picking me up and throwing me in the lake. It was a little beach-type lake, but it started quite deep. Jace! I shouted as I gasped for air. I heard a big splash next to me as Caden and Val both jumped in together. You have 5 seconds, Jace, I smirked at him. Yeah, what are you going to do in there? He folded his arms, staring down at me, smirking. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I said before taking a deep breath, then diving under. I knew he would jump in and come down before anything could happen. I was holding my breath for around 10 seconds before I felt myself being pulled to the surface. Ava, Jace shouted at me. I knew you would come in, it's not like I would die. I laughed, splashing his face. What if I didn't? Well, it would be your fault, I laughed. And no, it wouldn't. He nervously shouted. I'm joking. I splashed him in the face. The water wasn't too deep. I was able to stand up in it, but it felt uncomfortable as my clothes were sticking to my body. Taking my shirt off, I quickly threw it onto the stage. Ava, Jace said, covering my body with his arms. What? You're in your bra. Well, it's just like being in a bikini. I laughed at him. He's so cute when he's mad. A slight crinkle comes in between his eyebrows, making my heart melt. Put my shirt on, he said, taking it off and handing it to me. Looking at his body, I'm certainly not going to complain about this one. I swam to the stage to let Jace talk with his alpha friends and betas. Getting out, I saw the rest of the girls standing there in huge, oversized shirts. Guess we all had the same problem. I laughed. Yeah, but I went back and grabbed all our bikinis, so I think we might get away with wearing them. Jen said. We all went behind the trees to change and came back out. Running onto the stage, we all grabbed hands and shouted for the guys to come over. Where's the shirts we gave you? They all shouted at us. Over there, we said, pointing to the front of the stage. Swimming to the side, they all got out and headed over to the pile of shirts. When they were a few steps away from us, we all jumped into the lake screaming, Ava, Jace, just have some fun and stop worrying about everything. I shouted. He took a moment to think, looking as if he were arguing with himself before jumping into the lake with the guys, causing the biggest splash ever. You're so cute, he said, squishing my cheeks together. Yeah, I know, I laughed at him. I took a moment to think. When I'm happy, I forget every worry I have or every mistake I've made. I'm so lucky to be here right now and have the best mate anyone could ask for. It's perfect. Am I cute? He said, trying to pout cutely. I shrugged. What? I'm like the cutest one here, he said, pulling me closer to him. What about that guy? He's pretty cute. I pointed towards this old guy sitting on the side of the lake with his mate. He looked around 75 and wasn't, I'll say, my type. I'm having words with him later. Jace pretended to be angry as he growled towards him, causing the old guy to look confused at us. I love you, I laughed in his ear. I love you too. Chapter 11. Running into Val and Caden's room, I decided to wake her up early, as we should plan to do something fun with the rest of the girls. They were all sleeping in the guest bedrooms with their mates, so I didn't want to wake them up before we'd made any plans. Val? I said, knocking on the door as I opened it. She and Caden were standing on the balcony. Jace told me this morning that he and Caden were going out to a meeting. Weird. Hey guys, Val, I was wondering if we should all do something with the girls today? I asked. Yeah, that sounds good. How about we go to the mall and for a meal or something, she suggested. It was a good idea, as I hadn't eaten at a restaurant in a while and wanted someone else to cook for once. Everyone said I was a good cook in the house, but I once gave Pogue salmonella, which annoyed him. Oops. Yeah, that's good. I'll tell the rest of them. Then I'll get ready, I smiled, running out of the room. Caden gave me a wave as I closed the door. Walking down the stairs, I still couldn't think why Jace might have lied. I was probably overthinking nothing. I walked over to Jen's room, which faced Pogue and Layla's. Knocking on both doors, Chase came out of one and Pogue out of the other in a couple of seconds. Yes, they both groaned. Please tell Jen and Layla we are going shopping at the mall and having dinner, so be ready and meet in the living room at 12. I smiled at them both. So does this mean all my money is going to be gone? Chase laughed. Probably knowing Jenna, I laughed with him while going downstairs again to the bottom floor. In the house, there are 3 floors. It's a lot of effort walking up and down them every day to get to my room, but alphas are always on the top. I tried to persuade Jace to move to the ground floor, but he wouldn't. Running down the long hall, I came to Hayden's room, where Xavier popped his head out the door. Ava? Please tell Hayden that we are going to the mall and dinner today, so get ready and meet in the living room. I smiled before quickly turning to Sophie's room. Ava? Logan asked, opening the door. Please tell Sophie we are going to the mall and dinner today, so get ready and meet in the living room at 12. I smiled again, out of breath, turning finally to Eliza's room. Ava? Kieran asked, popping his head around the door. Please tell Eliza we are going to dinner and shopping at the mall, so meet in the living room at 12, I said for the millionth time. How many times have you said this? Kieran laughed. A lot, I laughed, turning around and running back upstairs to bump into Jace walking out of our room. You scared me, I said, holding onto my heart. The door flew open so fast I didn't know what happened. Oh, sorry, I just thought you had gone, he laughed, scratching his head. I felt bad, since he probably thought I'd run away again. I smiled at him and just walked into the bedroom. So, what are you doing today? He asked, sitting on the bed. We're going to go to the mall and have some dinner, I said, throwing on a cropped top and leggings. It was simple, but I thought we were going to the mall. What do you think? I said, pretending to be on a catwalk or something. Maybe this, Jace said, standing up and walking to the wardrobe. I think this would look nice, he smiled, holding up a black top with this blue denim-styled jacket. Yeah, okay, I smiled, grabbing it and throwing it on with a necklace and some black boots. I decided to tie the jacket around my waist as it was boiling outside and put my hair up in a ponytail. This better. I spun around. Yep, he smiled, kissing my forehead. I'm going to send some guards with you in case anything happens. Jace smiled, walking to the bathroom. No, I whined. Or would you like me to come with you instead? He smirked. No guards, please. I just want it to be us girls. Without any guards. How about they don't go with you, but they will be around the mall? Jace tried to bargain. Fine. I rolled my eyes. Anyways, what were you doing this morning? I questioned, making my way towards the door. Oh, me and Caden were just doing pack things, you know, he nervously smiled. Oh, okay. Well, see you later, I said, heading down the stairs. Caden was with Val this morning, so that was a lie. You ready to go? They all said, watching me come down the stairs. Yeah, sorry I was late. It's fine, but who's going to drive because I dibs not to, Sophie laughed. Well, I can't even drive yet, Eliza said. I'll drive, Jen said, walking to the car. We all got in the car. It was an 8-seater, so with 7 of us, it was good for us all to fit. When we finally got to the mall, we went into different shops and talked about anything random that came to mind. It had been a good day out so far. We walked into a big shop. Jen looked around in amazement, holding her purse and picking up a lot of clothes and shoes. I was walking around when I noticed some cute onesies. They were gray with wolf ears, a nose, and eyes. Guys, I shouted, and in a couple of seconds, they were all by my side. We all seriously have to get these, I smiled, grabbing my size. And these for the guys. Eliza shouted, pointing to the same ones but black and in the male section. Who would buy these? Val asked, laughing at the male onesies. They looked pretty weird, to be fair. Us. I laughed. Walking to the till, we all paid for our stuff and headed outside. We decided to get some food since we were all starving. Look at her shoes, like I'm pretty sure no one wears them, I heard a girl say from behind us all. I decided to ignore the comment and carry on walking with everyone. It might not even be about us. And that girl with the Converse on, like who even wears burgundy anymore? They all laughed. Looking next to me, I saw that Val was wearing burgundy Converse. Yep, they were definitely talking about us. Excuse me, we can hear you. Jen turned around to look at the girls. They were all walking in a big line like us. There were 7 of them, like us, who were also pretty typical. Okay, good for you, a girl with dark brown hair and a lot of fake tan said. Wait, I remembered this girl. She was the waitress at the restaurant Pop's Val, where Jen, Jace, Caden, Chase, and I went that time. The only difference is that her face is even orange than it was then. You're the waitress at Pop's, aren't you? I questioned her. No, why would I work in that shabby place? I'm a waitress at Valentina's Italia. You probably don't know it as it would be way too expensive for you. She sarcastically smiled, looking me up and down. I'm pretty sure you were the girl that spilled Ava's drink all over her, Val said. Nope, but I applaud the obviously stunning girl that did that. Anyway, how's that boyfriend of yours? Broken up yet, so I can have him? She laughed with her friends. He's so hot. I don't understand why he would go out with you and not an attractive girl like me. She batted her eyes. Nope, still together, and he's not really into the whole orange face look, I smiled back. Well, I'm already late for work. I've got to go. The girl smiled, pushing through all of us. When she left, we turned around to see all her friends rush off in a hurry in different directions, as if they didn't even know one another. Hey, how about we eat at Valentina Italia? Sophie mimicked. Yes, we all smirked. Hi, yes, table for 7 please. I smiled at the girl as she looked down at the menus, not even realizing we were standing in front of her. Sure, yes, I'll be your waitress, she began to say, finally looking up at us. Right this way then. She sarcastically smiled, leading us to a big table. As we all sat down, she threw our menus onto the table and got out a notepad. Drinks, she rolled her eyes. I'll have a lemonade. I'll have a water. I'll have a Coke. I'll have a lemonade. I'll have a lemonade too, actually just an orange. I'll just have the same. Yeah, me too. Is that all? She said, crossing her arms. They will be here soon. She began to walk away. Wait. I called her back. What's your name? I questioned. Veronica. She frowned at me. Yeah, basic name. I jokingly whispered to Layla, who was sitting next to me. Tonight will be fun. Tonight was not fun. Walking out of the restaurant, it was pretty dark. The food was disgusting, so we decided to leave it. We only paid for the drinks, since the owner said it was fine since we didn't eat any of the food. Leaving, we heard Veronica get shouted at as we complained about bad service. That was good, but now we were all starving. Hey princess, how was your night? Jace mind-linked me. It was fun, except the food was terrible, so I didn't eat any of it. I mentally laughed. I'll cook you something when you get in. Thanks. Where were you actually this morning? You said you and Caden had packed stuff, but he was at home. I questioned. For a while, there wasn't a response until I repeated his name. Oh yeah, Caden left early, that's all, Jace said before completely blocking the mind link. What's up? Val asked, sitting next to me in the car. Jace. I think he's keeping a secret, but it's just nothing probably, I shrugged. Why do you think that? Well, this morning he said he was out with Caden doing pack stuff, but Caden was home all morning. When I asked him, he stuttered, and when I asked again in the mind link, he didn't reply for a while. I said, that's kind of weird, but I'm sure it's nothing. It's Jace, Val laughed. After what felt like a long car journey, we finally reached home, and I was feeling so tired for some reason. We all decided to put on our onesies and sit in the kitchen while we talked and ate junk food. I found a few pizzas in the fridge, so I cooked them and got out some chocolate and other snacks. Food. All the boys came down, grabbing the pizza and drinks. Hey, I shouted, smacking Pogue's hand away from the pizza boxes. If he has one, he will have them all. Ava, do you know where Jace is? Caden said, standing next to me. Realizing he wasn't here, I frowned in confusion. No, I shrugged. He said, walking away to stand next to Val again. Jace, I said through the mind link. I'm sorry, Ava, I got caught up at my parents' house. I'm just leaving now, he quickly answered. That's fine, I replied. Around 10 minutes later, Jace quickly ran through the door. My mother made me stay for dinner. I'm sorry, I didn't think I would be so late. He shook his head. Don't worry, I smiled, hugging him. I like these onesies, he said, smiling at us all. You should all get them too, I laughed back. No way, they all said at the same time. Too bad, I said, running to the shopping bags and throwing them all big Black Wolf onesies. We are not wearing these. Xavier said, holding them out in front of himself. If you don't, we're not talking to you, Val said. Guess you're not talking to us, Caden laughed. We all looked at each other and pretended to seal our mouths shut. They won't last, Pogue said. An hour later, we were still sitting in silence. It was now 1 a.m. And I was feeling exhausted, but I wasn't speaking until they put them on. It would be so funny. Fine. They all growled, and we all laughed really loud. Walking out a few minutes later, they came back in the onesies. They looked so cute. You look adorable. I pouted at Jace. Don't call me cute. I'm an alpha. I'm not cute, he huffed. Cutie, I smiled, kissing his cheek. Let's watch a film, I smiled as everyone headed to the cinema. None of the guys looked impressed about being in wolf onesies, but it was a good joke. While standing in line talking, we all screamed really loudly, so they all turned around. Quickly taking photos, we all ran upstairs to my and Jace's room. Delete the photos. They shouted as they knocked on the door. We're printing them off and sending them to every pack member, I laughed. In the photo, they all looked so worried and shocked at the same time. This is so fun, Layla laughed, holding her stomach. Layla, open the door. Pogue laughed. I think he's the only one finding it funny out of the guys. It's not funny, Pogue, they all shouted. We can't have people seeing us in onesies, we're high-ranked wolves. Opening the door, we all looked at them. We are joking, we won't send them, but can we keep them? Jen asked. For your eyes only. Chase said. Chapter 12. It's been a couple of days since everyone has been here, and it's now time for them all to leave, which I'm pretty sad about. I've made so many new friends and met so many new people. However, Layla is staying here in Silver Blood with Pogue as they are mates. Hayden is pretty upset about it as they are best friends, but we said she is always welcome to come here anytime she wants. I'm going to miss you all so much, I said, hugging Sophie, Hayden, and Eliza. We will miss you too, they said, all getting into separate cars. Ava, get into the house now and get upstairs and lock the bedroom door. Jace shouted through our mind link. He left early this morning to do patrols or something. I was half asleep, listening, so I didn't quite hear. What's wrong? Val said. It was only me, Val, Jen, and Layla standing outside the pack house alone. All the guards just ran into the woods. Jace just screamed at me to get inside the house, I said, confused. Chase just linked me also, Jen said, confused. We'd better head back, I said, walking to the house. When we all got inside, we headed upstairs to sit on the balcony. One night, we set blankets and pillows out and slept here, and it was so fun, except when it decided to rain. As we walked into the room, I got a duvet to place over the balcony floor so we could sit down. We were just casually talking when we heard loud howls from below on the ground. Standing up, I went to check, and when I looked down, I gasped. Rogues, around 30 of them, were looking around and sniffing the air. Guys, I whispered as they all walked over to the railing. What shall we do? Layla asked worriedly. Wait, did anyone lock the front door? I asked. Maybe it would have been a good idea. Not me, they all said at the same time. I'll go and check. Stay here, all of you, and don't move. I shouted at them. I couldn't have any of them at risk. Running out of the room, I locked the bedroom door and then headed down the stairs. Looking out the window, I saw Jace's big black wolf sprint into the scene from the woods. 2 large rogues headed towards the door. I quickly locked it and turned around to head back up the stairs, but the door smashed open behind me. From instinct, I quickly shifted and turned around, snarling at both rogues. I've never actually fought any wolf before, so this would be interesting. The one on the left pounced towards me. I cowered back a little before biting down on its neck as hard as I could. I shook my head and dropped the wolf. I think it's down. The taste of blood flooded my mouth, causing me to squirm. I closed my eyes when I felt my body get slammed against the wall. I whined as I landed on my paw, and a loud snapping sound was heard. My body started to get dragged by my neck towards the front door by the other rogue. I tried to wiggle out of his grasp, but as I did, he bit down onto my neck even harder than before, which made my wolf feel faint. I felt my eyes starting to drift, but a loud growl shot them back open. My wolf purred as she saw Jace's big black wolf come into view. Running over to the rogue, he grabbed it by the back of its neck and threw it in the direction of the kitchen. Walking past me, I kept facing forward towards the door as more rogues might appear. Loud howls and screeching were coming from the kitchen, but unfortunately, This made more rogues run into the house. Jace quickly ran out, and they all cowered away, running out of the house. The pack warriors easily caught them, and no doubt they'd be dealt with. "Ava, princess, are you okay?" Jace said, shifting while running to my side. "Okay, you're not. I need to get you to the pack doctor, but you're going to have to shift." I did as Jace asked. I shifted, and now I was lying there with a wound on my neck and probably a broken wrist. "Alpha, I just wanted," a wolf came in but paused as he saw me lying on the floor. "Get out." Jace growled at the guy in his alpha voice. He looked to be about 15, and the terrified look on his face made me feel bad. "Can you bring the doctor here?" I whispered to Jace. "I'm going to have to carry you there. He has other patients also," he frowned, picking me up. I winced as he threw a blanket on top of me as we headed out the door, not through pain, but every move I made seemed to hurt. Walking to the infirmary, pack members ran to see if I was okay, but Jace just shouted at them to go away if they got too close. Closing my eyes, I rested my head on his chest as I began to feel drowsy. I think I've lost a lot of blood. "Are Val, Jen, and Layla okay?" I forced the words out of my mouth. "Don't worry about them, princess. They are fine." Jace looked down, giving me a worried yet reassuring smile. The last thing I remembered was closing my eyes. A loud noise came to my ears, making me quickly sit up. I looked around the room, and Jace jumped up out of a chair and growled a little. I was in the infirmary, it seemed, as I was lying on a bed with tubes running around me. How long was I asleep? I asked, rubbing my head. I had a slight headache, which was painful. "Around 12 hours, he said, rubbing his eyes, then blinking. "And you've been here all this time?" I frowned, looking at his eyes. They were slightly red, so he hadn't gone to sleep. He didn't last night either, as he kept me awake tossing and turning, saying he had pack stuff on his mind, but I'm not sure. "You lost a lot of blood, so Jeff needed some of mine to transfer to you," he said. "Hello, Luna." A man walked in. He had a tag on his jacket saying Jeff, pack doctor. "When can Ava come home?" Jace quickly sighed. "Whenever she wants to. Her wrist is still healing, but that's really it. Just be careful with it and keep it in the cast. Come back to me tomorrow for a checkup. It might be healed by then." Jeff smiled, walking out of the room. "We're going home now," Jace said, putting some clothes on the bed before walking out of the room. Why was he being so blunt all of a sudden? "I've just woken up." I slowly got out of bed, trying to be careful on my wrist. It was my right also, which would make it hard to do things as I'm right-handed. I walked into the bathroom and got changed. The clothes Jace gave me were comfy. It was one of his large gray jumpers with some leggings and slippers. I don't know why he didn't pack shoes, but oh well. As I got outside the infirmary, Jace was standing waiting. I could see the pack house in the far distance, and I hoped we didn't have to walk. "We're walking," Jace said, grabbing my left arm and starting to basically drag me back home. "Let go, I can walk on my own," I said loudly to him. Letting go, he frowned at me before carrying on walking back to the house. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I asked, running to catch up to him. His jaw clenched, but he didn't say anything. "Earth to Jace," I said, standing in front of him. Every time he tried to get around me, I just moved the same way. He could easily move me, but he just stood there staring at me for a while. "What the hell is wrong with me?" He growled. "What the hell is wrong with you, Ava?" He sarcastically said. "I don't get what you're talking about," I honestly said. I didn't know his problem, but I did not like his attitude. "You could have died, Ava," he quietly shouted as a few wolves ran by. I just went to lock the door. I realized he was talking about the rogue attack. "Well, I told you to get in and not go downstairs. Did you listen?" "No. You nearly died." He rolled his eyes. "He's definitely overreacting." I went and locked the door so my friends would be safe. "You're overreacting," I rolled my eyes, turning around to carry on walking back to the house. "No, I'm not," he growled, grabbing my arm to turn me back facing him. "Yes, you are. Now let go of me." I tried tugging my arm away. "What if you died, Ava?" "I can't even imagine to think. I'd probably die also." He tightened his grip as he pulled me closer to him. "Jace, I didn't die so you don't have to think about anything." I rolled my eyes at him in anger. Yeah, but you don't understand. I don't think I could even live without you, and if you had died yesterday. He took a long pause before saying anything. Never mind, you don't care. He let go of my arm and began to walk back to the house. My heart dropped when he said that. He really thinks I don't care? I stood there staring at him as he walked away. I couldn't move. Sitting down under one of the trees, I just needed to think. Sitting outside always helps. I realize now why Jace is so upset with me, but I don't know what to do or say to him. He just told me he thinks I don't care, which I do. I love him. It's clear he doesn't think that. Hey Luna, why are you sitting out here alone? A boy and a girl ran up to me holding hands. They both looked around 15. Oh, I'm just thinking, I smiled, looking down at their hands. They must have just found one another as mates because you shift normally at age 14. Would you like us to maybe sit with you? The girl said. She had brown hair and green eyes, whereas the boy had blonde hair and brown eyes. Sure, I smiled. They both nervously looked at each other before sitting down in front of me. So, what are your names? I asked, smiling at them both. I'm Rennie and this is Zach. The girls smiled at me. So are you mates? I asked curiously. Yeah, well, Zach actually just realized a couple months ago as he shifted before me, she smiled. It's a funny story, actually, but you probably don't have time to listen. It's quite long. She shyly laughed. I have all the time in the world, I smiled back at her. A huge smile lit up her face as she began to speak. Well, so is this your house? I asked Zach as he and Rennie walked down the driveway. Well, it's my parents', but thank you for walking us home, Luna. They both nodded towards me as they walked into the house. I smiled, turning around as I started to head back home. They're both so cute. I like talking to members of the pack as I get to know more people. Where are you? Jace asked through the mind link. He had blocked me out all day, but seeing as it's getting late, he probably wants to know if I haven't run away again. I was stupid to do that, and I now admit it, but at the time, I was so angry I didn't stop to think about what I was doing. The pack houses, I said back. Whose house are you at? Why are you at the pack houses? He quickly said. I could hear the nerves in his voice as he said it. I was walking two teenage mates home that I met as I was sitting alone. He didn't say anything back after that, but I wasn't too far away from the house anyway, so I could speak to him properly about today. Hey, Ava, Belle said as I walked into the house. She was sitting on the couch alone. How's your wrist? She said, patting the couch for me to sit down. It's okay. The cast helps the pain, I smiled, hugging her. I wish our moms were here with us. She smiled, hugging me back. We used to love this show, she said, pointing to the TV. Our favorite show, Teen Wolf, was on. I think the only reason we all enjoyed it so much was that it was about werewolves. I widened my eyes as she mentioned her mom. Val, I mumbled, pulling away from her. Yeah, what's wrong? She asked, looking worried. I completely forgot about Malia. With everything going on, it slipped my mind. I'm so stupid. It's your mom, I said. From the look I was giving, I knew she might know what I was about to tell her. What about her? She asked, confused. She said she missed you. I froze. The look on her face, I couldn't tell her. I'm going to regret this later. We will get them back one day. She smiled with a tear in her eye, making me feel even worse than I did because she won't get her back. So where is everyone? I asked, looking around. The house was pretty silent, which I only just realized. They're all in a meeting about the rogue attack, she said, grabbing my left hand nervously before running up the stairs. Where are you taking me? I laughed as she sped up. To the meeting, we should be in it, she said before pushing Jace's office door open. When we got in, everyone's eyes turned and stared at us. Jace and Caden gave us both angry frowns before they carried on talking. Stand up and don't butt in or say a word. Jace mind-linked me. I could hear his anger through the link, and he didn't sound good. Anyways, like I was saying, I think we should just deal with all the rogues within a 50-mile radius of us. I'm sure Xavier would help us in the act, Jace said. This is a stupid plan. Not all rogues are evil, and that isn't fair. I haven't been in the meeting for 30 seconds, and I already disagree. Can I just say I don't think you should do that? I spoke up. Everyone around Jace was agreeing with him only because he was the alpha. I could see a few unsure faces around, so I'll speak for them. Ava, Jace began to say, we shouldn't deal with all rogues because not all of them are bad. I think it's better to find out who exactly attacked and aim to focus on them, I smiled. That's not a good idea, Ava. Most rogues are bad, and the more that are dealt with the better. Jace spoke up loudly in his alpha voice. I was a rogue, I smiled. It doesn't count. You weren't even one for 24 hours. He rolled his eyes. I agree with Ava. My mate Josie was a rogue, and I can't even think of someone hurting her, a man spoke up. Yeah, not all rogues are bad. More comments kept coming through, and people started talking and shouting over one another, agreeing and disagreeing. That's enough, Jace shouted. The meeting is over. I will decide on my own. Everyone left the room in a few minutes, as the wolves that spoke out didn't want to get in trouble. You're coming with me, Caden said, glaring at Val in annoyance. Help me, she mouthed towards me, making me laugh. She quickly closed the door behind her, and I could hear Caden giving her a lecture from down the hall. Jace, I'm sorry. I know you said not to speak out, but I could see people didn't agree with you, I began to say. Why can't you just listen? He sighed, shaking his head. You didn't listen to me when I told you not to go downstairs and stay upstairs, and when I tell you not to speak you do. You know how stupid the last one sounds, right? I chuckled. You're pathetic. He rolled his eyes as he walked out the door. I ran after him as he headed towards our room. Walking in, he went straight to the bathroom and locked it. I just sat on the bed and waited until he was done. Jace, I'm sorry, I said as he came out of the bathroom. He took a while as he had a shower, but I still sat and waited. Are you though? He chuckled, walking towards the wardrobe to get out a pair of shorts. Yes, I'm sorry, I said again. He threw his towel at my face as he changed. I covered my eyes and threw the towel to the floor. It's not like you haven't seen anything before, he smirked, but quickly shook it away as he locked the bedroom door and walked towards the bed before getting in and turning the opposite way to face me. I decided to get a shower also, as I probably smelled like a wild dog. When I came out, I got one of Jace's shirts and threw it on with some shorts and jumped into bed. You still mad? I said, poking my head over his shoulder to look down at him. He gently shoved me off him and turned back around again. Oh, the silent treatment. I get it, I said, standing up on the bed. But if you won't speak, I'll make you, I said before jumping up and down on the bed like it was a trampoline. After 5 minutes of jumping, he turned so he was on his back, facing up at me. I swear, Ava, he said, rolling his eyes. Yeah, what you gonna do? I laughed at him. Standing up, he looked at me closely in the eyes, glaring at me. What you looking at? I said, slightly embarrassed, feeling my cheeks heat up. Just get in bed, please. I'm tired, he said as he lay back down. He now makes me feel extra guilty as he hasn't been getting much sleep, either. I lay down next to him, making sure to stay away as he probably didn't want to be near me either. He probably hates me. I lay awake for a while just daydreaming. Jace had fallen asleep a while ago, I think, so it was pretty silent in the room, which was creepy to be honest. Mate, Jace growled in his sleep, causing me to turn around to face him. Get off her, he mumbled again. What was he dreaming about? Ava, he shouted quickly as he sat up in bed, making me jump. Looking around the room, he stopped tensing as his eyes lay on me. Jace, I said as I saw his eyes turn black a couple of times before he took a deep breath and closed them. I'm fine, get to sleep, you need it. He moved a little closer to me as he closed his eyes. Jace, I'm sorry about earlier, and yes, I mean it. I was trying to protect my friends, and I should have told you my opinion on the meeting afterwards instead of interrupting. I guess I was mad because you were mad at me, but He cut me off by grabbing me and pulling me towards him, placing his head in the crook of my neck before taking a deep breath. It's so hard to stay mad at you, you know that? He laughed, tightening the grip he had on my waist. I'm sorry again, I laughed, hugging him. Before I knew it, Jace was fast asleep in my arms. He looked so cute when he slept. I loved it, even though he would probably kill me for calling him cute. I didn't think I'd get much sleep tonight. I needed to tell Val about Malia, or I'd hold a grudge. I decided to get out of bed and get it over with. Ava? Caden said, opening the door to his room. Do you need something? He questioned. Can I speak to Val for a bit, please? I asked. A worried look came to his face. Sure, don't be too long, I need my beauty sleep, he laughed, walking down the stairs. Ava? Val said, sitting up. I walked in and closed the door before getting into bed next to her. I need to tell you something, but promise you won't get mad at me because I didn't know how to tell you, and I've been scared to tell you. I always babble on when I'm nervous, and Val knows this. It's something I just can't help. Ava, breathe. I won't get mad, just tell me, she smiled. Well, it's about Malia. Your mom, Val, I smiled sadly at her. Yes, you said she missed me. I miss her too. No, Val. She passed away. Or died, Val, I don't know how to tell you or what the right words are to say. I started to freak out. What? She said, tears coming to her eyes. It was my father. I instantly pulled her into a hug. I couldn't stand to look at her when she is upset. I'm not good at expressing emotions. I don't know what to say because words mean so much, and the wrong ones can hurt the person even more. I ended up blurting it all out quickly in one go. She didn't ask questions. She just sat there crying in my arms. I left her that way. I think it makes a lot of people feel better. Seekin' why you get Caden, please, she said. I got out of bed and headed out the door and down the stairs to see Caden sitting on the couch watching rugby on TV. Caden, Val's upset, I said. She will tell you about it, maybe, but she really needs you to comfort her. Before I could finish my sentence, he was already up the stairs and going into their room. I thought it would be best to leave them alone for a while, so I headed to the kitchen to get a drink. As I was heading back upstairs, I saw Pogue and Layla walking in the front door, laughing. Where have you two been at 1 a.m? I asked them both. I took my beautiful mate to the lake to watch a movie. It was hard getting the projector to work, but I finally figured it out, Pogue said, picking up Layla bridal style as they headed to their room. You missed out the part where at the end you knocked it into the lake. Layla tried to cover her mouth to stop herself from laughing too hard. Shuh, if Jace knows he will make me pay, Pogue whispered before they closed the door to their room. Okay, good night then, I laughed, walking back to my room. Jace was awake, now sitting up on the headboard. I'm going to make Pogue pay, he jokingly growled. You heard that. I laughed as he nodded. I walked over to him and straddled his legs after I put my drink down on the side. So, what was that about with Val? He asked curiously. Her mom passed away, and I was scared to tell her, but I decided to just let it out. I couldn't hold it in from her, I said, flopping down back onto the bed, closing my eyes. Wow, he said, lying next to me, hugging me. Ava, you know you can talk to me about anything, right? He said with his eyes closed. I stared at him, amazed. Can you stop staring? He laughed, still with his eyes closed. I'm not staring, I'm looking at you in amazement, I laughed back. More like a weird stalker. It's romantic, I said loudly. No, it's just weird and creepy, he laughed. Okay, fine. I turned around to face the opposite way from him. Ava, can you tell me some things about yourself that you have never told me before? He randomly said. Like what? I asked back. Anything. Well, my favorite food is probably spaghetti. I was born on May 29th. My middle name is May, also making my full name Ava May Danvers, I laughed. I have nothing interesting to say about myself. They are very interesting facts, he smiled. Okay, now tell me some facts about you, I asked back. Okay, my full name is Jace Lakewood, and I'm the biggest, baddest, sexiest alpha in the world, and I have the best mate in the whole world, he laughed. They are very interesting facts. The last one, true. Maybe not the second, I laughed. I love you, Ava. I love you. I got cut off by a loud bang that was heard from outside, which was followed by a series of howls. What's that? I asked worriedly. Jace's facial expression was angry, and his wolf was coming to bay. Rogues. Chapter 13. Stay here and don't move. Those were Jace's last words before he ran out the door and then locked it behind him. I made sure to stay in bed until Jace got back. I couldn't hear any growls or fighting, so I wasn't quite sure what was going on, to be honest. Lying down, I decided to close my eyes for a bit, as they were desperate to be shut anyway. Sleep didn't love me recently, which I hated. I was always so tired, but I could never fall asleep. Sorry to scare you. It's a false alarm, Jace said through the mind link. I was somewhat relieved, but mad that he scared me like that. It's okay, I'm going to sleep anyways. Night, princess. I realized Jace hadn't told me much about the rogue attack yesterday. Actually, he hadn't mentioned it at all. He probably had good reasons, though. Waking up, I groaned as I turned over to get my water, accidentally falling off the bed and onto the hard floor. Ava? Jace said, laughing as he peeked his head over the bed to look down at me. Yes, I said as if nothing had happened. I headed to the bathroom to get ready and have a shower. When I came out, Jace wasn't there, but I knew he was in the house, so I put on a top and shorts before heading downstairs. As I went to reach for the handle, it was utterly broken, so the door just gently pushed open. Why is the door handle broken to our room? I laughed, walking into the kitchen where Chase and Jace were sitting. Oh yeah, I locked the door last night when I left, didn't I? So when you fell asleep I couldn't get back in. He shrugged, drinking his water before heading towards the front door. You could have just woke me up to open it, you know? I laughed. Ava, make sure to go see Jeff today at 12, and also I won't be back till later, but if you need me just say. He winked before running out of the house, literally. Okay then. I laughed, turning to face Chase. So what happened last night? I questioned Chase, who was silently making breakfast. I'm not sure. Jace and Caden said they would handle it. I know it was something about a lone female rogue though, he shrugged. A lone female rogue? She asked to speak to Jace independently, so Jace told us all to leave, he shrugged. I frowned before heading out the kitchen door. It was 11 a.m., so I had a long lie-in. I'd probably slow walk to the infirmary, so I wasn't too early. As I was walking, I couldn't get my mind off what Chase said. Accusations and assumptions kept coming to mind, but I shook them away. He'd been acting weird lately, coming home late with messed up clothes and smelling weird before the rogue attack. And now a lone female rogue wanted to speak to him alone? As I reached the infirmary, I said hello to Jeff, and he did a complete checkup to see if I was okay and doing well. My wrist wasn't hurt anymore. It healed very quickly, which was surprising. It's handy being a werewolf sometimes. Hey Luna, the girl Rennie from the other day said, walking out of the infirmary. Oh hey, are you okay? I asked, meaning why she was coming out of the infirmary. Yeah, Jeff is my father, so I was just asking him for some money. She smiled before holding up a 50-euro note. I laughed when she wiggled it in her hands. Would you mind coming to the border with me a second? My friends said they would meet me there before we all head to the mall, she smiled. Not at all. I smiled back. She was such a nice girl and reminded me of a younger me, as she was pretty shy. She was telling me about all her friends, school, and Zach. I was homeschooled, so I couldn't relate to the gossip and drama about the popular girls she was telling me about. He snores quite loudly. I have to shove him off the bed until he shuts up. But he looks so cute when he sleeps, not like I'm staring or anything. She laughed, talking about Zach. Don't worry, we're all guilty of staring, I began to say until we finally got to the border. Don't tell anyone, but Jace is the cutest sleeper ever, and look at this, I said, showing her the picture of all the boys in onesies. Bursting out laughing, she ran to her friends after thanking me for walking her. Jace hated me calling him cute, so if he found out I was telling pack members, he would be pretty mad. I sat at the border for a while, just through boredom, before I felt movement from behind me. So you're the one he chose. A woman stood before me with her arms folded. She had light blonde hair, a slim figure, and strangely big lips. They were very noticeable. What? I said back to her. She was clearly a rogue from the alerted vibe my wolf was sending to me. Jace, she sarcastically said back. Is this the rogue Chase was talking about? Who are you? I got cut off by Caden, quickly running into the scene out of nowhere. Catherine, leave. Caden growled before Catherine rolled her eyes, turning around to run back into the woods. Caden, who is that? I questioned, but he already began walking back to the house. She's just a random rogue who came here yesterday. I heard the discomfort radiating from his voice. Well, how do you know her name then? I began to question. As she told us. He gave me a duh expression. Well, I started to say, but he cut me off. Ava, she came to the border yesterday saying something to Jace, but he told her to leave. That's all I know, he said before turning around quickly and walking away. What the hell? I decided to follow him and see what was happening. He walked straight to the pack house and into Jace's office and began talking. As I got close, I put my ear against the door to listen. She came back again, Catherine. She was talking to Ava. I don't know what about, Caden said to Jace. Damn it, Jace mumbled as Caden carried on. What can we do? We could just deal with her? Jace said. Okay, I'm not going to get mad. I'm just going to ask this Catherine what the problem is then. I quickly descended the stairs and ran into the woods. I shifted so I had a better chance of not being caught. Finally reaching the border, I moved back and put my clothes on. Catherine, I shouted. In around 30 seconds, she walked out from deep into the woods with an evil look on her face. Ava, she mimicked my voice. I hated her already. Why did you come to speak to Jace last night? I said. Looking around, I needed to make sure no one was coming. I could feel Jace trying to mind link me, but I blocked the connection for the time being. Did he not tell you? She looked shocked, gasping for effect. I'm pregnant, with his baby. She smirked while laughing. No, Jace wouldn't. I don't believe you, I said, shaking my head, not trusting her words. Well, believe it, honey. She smiled, sitting against a tree just outside the border. How do you know him? You're a rogue, I questioned. I wasn't always a rogue. Me and Jace, we were lovers since high school. It was basically perfect. Until you came along. He kicked me out the pack the night he and Caden found you and Valerie. I was heartbroken, but at least I have something against him, his own child. We were pregnant before also, but sadly I lost the child. He was heartbroken, crushed. She sighed, shaking her head. I couldn't help but believe her a little, but for all I knew, she might not know him at all. So that night, I made a pact with myself. To split you both apart, and this baby is going to be the key in doing so. She laughed, standing up. Which I snarled at her as she began to walk away. Excuse me, what? She turned around, coughing. You heard me, I growled at her. My wolf wanted nothing but to rip her apart right now. Believe me, I'd fight you, but I have better things to do. She flicked her hair while turning around. I walked up to her and shoved her to the floor from behind, but before I could do anything else, I felt myself being pulled away. Turning around, Caden was grabbing me while Jace was getting Catherine off the floor. Hey babe, she whispered in his ear. Cat, just get off the floor, he said, annoyed. Why did he call her Cat? He has a nickname for her and everything? I shoved Caden and gave Jace a funny look before storming in the direction of the house. Ava. I heard Jace shout on several occasions, but I decided to ignore him. When I got to the house, I decided to take a walk to the lake instead, as it always calmed me down. I sat against a tree and just stared out onto the moonlit lake. My wolf was upset that Jace could do that, but all I could feel was anger toward him. Maybe it would be good to let him explain because it could be a lie? I questioned myself. Everything added up perfectly, that it was hard not to believe it. Ava? I heard Jace say, out of breath. I looked up and just ignored him, looking back towards the lake. Just let me explain, he said before sitting down in front of me, so I had to look at him. What? I stared at him. She is lying, Ava. Don't believe her, he said. I pulled my knees to my chest and rested my head on my knees. He sighed before carrying on. Okay, when I was 18, lots of my friends found their mate in school, so I was giving up. I got a girlfriend from my pack, Catherine. We hooked up a couple of times, but I told her to leave one day. My wolf hated me for sleeping with someone who wasn't my mate. I was listening to everything he said, making sure not to miss a word. My wolf was now angry that he slept with Catherine, but that's not the problem. I get his point so far. She began to become clingy, and her wolf persuaded her I was her mate. I got mad and told her to leave my pack and never come back. She swore to ruin my life, but I didn't hear anything from her for a couple of months, he sighed. I was relieved. Until she came back, though, with a baby claiming it was mine. I knew it wasn't, as you instantly have a feeling to protect the child with your life. She ended the child right in front of me. I don't know who the father is, and I won't ever, but how she could end her own child, I don't know. He shook his head. That doesn't explain why you have been acting weird and coming home late, I said, rolling my eyes. That day I went out to do patrols and then to check the borders. I was in wolf form, but Catherine was in my cabin house. It's a small space, so being there, her smell radiated around the room, and she's a rogue. I went to get a shower there, and when I came out, she was sitting on the bed. I don't know how she got in or even in the pack territory, but she did, he said to me. It was believable, as rogue smell can be pretty bad. And the shower broke at one point in our room. I told her to leave and never come back, or she's staying in my pack prison forever. Well, she did come back, twice, I said. Ava, I promise you she means nothing to me. He began to say. Then why haven't you ended her already if she does all this? I shrugged at him. He's dealt with probably too many wolves to count, so why does she matter so much? I don't know, to be honest, but if you want that, I'll make it happen, he said. My wolf was telling me to say yes, but in reality, Catherine is just a broken girl. She's creating a whole new reality for herself, even giving herself a fake mate. However, that mate is mine and only mine. She's in the pack prison and is staying there now for as long as you want, he said, grabbing my hand. I can't even understand why you think I'd do that to you at all. He frowned. Well, you've been pretty mad at me these last few days, I shrugged. No matter how mad I am at you, I'd never ever do that. I believed him. No matter how much I tried to persuade myself he was lying, I knew he wasn't. Hey, he said, lifting my chin. Why did you go to her and not me? I said. What? When we were in the woods, you ran straight to Kat and helped her, but not me, I said, confused. I was protecting you. Ava, I've seen what she's done to people who get in her way, and I didn't want her hurting you. I can protect myself, I chuckled as he pulled me into a hug. In reality, I probably couldn't. Jace said I need to start training soon with him so I can learn and get better in case anything happens to me. Because we're fine now, I need one thing. Answers. Why did the rogue attack happen the other day? I said. Sighing, he pulled me closer to him. According to some of the rogues we captured, they said their leader wants you and won't stop until he gets you. I feel as if the rogue in the woods when you came home has a big role in this. I knew I shouldn't have let him get away. He growled, creating an even tighter gap between us. Why me? I questioned, confused. I don't know, but I swear if someone lays a hand on you, I'll be going to make them regret it after, that's for sure. He smirked before hugging me. I love you so much, Ava. I love you too, sometimes, I smirked, standing up while grabbing his hand. God, you weigh a ton. I shouted, trying to pull him up. Standing up, he grabbed my hand as we started to walk back to the house. It was dark anyway, but a few lights were on here and there. Ava, I heard a familiar voice say. Turning around, I gasped at the sight in front of me. She was injured, and deep wounds were on her stomach and sides. I felt Jace pull me closer to him as the unknown woman wandered closer in pain. Mom? Chapter 14. Mom? I shouted, running up to her. Jace, we need to get her to the infirmary. Jace quickly picked her up, and we started to run over to the infirmary. She was badly injured, and I wanted to know what happened, but by the look on her face, she didn't have any energy to talk. Jeff, Jace shouted as we ran inside. In minutes, she was in a hospital bed, and her wounds were being treated. Can you tell me your name and what happened? Jeff said, trying to distract her from the pain. Darcy, she whined as she moved a little. And what happened to you? He added. Noah. She looked towards me before her eyes slowly fluttered shut. Jace frowned as he looked towards me. Your father did this to his own mate? He looked shocked but also angry at the same time. Yeah, I said, looking towards him with a tear in my eye. He doesn't care if he hurts her. He always told me he sent his wolf away so he wouldn't stop him from doing what he had to do. I never knew what he meant and still don't. Weird. He frowned, standing up and heading towards the door. I need to talk to Kaden. You can come if you want or wait here. I'll wait with my mom, I said. I didn't know when she would wake up, but I couldn't leave her side. My wolf let out a little cry as she watched her mate walk out of the room. She wanted him to comfort us, but he probably had more important stuff to do. A couple of hours went by, and I just stared into space and actually fell asleep at one point, when my mother gasped and quickly woke me up. "You're okay, Mom. Don't panic," I said, squeezing her hand tightly. "Ava, darling, I've missed you so much." She sadly smiled at me. Jace quickly walked into the room out of nowhere and sat beside her bed with me. "Ms. Danvers, are you okay?" he said. "Just call me Darcy." "And Ava, who's this?" She put a hand over her mouth to whisper to me. "This is my mate, Jace," I smiled proudly as her eyes widened. "He's gorgeous," she whispered again, making me widen my eyes as Jace smirked. "Mom," I laughed. "Ms. Danvers, I need to ask what happened to you, but if you don't feel comfortable telling me, you can just tell Ava if you would like." "It's fine." She looked down and put her other hand over mine. "Noah is up to something. Him, James, and Isaac have been planning to get you and Val back ever since you last ran away. He got involved with a very powerful rogue called Damien after he said he ran into a young girl who he claimed was his mate. However, Damien lost his mate after she was ended by an alpha named Caleb. That's my father," Jace butted in, confused. I was confused, but after Damien saw a picture of you, he was whispering mine to himself and she looks just like her. I heard Damien talking to his rogue pack, saying how they are going to go against your father and end you for hurting him. I think his mate may have done something to him maybe. They plan to attack your pack, but I'm not sure if it happened. Noah wouldn't let me leave the house. After Damien knew I found out, he tried to end me, but I managed to escape, barely. A recent rogue attack happened. It was bad. Jace shook his head. "This Damien, however, will be dealt with when I see him," he said, growling. "He didn't tell your father anything. He lied about helping him so they are no longer working together. However, they both plan to take you down, Jace." My mom looked sympathetically at him. "I'd like to see them try. They're also all out to get Ava. That's all they care about. But if they take you down first, then they think they can get to Ava." "I don't know if the attack will happen or when, but it will be on the same night," she said worriedly. I didn't know what to say. This war will be over me, and it pained me to think how many innocent people might suffer from it. "Ms. Danvers, you can leave when you feel ready. There are a lot of wounds over your body, but you just need to rest and be careful," Jeff said before walking up to Mother. "Here are your prescribed medications. Take one a day around 12, and you should be fine in the next couple of weeks." "Thank you," she smiled, taking the medication from Jeff. "You can come back to the house with us," I smiled, helping her out of bed. "Is there somewhere I could live on my own for a while to clear my head?" she said. "The cabin house isn't too far from the pack house," Jace said, looking towards me. When we got to the cabin, it was medium-sized and was really cute. You could also see the lake from it. "Ms. Danvers, I need to ask this. Is Noah your true mate? Because no wolf would treat their mate like that." Jace looked confused. I was a bit shocked by his question. "Yes," she sadly smiled, walking into the house. "I will come visit you as much as I can," I smiled, hugging her. "I don't know why you don't just live with us," I said, pulling away. "I just want some space for a while." When Jace and I got home, I headed straight upstairs to our bedroom before shutting the door. I, too, wanted some alone time, but that wasn't going to happen. "Ava," Jace said, knocking on the door. Opening it, I headed over to the bed and got under the covers. "What's wrong?" he said, lying down and then stroking my hair. "A rogue pack and my old pack are after me. My mom just came home all beaten up." "What do you think is wrong?" I groaned, covering my face in frustration with the duvet. "Nothing will happen to you." "I'll make sure of it," he said, grabbing my waist while pulling me closer towards him. "I don't care about that. I care about what's going to happen to the people around me. They will get hurt, and it will be my fault." I turned to face his muscular chest. I swear it was so easy to get distracted by it. It's not your fault. He frowned as he started to stroke my hair. But what if you get hurt, Jace? That will be because of me. I closed my eyes, liking how his hands moved through my hair. Nothing will happen to me, he reassured. You need to stop thinking about the what-ifs. But what if, I began to say before he quickly planted a kiss on my lips. Tomorrow we go swimming, after you start training with me. No buts, he said before turning the opposite way, dragging my body over his at the same time so he could still hold me. That was funny, I laughed, snuggling closer towards him. I am pretty funny, aren't I? Oh, don't forget attractive. I'd say annoying, I laughed. He didn't respond, but just pulled me closer to his hard chest. Everything had turned around so fast in only a couple of days. I hoped everything turned out fine.
It's Pop Break with Mystical Whispers. Wow. Okay, everyone, hit the pause button on your emotions for just a second because we need to talk. We just finished chapter 14, and exhale. That was heavy. Welcome to the mid-video breakdown. I'm hopping in here because the story just took a massive turn, and before we dive into chapter 15, which, spoiler alert, is going to give us some serious whiplash in the best way possible, we need to unpack the bombshells dropped so far. First and foremost, can we talk about Noah, Ava's father? Up until now, we knew he was a bad guy. We knew he was controlling. We knew he was power-hungry. But chapter 14 changed everything. We see Darcy, Ava's mom, literally carried into the infirmary, beaten and broken. This is a huge moment in werewolf lore. Usually, the mate bond is the one line even villains won't cross. The instinct to protect your mate is supposed to be biological, wired into their DNA. But Noah? He hurt his own mate. This tells us something terrifying about our villain. He has no limits. If he can do that to the woman he is soulbound to, imagine what he is willing to do to Ava or Jace. It establishes him not just as an antagonist, but as a monster. We also finally got the why. Why is all this happening? Darcy dropped the exposition we've been waiting for. It's not just random attacks. We learned about Damien. This creates a fascinating parallel. You have Damien, a rogue whose mate was killed by Jace's father, Caleb. In Damien's eyes, he is the hero of his own story, seeking revenge for his lost love. That makes him a dangerous villain because he feels justified. Then you have Noah, who is just greedy. These two joining forces? It's a tactical nightmare for Jace. We now know they are planning a synchronized attack, hitting the pack and targeting Ava on the same night. The clock is officially ticking. Jace, the green flag alpha. But let's pivot to something happier before we get too depressed. Can we give a round of applause for Jace in chapter 14? If you were on the fence about him earlier in the book, this chapter cemented his status as a top-tier mate. Watch how he handled Darcy. He didn't treat her like an enemy spy. He treated her like family. He got her medical attention immediately. He offered the cabin. He paid for renovations. He's stepping up not just as a lover to Ava, but as a provider and protector for her family. And that moment in the bedroom? When is Ava spiraling? Ava is suffering from what we call main character guilt. She thinks the war is her fault. She thinks people getting hurt is her fault. Jace's response was perfect. Nothing will happen to you. I'll make sure of it. He shuts down her what-ifs with a kiss. It's the reassurance she desperately needed. But, as a writer, I have to warn you. When a character promises nothing bad will happen, it usually means the plot is about to test that promise very hard. Okay, so that was the heavy stuff. You might be sitting there thinking, is this whole book just going to be trauma and war planning? Absolutely not. I am so excited for you to hear chapter 15 next, because the vibe is about to shift completely. We are moving from hospital drama to teenage dream. Here are the high points you need to look out for in the next chapter. We finally get to see the girls train. Ava, Layla, Val, and Jen are going up against the guys. Now, usually, in these books, the heroine suddenly becomes a ninja overnight, right? Well, expect some realism here. Chapter 15 is going to give us a hilarious reality check on what happens when a new wolf tries to take down an alpha. Pay attention to the banter between Pogue and Layla, and especially the physical comedy between Jace and Ava. It's not about them becoming warriors instantly. It's about them bonding. It's cute, it's funny, and it's exactly the stress relief the characters need. You guys, the pool scene. Get ready for some serious aesthetics. We're talking glass walls, waterfalls, underground slides, and a swim-up bar. This scene is crucial because it reminds us that these characters are young. They're facing a war, yes, but they still want to play chicken in the pool, eat ice cream, and flirt. Keep an ear out for the chemistry between Jace and Ava in the water. There is a moment under the waterfall that is just a chef's kiss. It's playful, it's possessive, and it shows how comfortable they are becoming with each other. If you were worried about Darcy meeting Jace's parents, Lydia and Caleb, Chapter 15 is going to address that. Imagine the tension. Darcy just escaped an abusive alpha, Noah, and now she has to have dinner with another alpha, Caleb. But pay close attention to how Lydia and Caleb treat her. This creates a beautiful contrast between the toxic pack Ava left behind and the healthy, loving pack she has joined. It's a heartwarming segment that really solidifies the found family trope. And finally, I have to tease the ending of Chapter 15. Right at the very end, late at night, Ava is going to make a request of Jace. It involves Catherine. You know, the delusional ex who is currently locked in the cells. Ava makes a decision based on mercy. She asks Jace to do something that, well, some of you might agree with, and some of you are going to be screaming at your screen saying, no, don't do it. It's a controversial choice. It shows Ava's kindness, but it might also show her naivety. Is showing mercy to a villain a good idea right before a war? Jace's reaction, and his willingness to do whatever Ava asks, is both romantic and terrifying. Conclusion. So buckle up. Chapter 15 is going to give you laughs, it's going to give you romance, and it's going to end with a decision that might come back to haunt them. Are you ready to see the lighter side of Alpha Jace? Let's dive into Chapter 15. This is Mystical Whispers Publishing.
Chapter 15. You girls ready for your first training session? Pogue walked into the kitchen with Layla by his side. No, why do we have to do it? Jen whined to Chase, who just rolled his eyes at her. I'm excited to kick some alpha ass, I laughed at Jace as he walked into the room, sitting down next to Caden and Val. Like that will happen. He folded his arms, smirking. When we girls went shopping, we all bought workout clothes, so that's what we were wearing. Even though we didn't work out, it actually came in handy. I was wearing a black sports bra with leggings and green illuminating shoes. They looked cool, okay? Let's go then. Caden said, placing lots of water bottles on the table. Picking one up, we all walked outside and down to the lake, as the gym wasn't far from there. When we got there, it was huge inside. There were lots of pack members working out and playing different sports. We are going to do the first half outside, but I'm just going to tell everyone to be gone in an hour so we can have the gym, Jace said, walking inside. How come Jace's muscles are so big, but he never comes here? I asked Caden, confused. He does. When he's not working or at home with you, he's here. He laughed as we all headed outside. Okay, so I want you all to shift and try to take us out, okay? Jace said, smirking towards me. Mate on mate. Pogue laughed, making us all cringe. Pogue, be quiet and focus, Chase shouted. We all shifted and lined up facing one another. Layla was on my left with Val on my right, then Jen next to her, with our mates facing us. Jace nodded, telling us to start. I wasn't sure what to do, so I just went for it. We girls charged towards them. As I was about to open my mouth and bite Jace, he quickly sidestepped me, causing me to fall on my face. Growling, I turned around and charged again. This time, I gently bit on his leg, making him jump in shock. It was only training, so we weren't hurting one another, so I didn't bite too hard. Frowning, he stood up and began chasing me in and out of the trees. Catching up, he gently nudged my body off, causing me to smack into a tree. He rushed over, but I tripped him up and quickly stood up. Shifting, I put my clothes back on and laughed at him lying down on the floor. Shut up, you caught me off guard. He frowned, putting his shorts back on. Let's just meet everyone at the gym. Big bad alpha, I smirked, heading back. Okay, now we have done that, and you two chased each other around the forest, Caden said, looking towards Jace and smirking. We're going to head to the gym and train in human form. Seriously? Layla moaned, jumping into Pogue's arms. Carry me, slave, she ordered, pointing towards the gym. Me too, I said, walking to Jace, and he picked me up bridal style. Whatever you wish, princess. He laughed, grabbing me. When we got to the gym, we ended up playing a game of tag instead of running through the woods. It didn't take long to persuade the guys to let us skip training, so Jen was delighted. Tag, you're it, I said, jumping from behind a tree, touching Jace's shoulder. Damn it, he shouted, running after me. It didn't take him long to catch up. Grabbing my waist, he accidentally tripped over a tree trunk and made us both fall to the ground. Ouch, I laughed, sitting back up, rubbing my sides. What do you mean, ouch? I cushioned your fall, Jace said, moving me onto his lap. You had a hold of my waist too tightly. I laughed, standing up. Well, tag, he said, running off into the woods towards the others. This man. Okay, we will go swimming now because I can't be bothered running, Caden laughed, throwing Val over his shoulder. Yeah, I'll meet you all there in around half an hour. I'm just going to check on my mom, I smiled, heading back towards her house. I'll come, Jace shouted, running after me. The walk was short as we weren't too far away. Jace knocked on the door. Opening it, my mom's face lit up and invited us in. Thank you, Jace, for all the things, but I didn't need all this. My mom laughed. Jace ordered some men to fit the toilets and kitchen. He also bought all the furniture and essentials she needed. He basically redid the whole place for her. Don't worry. He smiled, sitting down on the kitchen counter. I'm so happy you let me join the pack. You're my mate's mother. I couldn't just say no. Anyways, I'm going to get a job in the town so I can fund for myself. I'm going to wait a while after I feel Noah won't bother me. She sadly smiled. He won't bother you, Jace sternly said, grabbing my waist and pulling me towards him. You are both so cute. I can't wait to see you get married. My mom said in awe. Marriage. I laughed. I haven't even thought about that, and I don't think Jace has either. Most wolves mate and then leave it, but I think it would be nice to have a wedding as humans do. You would both look lovely. My mom said, pinching both our cheeks, causing Jace to freeze, not knowing what to do. Moving on from the subject, we need to be heading back, Mom, but tonight dinner at the pack house? I smiled, hugging her. I'll be there at 6. She smiled, waving us off. Marriage, hey, Jace laughed, bending down so I'd jump on his back. She can be very forward sometimes, but I love her. I laughed, holding onto his neck tightly. Would you like to get married? He stopped putting me on the floor to look down at me. I guess. I shrugged. In fact, I'd love to, but I didn't want him worrying about it while all this is going on. Oh, right? He asked, looking a little nervous. What the hell? Jace is never anxious. Get ready and meet me at the pool, he said, walking towards his office. Okay. I walked into our room and got changed. I was wearing my all-black bikini as I'm plain and basic. Walking out after I was ready, I bumped into Jace walking inside. Oh, I'll just wait for you, I said, jumping onto the bed. It didn't take him long to change, since he was only wearing shorts. We are matching, I laughed as he was wearing plain black trunks. Grabbing my waist, he picked me up and threw me over his shoulder. Put me down. I laughed as we headed to the pool. It was indoors, but it was at the very end of the hall. I'd never been in the water, but I had seen it a couple of times. I'm going to throw you in, Jace said, laughing, walking over to the pool. No. Put me down. I wiggled out of his grasp and stared at him. I smirked before pushing him into the water, diving in straight after. That wasn't funny. He came up with a displeased look, trying to hold in his laughter. Oh, you see, it was, Pogue said, walking in with Layla before jumping straight in, holding her hand. Shut up, Pogue, Jace said, picking me up, so I had my legs wrapped around his waist. Caden said, jumping in the pool right next to us. Where's Val? I asked as he came back up. Here, she shouted as she went down the slide at the top of the pool. The pool was set in a glass room. Jace said he used to use it for school parties, but hasn't used it in a while. I think he just had it redone. There was an open slide and a dark/underground type slide, and underneath it was a bar, which was pretty cool. I want to go, I shouted, getting out of the pool, then running up the stairs and going down. I landed with a big splash. Watch out! Jen, Layla, and Val shouted, jumping off the top of the construction landing next to me. We all began laughing and holding our stomachs. I'm in the mood for ice cream, Layla laughed, looking at Pogue as he walked in with lots of snacks. Hey, these are all for me, he said, shielding all his food. I swear, Pogue, how are you so fit? I laughed as he opened a bag of chocolates and crisps. Hey, Jace growled at me. I mean body-wise, I laughed, splashing him. He laughed before kissing me. You can only say that stuff about me. He growled, pulling away. Whatever, Alpha, I mocked, swimming away from him. Pulling me back, he lifted me and threw me across the pool under the waterfall. Ha ha, Val laughed as I came up, pushing all the hair out of my face. Kaden sneaked up behind her and threw her into the pool next to me. Ha ha, I mockingly pointed at her. Not funny, Kaden, she said, folding her arms. It was, Jace laughed, butting in. We were in the pool for hours, and I saw the time. Oh my god, we need to get ready for dinner and make it. It's 5:30 p.m. I didn't know how to feel about it. It was just my mother and Jace's parents meeting for the first time, but I felt pretty nervous. I ran upstairs and quickly got a shower and put on a summer dress with socks, then ran downstairs to see Jace in the middle of cooking something. What are you making? I asked, hoping he picked something good. I thought just spaghetti as I know it's your favorite and I know most people like it, he questioned. Great. I sighed in relief. It's not a meeting the parents type meal, but I love it so well. I took over from Jace as he ran upstairs to get changed, but as he did, a knock at the door was heard. Come in, I smiled as Lydia and Caleb walked in, hugging me. Sorry, I'm just in the middle of cooking and Jace is upstairs getting changed, so if you want to just sit at the table? I said, walking them to the kitchen. I loved the kitchen. It had white/gray marble surfaces and was a black and white theme, and the table was in the dining room, which was attached to the kitchen, so I could still talk to them. Spaghetti, my favorite. Lydia laughed, taking a seat at the table. Do any of you want a drink? Jace walked in, heading to the fridge. Oh, hey, Mom. How was your day, Mom? She glared at Jace, who just froze, staring at his mother. How was your day, Mom? He sighed, sitting down at the table. It was good, thanks, son, she laughed. Another knock was heard, and it was my turn now. I made Jace get the door as I was placing the food on everyone's plates. Sorry, I'm a little late. I got lost, Mother laughed, walking into the kitchen, saying hi to everyone. I'm Darcy, nice to meet you, she said, shaking hands with Lydia and Caleb. I'm Lydia, and this is Caleb. We are Jace's parents. Lydia smiled, shaking her hand back. After placing the food in everyone's places and taking a seat next to Jace, I smiled and began to eat. So Darcy, are you liking the pack so far? Lydia smiled, asking my mother. It's amazing, better than Noah's. She laughed. My mom is so friendly. It must pain her to be away from her mate, no matter how horrible he was to her, but I love how she can be so strong and grown up about it. Everyone is welcoming me, and I've made friends with a few of my neighbors. She smiled. She genuinely looked happy, which I hadn't seen from her in a long time. I was wondering tomorrow, would you like to go to the mall with me and do a bit of shopping? Lydia asked, and my mom's face lit up. Oh, I would love to. We had dessert and talked for a bit before saying our goodbyes. That was exhausting. Jace moaned, flopping back onto the couch. We only had to talk and smile? I laughed, falling on top of him. Still, he closed his eyes when I lay my head on his chest. Can we watch a film? I pleaded, grabbing the remote as I started to flick through the channels. Sure. He laughed, hugging me as he got comfy. Us too. We heard loud footsteps running into the living room. Everyone sat on the couches and floor while watching the screen. I put on Paranormal Activity 4, which was a big regret. I'm not moving, Jen said, hiding in Chase's chest. Me either, Val said to Kaden, who was laughing at the movie. I'm not moving either, Pogue said, hiding in Layla's body, which made her push him off. "Oh, come on, you big baby," she said, grabbing his hand, pulling him up the stairs. "Babe, I was joking. I'm not scared." He laughed, letting go of her hand, then running to his room. "Are you not scared?" Jace said, looking up at me. "No." We headed upstairs and jumped into bed. I closed my eyes as I felt so tired from everything we had done today. "Night," Jace said, pulling me towards his body. "Night." I kissed his cheek before I fell asleep. I've been awake for hours. Sleep didn't love me. I wanted to close my eyes, but they just wouldn't shut. I removed Jace's heavy arms from around me and headed downstairs to get a drink. As I was filling my cup with water, I heard the door open. I quickly turned around, screaming before throwing my glass at the person. "What the hell, Ava?" Jace shouted, standing up, looking at the broken glass scattered across the floor. "Good job, I ducked." He growled. "Sorry, I thought you were an intruder or something." I laughed, holding my stomach. "Yeah, you're not scaredy, why?" He walked towards the pool room before locking the door and heading back to the kitchen. "I'll be upstairs. I just was worried where you were." He kissed my head before he started to walk out. I grabbed his hand. "Jace, I think you should let Catherine go," I said. Frowning, he looked confused at me. "Why?" "I don't think she will come back. You just need to tell her straight you are not her mate and send her on her way." I rubbed his hand soothingly. "Whatever you want, princess. I just didn't want that woman on my land. She may be in the cells, but if she ends her child, she may end another from our pack or anyone else if she escapes. Our patrols are amazing, so she won't be able to get back in the pack. I haven't thought much about Catherine, only at night when I can't sleep. Today was one of those nights." "Thanks," I smiled, and we headed back upstairs to bed. I try to forget sometimes, but everything was messed up. I needed to stop. Everything was not okay. Chapter 16. Waking up, I quickly got a shower and headed downstairs. Ava wants me to let Catherine go, and to be honest, I don't know why. She deserves to be dealt with for what she's done, but I'm not going to upset Ava by ending her. It didn't take me long to get to the prisons as I ran in wolf form. "Catherine, I'm letting you go." I walked into the cell and opened it up while grabbing her arm, forcing her out. Baby, you want me instead?" She pouted towards me, making me feel sick. "No," I bluntly said, looking at her. "Well, why then?" She replied. I ignored the questions she threw at me until we got to the border. "Answer." She screamed when I threw her over. "Ava wanted me to let you go." I stared at her. I couldn't believe I ever dated her, if you could even call it that. She's crazy. I was young and stupid and never cared about anyone or anything. I regret some things that I did. I was foolish, but that's no excuse. That witch, she laughed. I grabbed her neck and slammed her against a tree. "Don't talk about my mate like that," I growled. "But I'm your mate," she cried, prying my hand from her neck. "You are not my mate and will never be. You made Ava upset with me, and I had to tell her things I didn't want to." I growled again. If I had to choose, I wouldn't have told Ava about Catherine. That may be wrong, but sometimes things are better left untold. Especially things that mean nothing to you. "What? That you wanted me instead?" She rolled her eyes while holding her stomach. "And our baby. It wasn't my baby. You know it was Jace, you know it." She snarled at me. "No," I growled. "Say she wasn't, but now your own daughter is gone." She began to cry. I knew she wasn't my daughter, but I hated to think she had given birth to the child. She's so caught up with having the perfect relationship that she persuades herself into believing things that aren't true. "Don't come back here or I'll end you." I growled as she ran back towards the woods. Walking back, I bumped into Stefan. He's one of my head warriors and has been a good friend of mine for a while. I hadn't spoken to him though, with everything going on. "Hey Stefan," I said, walking up to him. "Hey Jace, what's up?" he asked as he started walking back to the house with me. "Nothing, I was just wondering, would you start to be Ava's bodyguard for when I'm not around?" I asked. I needed someone to protect her when I couldn't. I would be honored to guard the Luna. He looked proud as he walked back towards the house with me. "Ava, this is Stefan. He will be your guard when I'm not around." I smiled when her face frowned. Thank you, Stefan, but Jace, I don't need a guard. She looked confused. With all that's going on, I need to know she's safe, and I trust Stefan to do the right job. Think of him as a new house member then. Stefan, want to move in? I asked. His face lit up, and he nodded. I'll take one on the bottom floor, he said, walking to the spare rooms, looking in each one to see the biggest. Jace, Stefan seems like a nice guy, but I don't need a guard. Ava laughed, folding her arms at me. Well, I won't be around the house for a couple of days, as I'm doing lots of meetings and training. I've invited Xavier to come tomorrow so Stefan can look over you all. I smiled, pulling her into a hug. Are the girls coming too? She jumped up and down with joy. Yep, I laughed, heading towards the door when I saw Caden walking down the stairs. Bye. She yelled at me before running somewhere to tell the other girls. Ready for this meeting? I sighed as Caden and I both headed out the door. Nope, 3 hours of torture, he laughed, sighing. We have the other tomorrow with Xavier, Logan, and Kieran. I laughed, patting his back. Great. When we entered the large meeting room, everyone bowed their heads in respect. So, we are here to discuss the attack that is supposedly from Rogue Damien and Alpha Noah. We know so far that they're going to attack to get Ava. Some of the pack members growled when they heard this about their Luna. So we need a plan to stop it, I finished. I think we just need to train some of the younger ones, 15 to 19, so if anything happens to the houses or their family, they can protect them and maybe help fight. We don't need to do much as we are the most powerful pack in America and have many allies who would be willing to help us, Simon, one of the leading trainers, said. I agree. I don't know if Noah has any allies other than the Rogue Damien, so we have a fair advantage. With over 2,000 members in the pack, we are sure to win as Noah has only around 500, another man suggested. We will win this, I know it. It's just the Luna. Do we know she will be safe? Someone else said. I swear nothing would happen to my mate if I'm with her. I will protect her with my life, and you all have my word on that, I said to everyone. They all nodded in agreement, and we carried on speaking about the problem. This will be a long day. The meeting was finally over, and I could head back home. Before I did, I thought I would quickly do a patrol with Caden first. It always made me feel better when I did it myself and knew nothing was there. Heading back into the house, Ava sat curled up into Stefan with Val, Layla, and Jen also. They all screamed, looking at us, out of breath. You scared us. She screamed, running up to me and jumping into my arms. We just walked in the door, I laughed, stroking her hair. But so did the scary people in the film. She laughed, holding me tighter. You're so cute, I said, putting her on the floor. I know, she said, flicking her hair while running off into the kitchen. Can we all go and get pizza? She pleaded while pouting for extra effect. No, I'm really tired tonight, I said, sitting down on the island. Please, she said, hugging me from behind. Fine, I sighed, getting up and picking her up. It's hard to say no to her. Girls, we're getting pizza. She screamed in a deep, laughing voice. I love her laugh so much. When we finally got to the mall, we all headed straight to Pizza Hut. None of the other guys wanted to come, so it's just me, Jace, Val, Jen, and Layla, and Pogue, but obviously, he would come to get pizza. I love Pogue, he's so funny, but I don't know how Layla handles him and his jokes. Could I have 3 pepperoni pizzas, please? Jace said to the woman while I stood next to him. Sure, that's $35, please, she smiled, taking his card away before coming back. Just take a seat, and it will be ready soon. She smiled at me before we walked away to the table the others had picked out. Oh, Jace, when we last came I saw this top I really wanted. Do you mind if I quickly check if it's still in? I asked. Sure, I'll come with you. He smiled, and we headed towards the shop I saw it in. It was still there, and Jace bought it for me. He's so kind. I don't understand how I got him as a mate. Oh, you again. Veronica rolled her eyes, bumping into me, making me drop my bag on the floor. If you can't remember, she's the fake tan girl who worked at the diner and Valentina Italia, who was a real witch to us with her friends. Remember her? Oh, and you again. She smirked, winking at Jace. Been working out, she giggled, putting a hand on his arm. I tugged Jace towards me. Well, I tried. He's too heavy for me, actually, to move him. She just threw me a dirty look before looking back at Jace. Maybe you would like to go out sometime? She smirked, twirling her long brown hair through her fingers, giggling. Can she not see I'm going out with him? Yes, she can actually. I'm sorry, I'm not really into the whole orange fake tan look, and you seem like a real witch. Besides, I have an amazing girlfriend anyway, Jace said, looking down at her. And I'll tell you, her face was priceless. You're not that attractive anyway, she said, flipping her hair before moving around us and walking down the mall. However, she was wrong. I don't mean to brag, but my mate was godly. That's not true, I laughed, looking him up and down, smirking. I know, he said, mimicking Veronica pretending to flip his non-existent long hair. When we got to Pizza Hut, the food had just arrived, which was good. We all talked and ate. It was so much fun and a big laugh that when we came home, I was exhausted, but I didn't want to go to sleep yet. I can never get to sleep anyway, so there wouldn't be much point. Cinema room? We all said we'd run and pick out another film. I've been binge-watching lots of films lately, and I love it, but it can get boring sometimes. After putting in a movie, I sat with Jace while everyone was cuddled up with their mates. I slowly felt my eyes closing before sleep finally took control of me. Ava, wake up. I felt lots of people shaking me. Get off. I groaned. Opening my eyes, I saw Hayden, Sophie, and Eliza standing over me. Guys. I stood up, shouting while hugging them all. I'm so happy you are all here. We have a lot to catch up on. First, breakfast, Sophie said, walking down the cinema steps and into the kitchen. We all quickly followed as I was starving. Bacon? I said, and all the girls nodded in excitement. I got out a pan, oil, and bacon and started to cook it. Bacon always makes the start to a good day. Chapter 17. We all decided to take a walk in the woods to talk about random things and our problems. I told them about what's happening with Damien and Noah. I understand I may look like his mate, but still psycho. That's weird about Damien, Sophie said, looking a little worried. Is he going to be a Catherine, all possessive? She laughed. I hope not. He was probably hurting from the loss of his mate. I'm not sure, but Jace let her go yesterday. What? Eliza said, shocked. Why the hell did he do that? I asked him to. She's just upset, and I told him to tell her straight to leave and never come back. I don't think she ever will, to be honest, I replied. We all started talking about different stuff, but Hayden seemed a bit quieter than usual. Hey Hayden, are you okay? I asked. Well, I have an announcement to make, Hayden said, looking a little nervous. What is it? Layla said. I'm pregnant. She smiled. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. How come you didn't tell us sooner? Sophie and Eliza said. I wanted to surprise you all together. She smiled and gave us all a big group hug. That's amazing, Hayden. Do you know the gender? I questioned, pulling away from the group hug. It's a boy. She smiled, laughing with joy. But Xavier doesn't know. I want to tell him tonight, but I don't know yet, she shrugged. A baby? Oh God, I wonder if Jace will want them now after hearing one of his best friends is having a child. A boy especially. Usually, alphas want a boy so he can take over the alpha position and lead the pack after they retire. You need to do a baby reveal. OMG, when he's coming home from the meeting we will all give him blue balloons. Layla shouted with joy. I think she is very excited that her best friend is pregnant. He will be so confused. Yes, she laughed. I asked Stefan to get the stuff for us and we are all now preparing it in the living room. We blew the balloons up, and we are going to pop up behind trees and give them to him. It's so cringe, but it will be so cute. Xavier's POV. I agree. I don't know if Noah has any allies other than the rogue Damien, so we have a fair advantage. With over 2,000 members in the pack, we are sure to win as Noah has only around 500, a man suggested. Well, Noah phoned me the other day telling me how Alpha Jace has stolen his daughter, and he needs help getting her back. I pretended I knew nothing but declined his offer as he wanted a treaty, I said. He's possibly asked other packs and those that are not doing so well may agree, which is bad, Jace began to say. That was painful to sit in, Jace said, rubbing his eyes as we walked out of the meeting room. Same. My eyes are killing me, Logan said next to me. I agree. Hayden has been acting weird these last couple of days, and I don't know why. It's stressing me out and I can't put a finger on what's wrong. I sighed. Maybe she's just having girl problems? Pogue said, shrugging. Probably, Kieran agreed as we headed to Jace's house. Here you go, Eliza said, stepping out behind a tree with a blue balloon in her hand. We all jumped as she scared us. I didn't even sense she was there. What's this for? I asked to take it off her. You'll see, she laughed, running back in the direction of the house. Here, Sophie said, handing me another blue balloon before quickly running off. Sophie. Logan shouted, but she just ignored him. What's going on? I laughed at the guys. Who knows? They laughed, and we just carried on walking. We kept walking, but after a while, Jen, Layla, and Val handed me blue balloons, which were odd. And after that, they all just ran off without saying a word. When we got to the house, they were all standing outside, but now Ava was holding a blue balloon. Only the alpha of the name Xavier may pass. They all laughed, blocking the door. What's going on? I laughed, taking the balloon from Ava. Just go inside. They all shouted at me. I quickly did as they said, for girls, they're intimidating, okay? When I closed the door, I heard Hayden shout at me from the kitchen. What's going on? I swear I've asked this 10 times now. I laughed. When I looked at her, a huge smile was plastered on her face. Why are you so happy, babe? I jokingly said. I'm pregnant. My eyes widened, and my mouth fell open. No way. I shouted, running up to her, hugging her. Do you know the gender? I smiled, pulling her away. Yep, and he's going to be a great alpha one day. She smiled. Wait, this makes sense of all the blue balloons. I'm so happy. I smiled, hugging her even tighter. I love you so much. So what's happening? Jace said after Xavier closed the door. Hayden's pregnant, and we wanted to surprise Xavier, I smiled. Jace looked a little sad, but quickly shook it away. He will be a good father. He smiled, hugging me. So will you one day? I laughed, pulling away. Wait, you're pregnant? He shouted. What, no? I'm just saying one day, I laughed. His face looked sad again. You can all come inside now, Hayden laughed, opening the door. As we walked in, Stefan was coming out. Hey Stefan, where are you going? I asked him. He's actually a charming and funny guy, and I'm glad he's my guard instead. I'm doing a patrol. He smiled before running into the woods. Laughing, I walked inside, and everyone was sitting around the kitchen island. So what's for dinner? I'm starving, Pogue said, pulling Layla into his lap. I thought we'd just order takeout? Jace questioned. Everyone agreed on getting Chinese. Hello, sir, I've got your food, the delivery boy said to Jace. He's pretty young, but it's so cute how he said sir. Thank you. How much will it be? Jace asked. $100, sir. When Jace ran upstairs to get his wallet, the boy started talking to me about random things. Your father's house is huge, he said. I quickly snorted, then began laughing. I think I scared the delivery guy, my dad, meaning Jace. He's not my father, he's my boyfriend, I laughed. I'm sorry, he looks young but he's really big and tall so I thought he might be your dad or something. The guy said, going a little pink. Here you are, keep the change, Jace said, giving him some money before closing the door. You're never going to believe what he said to me. I started laughing and Jace just frowned. He didn't say anything bad, did he? No. He said, and I quote, your dad has a big house. I don't look like your dad. He quickly said back. I know. He said sorry, and that you're just really tall, he didn't know. I'm now at this point, holding my stomach, dying of laughter. I'm only a couple of years older than you, he said, trying to hold in his laugh. I'm 18 and Jace is 21, so it's only 3 years. Personally, it's not a big deal, but to others it may be. Let's just eat. I set everything out on the table and got some plates so everyone could pick up what they wanted. Tomorrow, you girls can go to the mall if you want. Stefan will go with you with a few other guards, but we have another meeting, Caden said, emphasizing the another. Sure, yeah. So, a baby, hey? Caden said, smiling at Xavier and Hayden. Yeah, Xavier smiled, putting his hand on Hayden's stomach. Maybe we'll all be dads one day, Xavier said happily. They can all be friends. Now that would be amazing. When I have a son, he will be getting all the girls, Jace said, smirking at me. He will be a respectful young boy who will treat girls right, and not kidnap them. I smirked back at him. I didn't even kidnap you. He shouted back in defense. Well, you wouldn't let me leave, I said back. Because I wasn't going to let my mate go. He rolled his eyes at me. I'm glad you didn't. Chapter 18. Waking up, Jace had already left for the meeting a few hours ago, so I got out of bed and hopped in the shower. I dried my hair, then curled it at the ends before getting dressed and doing my makeup. I don't like doing much, mainly because I can't be bothered. I chose the top Jace got me yesterday with some blue jeans and leather-colored sandals with a plain black choker. I walked down the stairs to find that no one was here. Ava, they are all outside, Kieran said, walking into the kitchen. Kieran is a charming guy. He and Eliza are the perfect couple, but I think she can drive him insane with all her jokes. You've got to love some good dad jokes. They were all waiting in the car, but not for long, only 5 minutes. As we got to the mall, we just did a little shopping but decided to go bowling. Hey ladies, a group of guys said, walking up to our booth. So, what are your names? One said, smirking. None of your business, I said, turning around. Playing hard to get? No, because you're never gonna get, I smirked, turning back around. They all just walked away laughing, ignoring the fact that they were embarrassed. Weirdos, Jen laughed. I'm just going to the toilet. I'm desperate, I said, running out of the bowling alley and towards the toilets. As I got in, no one was in there, for a while anyway. Rogue, my wolf said as the door flew open. I quickly got out of the stall and reached for the door, but before I could, they grabbed my arm. Ava, right? The girl said. Turning around, she was crying and her expression looked so scared. Yes, and what do you want, Rogue? You're on my land. I snarled, and she took a step back. I felt bad now because she looked so innocent. She was around 18 and had dirty blonde/light brown hair to the mid-waist. I am from Damien's rogue pack, Luna, and I ran away, she cried. Well, why did you come? I said back. He's a bad man. After his mate passed, he turned horrible to us all and started mistreating the women. I couldn't stay there any longer with what he's going to do. I couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Did he hurt you? I questioned. She just looked up and shook her head at me, saying no. I pulled her into a hug, not caring where she was from. It was the other women, not me. I can't stay there. He's planning to hurt you, Ava, and I came to tell you. But I should run. He will catch me soon, she said, pulling away. No, you're coming back to my pack. We need to know as much we can, and you seem like a nice girl. What's your name? I asked. Isabella, she said as we walked out of the bathroom. Isabella's POV. So, she trusts me. The plan actually worked. I don't want to do this, but if I don't, Damien will end me, and I can't go against my father. After my mother passed, he went crazy. They couldn't find out that he was my father. They will never like me. However, my father said Ava looks just like my mother. I don't see any resemblance except the eyes, hazel brown. Girls, this is Isabella. Ava started telling some girls about what I told her. They all asked if I was okay. I got to know everyone, and it made it even harder to do this. I'm still debating whether to get the information my father needs. We got back to Ava's house, and let me tell you, it was huge. I had to force my mouth shut from how amazing it was. When we got inside, I heard a loud growl, and a couple of men ran out, pulling all the girls away from me. What is this rogue doing here? A tall, muscular figure snarled at me, putting Ava behind him. Jace, it's fine. She came to give us information on Damien and his plan, she said, putting her hand on his shoulder. He instantly relaxed. Mate, my wolf shouted at me when the door began to open. In walked the most attractive guy I had ever seen. He had dirty blonde hair and light green eyes. Mate, he growled, pushing past everyone. He ran up to me and grabbed me instantly. I heard a few ahs in the background, making me turn pink. Introduce yourselves then. Ava shouted, looking adoringly at us. What's your name, beautiful, he said, staring down at me. Isabella, I laughed, turning even pinker. I've never felt this weak around anyone. I want to melt in his arms. I'm Stefan, he smiled, grabbing my hand. I'll show you around. Wait, she needs to tell us about Damien. Jace said, frowning. That can wait, let them get to know each other. Ava shouted at him. Walking out of the house, I suddenly couldn't help but feel regret come upon me. I came here to spy on these people and now I've found my mate. I can't. I'm not hurting anyone in this pack, especially my mate. My father can suck it. I'm done working for him. I've learned a lot about Stefan. He is one of the head warriors here and is Ava's guard. His favorite color is navy and he hates scary movies. That made me laugh. I told him a lot about myself, except that my father is Damien. I don't want anyone to know. And I don't think I will plan on telling. They will hate me if they know. I'm nothing like my father. He's cruel, and I just wanted him to stop. Now I can live the life I wanted with my mate and maybe my new friends. So, it turns out Isabella and Stefan are mates. I trust her, and yes, I've known her what? An hour, but she seems innocent. I haven't known Stefan that long either, so it will be even nicer to get to know both of them. We are all sitting in Jace's office waiting for her and Stefan to get back so we can talk to her. So, why did you come on my land then? Jace asked. Well, truthfully, Damien wanted me to spy and get information on you all, but I didn't want to. I was going to tell Ava what he's going to do in the toilets, but I'm here. She nervously laughed. And why are you going against him? He's a bad guy. I don't like the bad guys. She shrugged. I just wanted to get away from him. I was going to run far away. She trailed off. See, Jace. She's harmless, I laughed. You will be staying in Stefan's room, if you want that is, I said, but she just nodded and smiled. Jace dismissed everyone after he found out about Damien's plan. He's apparently going to attack in a few days, and Jace isn't bothered. He's fully prepared, but is keeping me on house arrest until it's all over. As I'm heading up to my bedroom, Isabella quickly pulls me to the side, looking very nervous. Hey, what's wrong? I asked in a whisper. I need to tell you something, but promise you won't tell anyone, she said to my ear. I promise, yeah, I said back. Don't get mad and don't change your view on me, but. I'm Damien's daughter. What? I was running away from him. My mother was his mate, who passed away. I don't know how. He wouldn't tell me, but he sent me here to spy on you. Truthfully, I was going to, until I met you and realized how sweet you were. And then I met Stefan. Everything changed, she said, holding back tears. I pulled her into a hug. I know what it's like to have a bad father, but I don't know how she will react when she finds out Jace's father ended her mother. I hope she never finds out. Please don't tell anyone. No one knows but you. I want it to stay that way. Everyone will hate me, she began to say before I interrupted. No one would hate you, but I'll keep it a secret. Eventually you will have to tell everyone though, I said. I promise one day I'll tell them, she smiled before running after Stefan when he called her name. Great. Even. More. Trouble and secrets. Chapter 19. Caden, because it's Val's birthday tomorrow, take her out tonight somewhere so we can plan the party, I say to him, and he just nods and heads upstairs. We're going to have a meeting on what to do for Val's birthday. I want it to be a big surprise, since she's never had a party before, and she deserves it. Through all this effort, I hope she throws me one when it's mine. Yes, that sounds selfish, but I have also never had one, and it sounds so cool. I'm just winging it as people suggest what to do. From what I've seen in movies, they are really fun, so my goal is to make it a movie party. We're leaving now. Val shouts before closing the door. Okay, guys, we will have a party at the house. Maybe we could do a pool party? With the bar, but I know she won't want a lot of people here, so maybe just us. I say to everyone sitting in the kitchen. Ava, Jace, Jen, Chase, Pogue, Layla, Xavier, Hayden, Sophie, Logan, Eliza, Kieran, Stefan, and Isabella. That's amazing. She will love it. Jen says, all excited. She's the party person, and I love how she gets excited over them. Okay, sorted. Easy. Sophie, Hayden, bring drinks. Eliza, Layla, and Jen bring food. I'll bring balloons and decorations with Isabella, and yeah, we're all sorted. I smile at everyone before they head out of the room. Okay, this is going to be a good party. Hayden laughs, heading out the door with Sophie. We all decided to go to the nearest shop to buy the things we need. There is no point going to the mall just for decorations and food. We would end up spending hours there, and that is not what anyone wants. I swear I'm always going to the mall, and it doesn't get tiring, but after going constantly, you get bored, and I hate spending Jace's money. How about these pink ones? Jace says, handing a pack of balloons with the number 50 on them. He's so dumb sometimes. Jace, she's 19, not 50. I roll my eyes as he laughs and puts them back. I pick up some streamers and a banner that you can customize at the counter, along with some yellow and red balloons. Jace said to write, "Happy birthday, Val," on it, but that's too boring. How about, "You're old now"? Joking. We all then pay and head back home. When we get in, we all hide the stuff in a spare room and head to bed. It's been a long day. I'm getting a shower, Jace said, heading to the bathroom. Me first. I shout, running in before him, shutting the door. Ava. He growls. Laughing, I get in but tie my hair in a bun so it won't get wet. I love it when he is annoyed, as his brows furrow up and he looks adorable. Jace, we have run out of my shower gel. I shout. Just use mine then. I hear him laugh. I pick it up and shake it. Nothing. Jace, yours has run out. I shout, by the end of this, I will have a sore throat. Well, let me in and I'll give you some more. I can visually see him smirking behind the door. No way. I laugh. Getting out of the shower, I look behind the toilet and see a box with a spare one. Gotcha. After I get out, I put my PJs on and hop into bed while waiting for Jace. He ends up taking a really long time, but I lie there and fall asleep. I hear him go downstairs, probably for a drink or something. When I get out of the shower, Ava is fast asleep. I put some shorts on before kissing her head and locking the door. Stefan and Isabella are sitting in the living room just talking. I think she's borrowing some of the girls' clothes until she gets some of her own. I think she's in Ava's PJs. Yes, they're Ava's, actually, my favorite ones Ava owns. They make her look so cute. It's these baby pink velvet shorts with a white fluffy jumper. She usually wears my shirts to bed though, which makes me die inside, but no one knows that. I'm the big bad alpha, as she calls me. Got to keep my reputation. I heard Isabella talking about how she's Damien's daughter with Ava. However, I can't mention it as she promised to keep quiet. I'm going to keep it to myself until I feel I can trust her because she's Stefan's mate. If I mention it, Ava, Isabella, and Stefan will all probably be mad, and I don't really want that at the moment. I know she intentionally came here to spy on Ava, but she met her mate, and that changes everything. Ava could persuade me not to do something in a couple of minutes, to a certain extent, so I know why she changed her mind. Or maybe she doesn't like her father. Thank you for letting me stay. I know you were cautious because I'm from Damien's rogue pack, she began to say. Stefan headed back to the room, but she stopped in the kitchen. Don't worry, I say, walking out. I cut the conversation short. I begin to head up the stairs. Opening the door, I get into bed and pull Ava towards me. I won't let anyone hurt my mate. Ever. A low growl escapes my chest, thinking of anything happening to her. Chapter 20. We all decided to forget Val's birthday as a joke so that the surprise would be even better. It will be hard for Kaden to wake up and act like nothing's happening. I don't think she will like this one bit, but it will make the surprise so much less expected. Hey Val, you look upset? I said as she walked down the stairs. It's nothing, she quickly replied before getting lots of food and then heading upstairs. She looks furious. She is not happy with me, Kaden said, running into the kitchen, whispering. She's going to lock herself away all day, so no one goes in until tonight, I said, laughing. I feel bad, but she will love the surprise. That's going to be hard for my wolf. I need you to come help me today, Ava, he said, sitting down next to Jace. On what? I asked, confused. A ring. You're proposing? I whispered, causing all the girls to awe. Yeah, I love her. He shrugged. That is so cute. I smiled. I know how much Val loves Kaden, so that she will say yes. I can't wait to see her reaction. How about this one, he said, holding up a plain gold ring with a diamond in the center, with 2 smaller ones on either side. No. How about this one? I said, holding up a silver ring with a big square diamond in the middle and 4 smaller ones in each corner. It had a small infinity sign engraved in the center. It was perfect. I love it, he said, handing it to the woman at the till. What lucky woman is getting this, she said, looking at the ring, laughing. That will be $2,000, please. She smiled and handed it to Kaden in a bag. He gave her his card, and 10 minutes later, we were in the car heading home. Kaden wouldn't stop worrying about what she would say. He's just winding himself up. What if she says no? Kaden asked, looking worriedly at the road. Kaden, believe me. Val will say yes, I laughed. But, Kaden, stop worrying. I shouted, causing him to snap out of his thoughts. We are home. Hide the ring and don't give it to her until the very end. I said as I got out of the car. Looking up, Val is sitting on her balcony, looking pretty upset. I feel so bad now. It's her birthday and she's all alone. When we get inside, we girls begin setting up the pool room. It looks adorable with all the balloons and streamers. Okay, so everyone get ready and be down here hiding. When I'm done, I'll tell Val to get dressed and we will come down. Surprise her, I quickly said, running up the stairs to get ready. I picked out a baby pink matte dress with matching heels. I then did my makeup. I went for a natural look, except for my eyes, which were smoky brown. I wouldn't say I'm amazing at makeup. I know the basics, really. When I got my makeup done by that rude woman at Noah's house, I got a few things from her, but she basically made me look a little like an orange. You look amazing, princess, Jace said, walking up behind me as I was doing my makeup. Thanks, now you get ready, I said, shouting as I pointed towards the wardrobe. He came out with a white v-neck and some smart trousers. Will this do? He laughed as I smiled. I'm going to talk to Val now, so tell everyone to get ready, I said, walking out of the room, then knocking on Val's door. Come in, she shouted. Opening the door, she's still sitting on the balcony. It's been hours, God. Hey, I said, sitting next to her. Why did you dress up all nice? She said, looking me up and down, smirking. Get ready yourself, then I'll tell you. Birthday girl. I smiled, hugging her. So you didn't forget? Her face lit up with joy when I shook my head. How could I forget my best friend's birthday? I shouted back. Now go get ready. Laughing, she ran into her room with a big smile on her face. Everyone is set up now, we're ready, Jace said through the mind link. Okay, Val's just getting ready now, I said, smiling. Half an hour later, Val walked out onto the balcony looking amazing. Follow me, Miss Valerie Danvers, I said, getting up. When we got out of the room, I put a princess tiara on her head and grabbed her hand to follow me down the stairs. You're making me scared, she said as we walked towards the pool room, which was pitch black. I gave her a handful of balloons before opening the door. Everyone jumped up and screamed in surprise. She jumped up in joy. Guys. She was awed, on the edge of crying. Happy birthday, babe, Kaden said, pulling her into a hug. I thought you forgot. She laughed. Everyone said happy birthday and gave her presents. There was loud music and drinks, and everyone seemed to be having a good time. I think she likes it, Jace said, looking over at Val, who had the biggest smile on her face ever. I'm glad, I laughed, hugging him. Ava, I'm freaking out. I'm really nervous, Kaden said, running over to us. You will do fine, man, Jace said, patting him on the back. Time to open the presents now. I shouted, calling everyone over to the living room so Val could open her presents. I got her a silver necklace with a crescent moon and a little diamond in the middle. OMG, thank you guys, there's so much. I don't deserve all this, she said, opening every present. She loved them all, but I could see Caden having a mental battle with himself as the time went on. "Ava, this is beautiful," she said, opening the necklace I got her. I got up and hugged her. "It looks just like the one we had when we were kids," she said, putting it on. When Val and I were little, we had plastic necklaces of the quarter moon, but they were very plain, so we stuck a diamante on each one, so that's where I got the idea from. We lost them playing in the woods and both cried for about a week. Looking over at Caden, I coughed to get his attention, and he stood up and walked over to Val nervously. "I guess it's my turn to give your present then," he laughed, getting down on one knee. Everyone gasped, and Val covered her mouth in shock. "Val, I can't tell you how much I love you. So I'm going to show you how deeply I feel about you through this. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say, but Valerie Danvers, would you do me the honor of being Mrs. Valerie Jones?" A huge smile grew on both their faces. Before she could answer, the door suddenly slammed open. "Rogues!" Jace growled in his alpha voice, throwing me behind him. Rogue after rogue came running into the room, causing everyone to scream. "Get upstairs!" Jace shouted at us all. Running up the stairs, we stopped at the top banister to look down. By now, all the guys had shifted and were fighting them. How the hell did we not smell them? "Girls, it's happening," I said. I didn't get to reply. Val said, watching Caden sadly from above. "We need to help them," Sophie shouted as she began running down the stairs. "Don't let anyone down." Jace shouted to me through the mind link. "We can't go down. If we don't, we get ended." "Jace will be furious," I shouted. Looking down, there were around 30 gone rogues scattered across the living room. The boys have now pushed them to retreat outside. Running to the balcony, I see a big black SUV pull up outside the house. I freeze when I see who gets out. Noah, James, Isaac, and Damien. "Crap," I said to the girls. "Look, we need to get Darcy." Val shouted/whispered at me. "We need a plan." "I have one," Isabella said, looking at her father before turning back towards us. "So." Looking down the stairs, I nodded to the girls before we quickly sprinted down them. "Shift when I shout," Isabella shouted before running out the front door. A few minutes went by before she cried, "Shift." As we did, rogues ran in. We took them out and headed into the woods, running as fast as we could towards the cabin. There were only a couple, and from the little training we did, Jace taught me a few moves. This all happens so fast, and I can't think what's going through Caden's head. He will be distracted, which isn't good. We stopped when we saw Jace and the guys from afar. I nodded, telling the girls to follow me. We couldn't let them see us. I reached the cabin and barged through the door. I quickly shifted and ran upstairs. "He's here, Mom." Her face dropped before shifting as she began to follow us outside. I turned again, and we began to run back to the house. Everyone caught on. There was no time to talk right now, so it was better to be silent and quick. "Here." I heard someone shout. Turning around, I saw lots of wolves charging towards us. There's about 5 to 1 here, so this will be hard. Around 4 rogues were surrounding me, holding me down. I looked around and saw all the girls had shifted onto the floor. They looked passed out, though. I struggled to move as the rogues and wolves held my paws down. I looked around to see my mother and Isabella running off in the distance, towards Noah and Damien. I snapped out of my thoughts when I felt something sharp jab in the side of my stomach. A large man was standing above me with a needle in his hand. "Night-night, Luna," he waved, picking me up. I could slowly feel myself shifting back to my human form, but I couldn't move, and my eyes were becoming droopy. "Where are you taking me?" I whispered up to the man. "Oh, you'll see," he smirked before I felt my eyes shut. "Jace, they have us." "I love you," I said before I could entirely shut down. "Please find us. Ava." Chapter 21. I quickly threw Ava behind me protectively and told her to run upstairs. Standing in front of us were about 30 rogues. Shifting, I growled before running at them. They all seemed to cower back, making it easier to grab them. I bit down hard to incapacitate them quickly. Running outside, I saw a big black SUV pull up in front of the house. Noah, Damien, James, and Isaac pulled up, getting out casually to watch the fight. I felt myself being nudged. Turning around, I saw Caden running, telling me to follow him. I did, and we took down as many rogues as we could along the way. I didn't get how they got in here without us knowing. I was taken from my thoughts when my body was slammed against a tree. Rogues kept coming and coming. I didn't know Damien's pack was this big. Loud howls were heard, and all my warriors ran out in wolf form, charging at the opposition. I had around 900 warriors, consisting of all different ages, and they trained like beasts. We will win this. I held and fought those around me with the other guys besides Xavier and me. Jace, they have us. I love you, Ava said to me through the mind link before I felt the connection slowly being shut. Ava, where are you? I said back, but received no reply. Damn it. I searched and searched for her, trying to catch her scent. Nothing. I could smell her scent faintly, but that was it. Jace, they have her. I saw Isabella and Darcy run out of the woods, meeting us all in front of the house. They looked exhausted and out of breath. Stefan quickly ran over to Isabella as she had just shifted. I pulled the shirt out of my mouth and handed it to Darcy, who thankfully took it. What do you mean they have her? I growled after I shifted. I had shorts on, and all the other guys had shifted also, so that we could communicate. Rogues injected the girls with silver. We both managed to escape before anything could happen to us. Well. Turning around, Noah and Damien were standing there without a speck of dust on them. Cowards. They acted so tough, but couldn't even fight for themselves. I wished I could end them right now, but we needed information. Isabella, you never came back. Damien said, growling. Stefan instantly pulled her closer to him. She was probably supposed to return to her father that day. I was glad she didn't, as now I knew we could trust her. I see, he nodded, looking over toward Stefan as he grabbed Isabella's waist possessively. You're a bad man and a bad father. After Mum passed, you went insane, she shouted towards him. Stefan looked a little confused, but still stood in a protective stance. Everyone around us looked confused when she said bad father, but many caught on. Wait, he's your... Xavier began to say. Yes, she's my daughter. Isabella, come home, and you can be with the other girls then, he smirked. I instantly turned my head in his direction. You have my mate? I growled, stalking up to him. As I did, lots of wolves ran out from the woods, standing behind Noah and Damien. I'm so scared, I said sarcastically. Whilst lots of my warriors ran out from the woods, tripling the size of his force. Darcy, come home. You and Ava can be together, and I will protect you, Noah said to Darcy, walking closer to her. All you do is mistreat her, you monster. I growled, putting Darcy behind me. I have to stop you there, Noah. Ava is coming with me. Wait, is with me actually? Damien smirked, taking a step away from Noah. Turns out what Darcy said was true. Damien is turning against Noah, but not for a good reason. This will be a three-way war over my mate. We had a deal that she would come with me. Noah growled as Damien just stood there, smirking at us all. She's not going with any of you. I growled. Well, she's already with me. Damien laughed before sprinting back to his SUV. We all shifted and ran after the car as fast as we could. He quickly sped off before anyone could get to the car. I'm going to end that rogue. Noah growled, punching the nearest person next to him, which was one of Damien's rogues. Why do you want my mate so badly? You're her father, yes, but all you do is hurt her. I growled, pushing him against a tree. If he doesn't, the deal will be closed off, James said, walking up behind us with Isaac. I looked over at Caden, and he straight up punched Isaac in the face. What deal? He growled. The fact that Val couldn't answer his question must be really getting to him. He must be hurting, but I knew he would be able to ask her again. If I didn't make Ava marry James, him and his men would have ended Darcy, Noah said, trying to breathe. That's right, and if me and Ava aren't married by the end of this week, Darcy, you will be gone, James said, smirking, walking towards her. I quickly turned around, letting Noah go and silenced James before he could take another step. My mate will not be marrying anyone but me. No, you really won't, I said, looking at James lying on the ground. You wretch. Isaac said, running at me. Before he could even get 2 meters away, Caden had him on the floor. You're the wretch who hurt my vow. He growled as he struck him repeatedly. Caden, don't end him. We need answers, I said before 2 of my warriors took Isaac to the cellars. Most of the rogues and Noah's pack had run off by now. That reminded me. Noah. Turning around, I saw that Logan had him pinned up against a tree. If you don't lead us to our mates, you're going to regret it. Chase growled, as did everyone else. I don't know, he spluttered, trying to pry out of Logan's grasp. You're lying. Kieran growled. I think I might know where they are, Isabella said, chirping up. Everyone suddenly turned her way quickly to get the information she knew. I could already feel my wolf hurting from not being around or feeling Ava's touch. I swore if she was injured in any way, someone was going to pay. Damien, well, my father used to take people to an industrial building that was run down and keep them there as prisoners. I went when I was little once when my mother was away. She sadly smiled. We need to go there now, everyone said before heading to the cars. What can we do with him? Alpha, a warrior asked, pointing towards Noah. Lock him up. Darcy, are you coming? I said, turning around to see her looking nervous. I'm going to stay here with Noah, she sadly smiled, walking off quickly in the direction of where the warriors took him. Maybe we should run? Caden said as we neared the cars. Good idea, I said. I told everyone just to follow Isabella, and I brought a few hundred warriors with me. We didn't know what might lie ahead, but we needed to be prepared. I tried to contact Ava through the mind link. I didn't know if she'd hear me, but it was worth a try. I'm coming, princess. I'm coming. Chapter 22. Waking up, I felt someone shaking my shoulders from side to side. I blinked a couple of times before sitting up to see Val standing over me. Ava, where are we? She whispered. The room was quite dark, but easy enough to see. By the looks of things, we were in a cell. The other girls were lying motionless on the floor, pale and bruised. I don't know, I whispered back. Moving myself so I was propped against the wall, I realized how out of breath I was. It took so much effort to do a straightforward action. I couldn't think why. The injection, what was it? My head suddenly jolted up when I heard a loud metal crank come from afar, a little light peeking through. You're awake, girls, I heard the voice of the man himself say. Damien, I scowled as his footsteps empowered the silent room. I could imagine his smug grin right now plastered all over his face. What did you inject into us, you? Silver. I guessed as your pack is silver blood, I may as well make you what you claim to be, he laughed, banging on the metal bars with another piece of metal. One by one, the girls woke up asking questions. Where are we? What happened? Damien told us all that he was going to be locking us here forever. Something about revenge for his mates passing away. My brain was too tired even to listen. You know this poison inside us could end us? Hayden growled, holding her stomach. I hoped this wouldn't affect her baby boy. I didn't think Xavier would wait a second to end him if it ever came to that. Yes, obviously. That's why I injected it into you wretches. You can't contact your mates, you aren't as strong, and most of all, you won't have enough energy to bicker with me. He laughed before walking out of the place slowly. Rot in hell. Jen shouted before slowly sliding down the wall. I knew how she felt. Damien was delusional. He would be getting what he deserved when Jace and the boys got here. I couldn't wait to watch. What do we do? Layla said. We can't do anything, Sophie shrugged. What had gotten into her? She was usually the one with a plan or to help in some way, but with all this silver, she probably couldn't think properly. Grab them, I heard a voice shout as people began walking up to the cell. Men came inside and injected us, which may have been more silver. I tried to put up a fight, but it was useless. I didn't have enough energy in the first place. I looked around to see Damien walking back over to us. See you when you wake up, princess. Blinking, I tiredly lifted my head from the sideways position it was in. I winced as I cracked my neck and turned to face to the left. Val was asleep in a chair next to me. To my right, Jen was sleeping as well. Turning around, I realized my hands and feet were tied. I tried to wiggle them, but all I did was create dark red marks. It seemed we were all in a circle facing outwards towards the wall. It was a dark, very damp room and the air felt really thick. I whispered for everyone to wake up. Everyone eventually did, except Hayden. I hoped she and her pup were okay. Hayden! Hayden! We all whispered at the same time. Nothing. Hello girls, you're awake. This is going to be easy. A couple of large men walked into the room, one standing in each corner holding something. If you don't answer my questions, Hayden gets injected with even more silver. Everyone froze and looked at each other in shock. Damien's voice seemed to be coming from a speaker since he wasn't in the room, which made this even creepier as it was old, making his voice croaky and rusty. Question 1. Why did Jace end my mate? Frowning, I spoke up quickly. Jace didn't end your mate. You told my mother it was Chase, Jace's father, I stated. No, I told Darcy Jace ended my mate. Now why? He shouted a little through the speakers. Jace didn't do it, I didn't think. He didn't. I shouted louder. Why did he end her? I couldn't reply. I didn't know, and everyone else definitely didn't know. Inject her. One of the men started to walk over to a still asleep Hayden. Don't. I shouted. Maybe I could make something up? But perhaps that would make it all worse? Sorry, the guy said, sadly smiling as he injected Hayden. She suddenly woke up screaming, causing everyone to jump. As the guy pulled the needle out, I realized he had only injected the silver halfway and put the rest on the floor secretly. He lightly nodded at me, making me give back a confused look. Why was he trying to help? Question 2. Well, the same again. Why did Jace end her? He didn't end her, now let us go. Layla shouted, getting agitated. I saw with my own eyes. Jace ended my mate, he growled. There were a couple of minutes of silence before the door slammed open. My eyes widened as he walked straight up to me, undoing the ropes around my wrist. Grabbing my arm, he quickly pulled me out of the room, and we headed up some stairs to the rooftop. Jace ended my mate. Now his own mate is going to be ended. Damien smirked, grabbing the back of my neck and shoving me towards the edge of the roof. You don't need to do this, I said, closing my eyes as I got further and further. I tried to get out of his grasp, but it was firm, and the silver was affecting me. Oh, I need to do this. You and then Hayden. Every alpha is going to feel my pain, he growled. Looking down, it wasn't that big of a drop, only around 10 meters, but again, with all the silver, I wouldn't be able to survive the fall. Any last words, princess? He smirked. Go to hell, I said. I screamed when I felt myself being pushed. I wished I could have said bye to Jace, my mother, and friends before all this. I love you, Jace, I said in the mind link. He probably wouldn't be able to hear, but at least I've said what I wanted to, my real last words. Chapter 23. I love you too, princess. My eyes were squeezed shut, trying to distract my body from the impact. However, I felt myself being caught, my feet hitting the floor a little, but it didn't hurt. Jace, I said as I opened my eyes. Anger and happiness lurked in him as he held me tight. Gently placing me on the floor, I looked behind him to see everyone, Caden, Stefan, Isabella, Xavier, Logan, Kieran, and lots of pack warriors. Frowning, Jace looked down at me angrily. Give me your hand, he said, holding out his own to take mine. He closely examined it before stopping. What did he put inside you? He asked worriedly. Looking up, I saw Damien was gone. It doesn't matter, we can talk later, but for now, let's save our friends, I said, grabbing his hand and pulling him inside the warehouse. My body ached with every step I took, but that wasn't going to stop me from saving my best friends. Suddenly, out of nowhere, rogue after rogue ran out to attack us. Jace told me to find the girls quickly and bring them back to a spot he pointed out near the door. Isabella came with me, and I showed her the way. Are you sure you're okay? You don't look good, she stated as she kicked open the door. I'm fine, I lied. The silver was significantly affecting my vision, and I couldn't see properly. Everything was blurry. The girls were all thrilled to be getting out of these tight knots as we freed them one by one. You all look like you've gone through a lot, Isabella said, looking at all of us. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot with big dark circles and pale skin. Everyone, Hayden needs help, I said as she struggled to get up. She had been through the most pain from the silver. Her baby was growing fast, as it was an alpha's. I hoped the silver hadn't affected him. I wish the pup were okay. I didn't even know what happened when I left the room. More could have been injected into everyone, which would have made their side effects even worse. Layla and Sophie grabbed Hayden's arms and helped her out of the room. As we were walking out, the fighting was still going on. And I mean a lot of fighting. There's Damien. I shouted as I saw him sneakily head out the front door. Xavier's head quickly popped up, and he ran for him. Loud shouts were heard before it turned silent. Xavier ran back in, looking disheveled and with a minor wound across his side. "I need Xavier," Hayden whispered, trying to take deep breaths. She was panicking too much and needed to calm down. "It's okay, Hayden. Everything is fine." "Xavier is fine," I smiled, trying to hurry her up. We needed to get to the door quickly. When we got to the door, I made sure everyone went before me, but as I did, my body was thrown against the metal sides, causing me to wince. A loud growl erupted in the room, and Jace ran over in his wolf form, nudging me with his nose to get out. Opening my eyes, I reached my hand to stroke his long black fur before I felt my body shutting down, like a deep sleep. "Come on, Ava. You need to get out," Jace said through the mind link. I forcefully opened my eyes and slowly got up. Every bone in my body hurt, and I found it harder and harder with every step I took. "Get somewhere safe. It won't take us long to finish this." I did as he said and powered outside to the other girls. Everyone, not to be offensive, looked terrible, including me. "Jace said we need to get somewhere safe," I said to everyone, who looked pretty scared. "How about the roof?" "No one could do anything there," Jen said, pointing to some stairs. I beg to differ. "Damien just threw me off the wretched thing," I said, chuckling. This was not the time or place to be laughing, but it made me smile thinking of when Jace caught me. "How are you alive?" "I swear when I see him I'm going to make him pay," Sophie growled in anger. "I don't think you will have to," Eliza said, pointing to something behind us all. Damien was lying on the ground, motionless. "Xavier, well done," Hayden quietly said before we all just stayed silent for a while. There was nowhere to go and nothing we could do to help. We were not fit to fight in any way. We would just get in the way. "You will pay, Ava," Damien said, making us all scream. We all quickly looked down at his body. He slumped back to the ground as if he had to say one last thing. "Don't worry, he's gone," Val said before nudging him with a metal pole next to her. "Now anyways, he can't hurt any of us," she reassured us all. "May I add, my best friend is tough." "Ava," Jace shouted, running out of the building. "Oh, Moon Goddess, could he not have put some clothes on?" He picked me up and gave me a tight hug before showering me with little kisses. "Jace." I laughed, trying to push him away. "Look at you. You're seeing the pack doctor as soon as we get back, and I'm never letting you out of my sight ever again," he growled, pulling me closer, causing my ribs to hurt. "Ouch!" I yelled, and he quickly pulled away. "What?" "What?" he asked, looking at me, examining for injuries. "You hugged me too tight," I smiled, hugging him again. "You're the one who needs to see the pack doctor," I said, looking at his whole body. He was covered with bruises and a lot of wounds. "It's all over now, you know, no one can hurt you or us ever again." He smiled, picking me up bridal style. I smiled as we all headed back walking. I lay my head on his chest and slowly fell asleep. Sweet dreams, princess. Chapter 24. Waking up, I heard a loud beeping sound. I groaned as I felt a hand placed on top of mine. By the warm tingles, it was Jace. "Wait, why was I here? I wasn't even that injured." "Are you okay, princess?" he said, helping me sit up. As I moved, I realized my back was killing me, probably from this bed, as it was one of those hard hospital beds. Jeff quickly walked into the room, looking a little nervous with a lot of papers in his hands. "Alpha Luna." He nodded as he took a seat, but then quickly stood up. "I just wanted to inform you that we took a blood sample from you, Luna, just to check everything was going fine, and your friend Hayden. Her baby looks to have survived all that silver. I'm sure he will be a very strong leader one day." Jeff smiled before walking back out of the room, before any further questions could be asked. I'm so glad. I sighed, standing up, then stretching and cracking my back. It hurt like crazy, but I felt much better afterwards. Jeff told me you can come home just before you woke up, Jace said, hugging me. Have you been checked up? I asked, looking down at his shirtless chest. He didn't look so great, but I could already see him healing. I don't need to, I'm fine, he blankly said, grabbing my hand as he started heading towards the front door. I'm not leaving until you get checked up, and I'll even sleep on those uncomfortable hospital beds to prove my point, I stated, crossing my arms. I can never win with you, can I? He rolled his eyes, heading over to Jeff. I'll wait here, I said, taking a seat on the waiting room chairs. There wasn't anyone here except me. Since waking up, I felt more relaxed knowing Damien was gone. However, James, Isaac, and my father were still alive somewhere. Alpha, Jeff said, confused, looking at me. Ava wanted me to get a checkup, so here I am, I said. He motioned me to follow him, and I did. He took me to his office/room and started to check me out. So does the Luna know her father is in the prisons and Isaac and James are gone? Jeff asked me as he cleaned my wounds with alcohol. It didn't hurt that much, but it did sting. No. Anyways, how do you know and why would you ask? I frowned, confused. Why should he be asking me about this? I'm sorry, Alpha, but word gets around and I was curious, he said back, looking intimidated. I chuckled to myself. I think I scared him. I reached for my pocket as my phone began to ring. Jace, I said bluntly. I hated talking on the phone sometimes, and this was one of the times. I preferred talking face-to-face to intimidating people. Alpha, we have an emergency. One of my young pack warriors, Zach, said down the phone. And it is. I replied. It's Noah, he and someone ended. The Luna's mother. My eyes widened. Darcy is gone. Where's Noah now? I growled. He's back in the prison cell, but Alpha, it's not what it sounds. Noah didn't do, Zach began to say, but I cut him off by hanging up the phone. I angrily got up and walked over to Ava, who was patiently sitting in the waiting room. Ava Princess, something's happened to Darcy, I said, grabbing her hands and holding them tightly. I need to go and see what's happening, but I need you to go to the pack house. Everyone is there, and I'm going to get someone to escort you. I quickly said, kissing her head before walking out of the infirmary. I heard her shout my name a few times, but I needed to see what happened before I said what I'd heard. You idiot! I shouted as I walked into the prison. As I reached Noah's cell, I saw him crying, holding Darcy in his arms. What happened? I growled. As I opened the door, Noah gave me a look as if to say, come near my mate and I'll end you, so I decided just to stay still. Alpha, Zach coughed from behind me. Zach is only young and is a fantastic fighter, one of the best, I'd say. Ava met him and his mate in the woods one day and walked them both home. Yes, Zach. It wasn't Noah that ended her, it was him, he said, pointing over to a rogue in the cell next to Noah. He had a smug grin on his face. Come on, baby. I'm sorry for everything I did to you, Noah cried into Darcy. I frowned, walking over to the rogue before striking him numerous times in the face. Jace, Darcy whispered, and I immediately ran over to her. Make sure my baby girl is okay. Tell her I love her, she whispered with a tear running down her cheek. There is a letter on my drawers for her eyes only. Darcy, please look at me. I'm sorry and I love you. I regret everything I've done to you, and I hope you know I love you so much. Just please forgive me, Darcy. Love, Noah cried, holding her tighter to his body. She started to say, but her eyes began to shut, and her body all at once became lifeless. I quickly headed out the door and began walking in the direction of the house. There was no way Darcy could be saved. The wounds were too big. Alpha, what do we do with Darcy's body? Zach ran out, looking a little shocked. I'll tell you soon, I need to do something first. I needed to tell Ava. Yes, I knew this would upset her, but I couldn't exactly keep it from her. Could I? As I reached the house, I thanked the person who escorted me. I didn't actually get his name, but I headed inside anyway. Where is everyone? I asked, only seeing Val, Jen, Layla, and Isabella in the living room. They all went home. They said they're really sorry they couldn't say goodbye, but something happened at their pack, Jen said. It's okay. I smiled. I wished I could have said goodbye to everyone, but I understood they had to go. Do you want to go shopping one day this week, Isabella? You have nothing to wear, Val said, smiling. Yes, that would be great. It's been an eventful day and night. I don't know, but I'm going to head up to bed, Jen said, walking up the stairs. I was truthfully exhausted, but I really needed to speak to Val. Me too, night guys. Even though it's daytime, Isabella smiled, walking to Stefan's room. So where is Caden and everyone? I asked, taking a seat next to Val on the sofa. He said he had to take care of things, so to be honest, I don't even know. She rolled her eyes. Where is Jace anyways? He stayed until you woke up. Yeah, but something's happened to my mom and I don't know what. He didn't tell me but instead said something happened and ran out the infirmary, leaving me clueless, I said back. I really hoped she was okay. Considering Noah is alive, he could have hurt her. Isaac and James are alive somewhere, too. Oh God, I hope something bad didn't happen to her. We know Isaac and James couldn't have done anything as they are gone, but however Noah is alive, he could have done anything, Val said, shaking her head in worry. Wait, what? What? Isaac and James are gone. And my father is alive. I said, confused. Yeah, Caden told me Jace ended James, and he ended Isaac. They took your father to the prisons. She said, confused also. You didn't know? She asked. No. Oh well, yeah, she began to say. This is way too much information. I sighed, holding my temples in frustration. I snapped out of my thoughts when the door opened and Caden, Stefan, and Chase walked in. Oh hey, Val said to Caden as he seemed a little frustrated walking by her. What's up with him? I asked Val. I have no wait, the proposal. Ava, I never answered. She groaned, annoyed. Like Val, I completely forgot about it, too. You have to do something nice. He's probably thinking you don't want to, I said. You're right. Tell Caden to meet me down by the lake in 10 minutes, she said before running out of the house. I didn't know what her plan was, but I sure hoped it was a good one. Caden, Val says meet her by the lake in 10 minutes. I shouted as I walked out of the house. I wanted to take a walk. To think about everything that's happened. After only a couple of minutes of wandering, I came across Jace with a sealed note in his hand and sat down under a tree. Oh, Ava, hey, he said quickly, sitting up a little, putting the note behind him. What's that? I asked, pointing to the letter. He looked at me, then back at the letter, before letting out a big sigh. Picking it up, he handed it to me. I sat in front of him and played with it in my hands. Well, are you gonna open it? He said, confused. Jace, what's happened to my mom? Well, she passed away, Ava, he said sadly. I furrowed my eyebrows and looked down at the letter. Noah? I said, holding back my tears. No, a rogue, he began to say. Your father tried to prevent it, but the rogue got to her before anything could happen. He tried to protect her? I said, confused, my voice kept breaking. There was a time in my life when only two people loved me. Val and my mom, they both mean everything to me, and now one is gone. Yes. He nodded, confused as to why. It was silent for a while, not an awkward silence, but a comforting one. I don't know how to describe it, but nothing could be uncomfortable than Jace. He made everything seem okay. Darcy said to tell you that she loves you and you need to read the letter. He pointed at me, still holding it. I looked down at it, in nice fancy writing, and it says Ava on the front with 2 lines under. I carefully opened it and began to read. Dear Ava, if you are reading this, I may be gone. I couldn't stay here any longer. It was truly a wonder for Jace to let me stay here, but it doesn't feel right. Nothing feels right without your father around. Yes, you will be thinking, how could she have done this? He treated her terribly. But let me tell you, being away from your mate can be truly heartbreaking, no matter what they have done to you. I love Noah as much as you love Jace, but Noah wasn't willing to love me the way he should have, so he broke me and my heart. I stayed strong but couldn't wait any longer. In life, you will come across many challenges, but you're a strong woman and can overcome anything, dear. Don't let anything stop you. You have a fantastic mate and amazing friends who would do anything for you, and when you feel alone, know you're never alone, as you are surrounded by people who love you dearly with all their hearts. And this is why I have to go. I am one of these challenges now, but you have to overcome it. I don't know when or where or even if I will see you again, but know this. I love you and always will, sweetheart. I hope you get everything you deserve. Love, Mom. Chapter 25. She was going to leave me? I whispered as a little tear fell from my eye. Yes, I knew her reasons, but I could have helped her, now I couldn't. Don't be upset. She will be happier now, Jace said, pulling me into a hug. The moon goddess will take care of her. No, she would have been happier with me. I said back, frowning. I knew he was trying to help, but it wasn't working. Okay, I'm sorry, he said. Instead of speaking, he just held me, and we sat in silence. It was nice not to talk and think for a while. Jace had told me what he'd seen and what Zach told him had happened. I was shocked my father would be sorry, but he hadn't always been bad. It was now up to me what to do with Noah. I just wanted to think for a while longer, as Jace said I should take my time to think about the funeral. I never thought that yesterday I was speaking to my mum, and now I have to plan her funeral. I hated the thought, and it was devastating that everything happened so fast. I just want a nice send-off, with only a few people. I smiled at Jace sadly. I tried to look strong, but inside, I wasn't. I had never been. Whatever you would like, princess. Jace kissed me on the head before we started to walk back home. I know it's so sudden, but how about having it tonight, or whenever you want, he said. Tonight was very soon. As I was talking to Ava, the door suddenly opened, and in walked Caden, Stefan, and Chase. Oh, hey, I said to Caden, as he seemed a little frustrated walking past me without saying anything. He was pretty blunt with me since we came home. I remember after the big fight at the industrial building, I woke up in our bed. He was downstairs, and I was talking to him, but every reply was just, yes, no, maybe, I don't know, I don't care. What's up with him? Ava asked me. I have no. Wait, the proposal. Ava, I never answered. I groaned, annoyed. How the hell could I forget that the person I love most in the world proposed to me, and I didn't even answer? I swear that Silver did something to my brain's memory. You have to do something nice. He's probably thinking you don't want to, Ava said. You're right. Tell Caden to meet me down by the lake in 10 minutes. I quickly said before running out of the house. As I walked to the lake, I was thinking about what to say, and after a long time, I had the perfect idea. I was going to ask Caden to marry me instead. Yes, I didn't have a ring, but that wasn't all that mattered. I would be happy marrying Caden with a ring or not, and I hoped he felt the same way. I don't have one, and I literally have no money at all. I sighed, looking at my watch, realizing it was 12:30 p.m., and that when I left the house, it was 12 p.m. So I had been waiting for 30 minutes when I asked to meet 20 minutes ago. Slowly opening my eyes, I felt someone tap me on the shoulder, causing me to scream. I must have fallen asleep against the tree after waiting so long. It's just me, Ava said, sitting down. So where's Caden? She frowned. Her voice was really croaky and high. What was wrong with her? Guess he didn't turn up, but what's wrong with you? You seem upset, I said, pulling her into a hug when a tear fell from her eye. Darcy is gone. My mother is gone, she whispered into my ear. What? I said in shock. A rogue ended her. It was sad to hear this. I could feel tears forming in my eyes too. Darcy was like a second mom to me, and I knew what Ava was going through from the loss of my mother. However, my own father ended her, and one day he would pay for that. The funeral is tonight, so please be here at 10 p.m. It's just me and you. She smiled, and I smiled back. I couldn't believe this had happened. We just sat and talked like we used to, joking and laughing a little through the pain, but I knew it was cheering her up. I heard movement in the trees, which caused both Ava and me to turn our heads to see Caden quickly. I'll go. See you later, Val. Ava sadly smiled, getting up before walking back to the pack house. I felt terrible as she must have felt rushed, and I wanted to make her laugh and see her beautiful smile on that sad face. You wanted to meet me? Caden said, walking over to stand in front of me. I just looked up and backed down towards the ground. Come on, Val, you can do this, I mentally said to myself before standing up and facing him. I know that you couldn't get the answer you wanted in the moment, and I know I was stupid to not remember, but after all the silver I was so exhausted. I love you so much, Caden, and this is going to be so embarrassing, but... Caden, will you marry me? I asked, looking up at him, feeling my face going red. Damn it, that always happens. A huge smile grew on his face before he pulled me in and kissed me. I couldn't help but smile like a creep. So is that a yes? I asked, laughing. No, it's a hell yeah, he shouted, laughing. This was the perfect moment. As I walked up to the open casket, I saw her. My mother looked so peaceful and happy. Even though a smile wasn't on her face, she still looked happier than she ever was with me. I placed a red rose on her chest before Val stepped up behind me. She didn't deserve this, she whispered, doing the same action with the rose before hugging me. It was just Val and me. I wanted to say a last goodbye after everyone else. Ava. I heard a cough from behind me. Turning around, Noah was standing there looking like a mess with bloody clothes and huge black bags. You could hardly see his eyes. Stay away from us. I shouted, pointing at him, daring him to come closer to me, Val, and my mother. I just needed to say a goodbye, he sadly said, walking to the casket before looking down at Darcy. I'm sorry, love. I hope you did forgive me, but I never got to hear the answer. You meant everything to me. However, I pushed that away for greed and pretended you were nothing. Rest in peace, my angel, he said quietly before heading off into the woods. Where do you think you're going? I shouted. Turning around, he gave me a sad look. I know no apology could make up for what I did to you both, so I can't say one, but Ava, you were never a disappointment. Only too strong that you made me fearful, he said before running off into the woods. We should get someone to catch him. Val said, going to walk away, but I grabbed her arm so she couldn't. Let him go. He doesn't have long left, I said before walking back to the house. I didn't know how to feel. I have many emotions right now. I knew my mother was gone, but it made me happy to know she's in a better place. Her being here would have just made her unhappy, and her being with Noah or away from him would have done that also. The letter inspired me to keep going, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be a better person for everyone. Yes, I've gone through the loss of a much-loved one, but I'm going to be strong for Jace and my friends. They have all lost people, too, and are moving on positively, like Val and her mother, Malia. So, what did you and Caden talk about at the lake then? I asked Val as we were heading back. I asked him to marry me, she said, slightly blushing. And what did he say? I shouted, all excited. Yes! I smiled and hugged her happily. Her face was so lit with joy. When we were walking home, I couldn't help but feel so happy for her. Opening the door to the pack house, I let Val walk in first, and I headed in just behind her, but when I looked in the living room, everyone was sitting down with Jeff. What's this? I asked, looking at everyone confused. I need to tell you something, Luna, but I needed you here to tell it, Jeff smiled happily. Go on then, I said, confused. He took a long pause before Jace quickly spoke up. Hurry up, Jeff, Jace said, annoyed. Luna, you're pregnant. Chapter 26. What? I said in shock. I'm 18. I'm not ready for a child. Well, I'm 19 soon, but still. Everyone had happy faces, except I didn't know how to react. I was pleased. I had the child of the most amazing guy ever inside me, but this was so sudden. My mom just passed away, and my father is out there somewhere. Heck yeah! Jace shouted, running up to me and hugging me. Am I pregnant? I'm pregnant. So many thoughts and questions ran through my mind. You're happy, aren't you? Jace shouted, smiling. Yeah, of course I am. I said back happily. I was happy, but I was just shocked. Ava, you're pregnant. I'm going to be an aunt. Val said, pushing Jace off me so she could hug me. No, you're going to be an uncle, I laughed mockingly. She laughed in return and just rolled her eyes at me in annoyance. We need to celebrate. How about pizza? Stefan questioned. That's the best idea you have ever had. Pogue said, holding his stomach. Laughing, I smacked his head playfully before we headed towards the door. I just need to get something, Jace shouted, running upstairs. Following him, he closed the door, but I quickly opened it again. Don't be long, everyone's waiting, I said, turning around, pointing at the door, but when I turned back around, Jace was on one knee, looking at the floor. Wait, you're proposing? I shouted in happiness. What? No, I dropped my wallet? He furrowed his eyebrows, standing back up, shaking it in his hand. That's embarrassing, I laughed, feeling my face going red. I need the toilet, I quickly said, running into the bathroom. I suddenly felt really sick, and I felt like I was going to throw up. You okay in there? Jace said, knocking on the door. Yep, fine, I said while gagging into the toilet. I quickly brushed my teeth, then walked back out. I want to go to bed, I frowned, walking over to the bed while putting the covers over me. You can't, we're getting pizza. No, I said, burrowing my face into the pillows. Yes, Jace said, dragging me out of bed, and I mean literally. He grabbed my leg and pulled me onto the floor before bending down while throwing me over his shoulder. I'm getting déjà vu, I said, laughing when we got outside. I remembered when I first met Jace, and I didn't want to stay here, so he picked me up like this, forcing me back to his house. And now to think I never want to leave. When we got to Pizza Hut, Jace asked for a table at the very back, where no one was sitting. It had cute fairy lights all around it, nice for Pizza Hut. So, what would you guys like? The waiter said, smiling at me as I took my order. An extra-large pizza, pepperoni. A plain and another pepperoni, but these ones medium please, I smiled back. All for yourself. Where do you put it? He laughed, putting the order into the machine. Fast metabolism, I laughed. However, this wasn't all for me. The large was for Pogue and Layla, obviously. Jace and Caden didn't want anything, so Val and I were sharing the pepperoni, and Stefan and Isabella were sharing the plain. I'm so hungry, I said, digging into the pizza as soon as it arrived. This is so good. Val said, sighing in delight at the taste. Agreed, Pogue said, taking a slice of our pizza. You greedy thing. You have a huge one to yourself, I said, taking one of his. You shouldn't have done that, Layla warned as Pogue looked heartbroken. My baby, he pretended to cry, snatching it back off me. She can't hurt you, he whispered to the pizza before taking a big bite out of it. Does that mean you just ate your baby? Jace said, looking confused, trying to hold back his laugh. You better hide yours when he or she is born, Caden laughed. That's disgusting, Pogue said, all serious, staring at Caden and Jace, who were laughing hysterically. If you come near my baby, I will make you regret it, Jace laughed, smacking the pizza out of Pogue's hand. This is just bullying now, Pogue frowned, shoving a whole slice in his mouth. Poor baby Pogie, Layla laughed, squishing his cheeks. Great, even my mate has turned against me, he said, smacking her hands away. You're always my baby, she smirked, hugging him. That's disturbing. Jace looked at them both weirdly. Don't worry, do you want to be my baby Alpha? I smirked, trying to hold back my laugh, trying to pinch his cheeks. No way, he said, standing up to move further away from me. Come on, I said, holding my arms out, but he just ran out of Pizza Hut. This was so funny. No one calls the Alpha a baby, he shouted back. Alpha big fat baby Jace. I shouted so the whole mall could probably hear. I saw a few pack members laughing and a few smirking. I began laughing, but stopped to think, this was me happy. Genuinely happy, and it was so amazing to feel like this. I have amazing friends. No, they are family. This is my family. Meet me at the lake in 30 minutes, Jace said, kissing my forehead before quickly getting out of the car and running towards the lake. Weirdo, I said to myself, shaking my head. He's so weird sometimes, but it's an amazing weird. Walking up to my room, I picked out a white short summer dress with some suede sandals. I curled my hair and did my makeup. I swear, I shouted, throwing my eyeliner on the floor. I can never get this right. What's wrong? I heard Jen knocking on the door. I opened it, and she gasped. How the hell did you get it in your eyebrows? She laughed, picking up the eyeliner. Where are you off to? She said, wiggling her eyebrows, looking at me. Jace said to meet him down at the lake. Anyways, why are you in a black dress? I asked her. What? I can't wear a nice black dress, she said, lifting her eyebrow. No, I just mean, never mind, I rolled my eyes, laughing. Perfect, she said. Looking in the mirror, she decided to do a full smoky winged liner with fake eyelashes. I didn't even realize I was too busy talking. I'll walk you to the lake, she smiled, grabbing my hand before pulling me downstairs. Where is everyone? I asked, noticing no one was here. I'm not sure, she shrugged. I saw a little smirk form at the side of her mouth, making me frown in confusion. Oh no, I bet I'm going to be pranked or something by everyone. Layla said I shouldn't have stolen Pogue's pizza. Damn it, I should have listened. When Jen and I got near the lake, she said bye quickly before walking into the woods, giggling. As I got closer, I saw little fairy lights on the trees. Keeping my guard up in case Pogue was near, I walked closer and closer until I reached the edge of the lake. I looked out at it before I heard movement behind me. Quickly grabbing the person, I pushed them into the lake, thinking it was Pogue. Take that, Pogue! I shouted, but stopped when I saw Jace pop out of the water. Ava, he growled, looking down at himself. He looked so cute, he was in a black suit, and I thought I was going to die. Oh my god, I'm sorry I thought you were Pogue, I said, helping him out of the water. It's ruined, I'm not doing it. Jace shouted, and I heard voices coming out of the woods, screaming in annoyance. It had to be perfect. I'm soaking wet now, Jace said. What is going on? Yes, you are. Val shouted, pushing Jason to me, making me fall to the ground. This could not go any worse. Jace growled, getting off me, helping me up. What's ruined? I shouted. At this point, everyone was arguing and shouting. I was going to propose, and it was going to be perfect, and you would have said yes, and I dressed up, and so did these losers, he said, pointing to the others, who looked a little offended. What? I said, shocked. Great, that means no, he said, punching a tree. I was going to say, but before I could finish my sentence, Jace squelched over to me. I couldn't help but laugh at the sound his shoes made walking, but he just smirked. Ava Danvers. Can you just marry me already? He laughed, opening up a cute little black box. When he opened it, the ring was beautiful silver with a big diamond in the middle. No, I said and instantly regretted it. The look on his face made me want to cry. I'm joking, of course, yes. I shouted, hugging him tightly. You got him good, Pogue said, laughing while pointing at me. That's twice tonight. I love you so much, Ava. Jace said, suffocating me. I love you too. Getting out of the ring, he slid it onto my finger, making me want to melt. Beautiful, he whispered. This is too cute, please stop, Layla and Isabella said in awe while Pogue and Stefan looked at each other for help. Super cute, Pogue said mockingly. Oh, shut up, Pogue. Everyone shouted at him. This was the best and worst day of my life. And I couldn't ask for more. Chapter 27. So, it was 2 months into the pregnancy, and I had 3 more to go. An alpha blood child only takes 5 months to grow, as it is much stronger than a usual wolf. I felt good about this, because I couldn't last 7 to 9 months with Jace taking care of me 24/7. Yes, it can be nice having someone do everything for you, and yes, I mean everything, but I couldn't even go to the toilet without him panicking, thinking I'd injured myself. A month later, Val found out she was pregnant too, which will be so good, having our children with only a couple of months age gap. Jace and I hadn't decided when we were going to get married, but Val and I thought a joint wedding would be ideal. Anyhow, I didn't know. Ava, Val shouted, interrupting my thoughts as she ran up to me. I was walking by the lake for some peace. No doubt Jace was probably following me. Hey, what's up? I said, smiling at her. Jace wants you back at the house. He has some news or something, she said as she began to walk back. I followed her, and in no time, we were back at the house. Heading up the stairs, I said hello to everyone before going straight to Jace's office. I hadn't seen much of anyone recently. Everyone had been on holiday for some reason, probably for a break after everything that happened. Yeah, what's wrong? I said, walking inside and taking a seat on his couch. "Are you in a mood?" He frowned. He thought everything I said to him meant I was happy, moody, sad, or annoyed. In my opinion, I was just my usual self, but I once caught him reading a book called How to Survive Your Partner's Pregnancy. I laughed about it, but when he finished, he started doing too much for me, which I wasn't complaining about. "I'm not in a mood, for goodness sake." I grunted. "Well," the book said. "Jace, just please tell me what you have to say." I sighed. "Okay. One of my patrollers found your father's body not too far from the mountains yesterday," he said. "Oh," I replied. "Shall we bury him?" he asked back. "I don't know. Can you please decide?" "Sure, okay." Jace had also been quite busy with the pack lately, but he still made time for me. If he didn't, I would probably be moody with him, as he said. I nodded to him and just walked out, heading back upstairs to take a nap. I was so tired I felt faint. I couldn't help but wonder how Noah passed away. Was it because of my mother's passing, or did he get hurt? I shrugged the thought to the back of my mind, then went to sleep. I was out like a light. "Ava, wake up." I felt Jace nudging me. I groaned before sitting up and wiping my eyes. "It's 8 p.m. and you need to eat," he said, picking me up bridal style before heading down the stairs. I didn't think he understood that I was fully capable of walking myself and did not need a tall, muscular, attractive man to carry me everywhere. Heck, why was I complaining? "I'm not hungry," I whined. "I just wanted to sleep right now." "Well, the baby might be," he said, putting me down before making spaghetti. "At least it's my favorite food then," I chuckled, watching him cook. "What are you doing tomorrow?" I asked, fiddling with a pen on the island. "Caden and I need to go to a pack meeting," he said. "Do you want to come?" "No way," I laughed, and I saw a little smile creep onto his mouth. "You're right, they are pretty boring," he said, knowing exactly what I was talking about. "Yep, but I think Val said she and Caden are going out somewhere tomorrow. The meeting is at like 5 a.m., so probably." He rolled his eyes. He set me out a mat and gave me a glass of water before placing the spaghetti in front of me. "This looks so good, babe," I said, picking up my fork before I began to eat. How spaghetti could be made so terribly, I don't know, I said, spitting it out. "The pasta is like half hard and the sauce is like ketchup," I laughed. "Let me try," he said, picking up my fork and then taking a bite. "You're right." "Oh my god, this is terrible," he said as he spat it out into the bin. "Should we just order something?" he said, picking up his phone. "How about I make some food, but good this time?" I laughed, getting out the pasta and sauce again. "I heard the word food?" Pogue said, walking into the kitchen with Layla. "You're not getting any. There's only enough for two." "Sorry," I smiled, but he just rolled his eyes. "Need any help?" Layla asked, walking over to me. "I think I'll be good," I smiled. Layla was so nice. I loved her. "Oh yeah, I didn't tell you. Hayden and Xavier phoned me, and they have decided to call their baby Carter." She smiled happily. "That is such a cute name," I said, smiling. "I can't wait to name ours. It has to be something cool," Jace said. "Something like Patrick," Pogue said seriously. "No. Sorry, but Patrick." Oh, wait. "I'm going to call the other Bob," Jace mocked. "Who said we're having another?" I folded my arms, smirking at him. "Of course we're going to have another." Chapter 28. 3 months later. "You're getting huge," Pogue said, walking into the kitchen. Frowning, I grabbed the popcorn in my hand and threw it at him, but he quickly dodged, and I accidentally hit Stefan instead. "Wow," Stefan said, brushing it off his shoulder. "I'm sorry, Stefan," I giggled, but turned to glare at Pogue. "You can't say that," I growled. "Ava, you asked me, do I look huge?" He mimicked my voice, waving his hand in the air. "Well, doesn't mean you have to be rude and say yes." I growled again in anger. "Okay, next time I'll say no." He smiled and walked out of the room. "Stefan, you ready?" Isabella shouted from her room. "Where are you going?" I asked Stefan. "I'm taking Izzy on a date," he smiled happily. I smiled. "Have a good time, both of you." Isabella walked in looking amazing. "They are both so cute." "Thank you," she smiled before they both headed out the door. I sat alone in the kitchen just thinking to myself, I really want to go on a date now. I slumped into the chair, putting a piece of popcorn in my mouth. I'll take you on one, I heard from behind me. Turning around, Val was standing at the door smiling. It's a date. I smiled, getting up and putting my arm around her. So where are you taking my mate out, Val? Jace said, standing in front of us. You're not going anywhere without me. He pointed towards my stomach. Fine, you can third wheel then. Val rolled her eyes, walking past Jace. I have the best friend ever. It was currently 3 a.m. and I couldn't sleep at all. All I could do was feel the baby kicking inside me, and it hurt a lot, actually. If I got a drink or food, maybe it would stop? I still didn't know the gender. Jace wanted it to be a surprise. Names? Oh, I didn't even know. Walking downstairs, I got out a chocolate bar and a glass of water and began eating and drinking. I switched on the TV and started watching an episode of Teen Wolf. Ugh, Scott and Styles are so handsome, I said aloud, laughing to myself. I stopped when I heard a growl behind me. Only I can be called handsome by you. Jace growled towards me. But, anyways, you have your own personal Scott McCall anyways, he said, pointing to himself. Yeah, you're right. He's still better looking though, I teased. Even though I love Jace, Scott is much better looking. His face was priceless. No, he's not, Jace said, coming to look at the TV. How in the world is he better then? I quickly cut him off by gasping. What's wrong? He said, running over to the seat. My stomach just really hurts, I said back in pain. We need to get you to Jeff, he said, picking me up quickly. No, I'm fine, I'll be okay, I said, getting out of his arms before heading up the stairs. Ouch! I screamed out again in pain. What's that? Stefan and Isabella ran out. Who's hurt? Caden said. Ava. Can you all just be quiet and get me to the infirmary? I shouted, holding my stomach. Okay, yes. Yes. Jace panicked, picked me up, and carried me bridal style. I rested my head on Jace's shoulder and clenched my jaw to distract myself from the pain. Squinting my eyes, I saw movement in the distance. Jeff. Jace shouted as we got into the building, and in seconds, he was by my side. I think she's going into labor, he said, placing me on the medical bed. Obviously. I shouted in pain. There are too many people. Only one person can stay, Jeff said, looking around at everyone in the room. I'll stay, Jace said, trying to shove everyone out. No, I shouted. Val. I want Val to stay. I repeated it. This time, the contraction was worse. But Jace began to say, for goodness sake, Jace, just let me stay. It's what she wants. Val said, pushing Jace out of the room along with everyone else. Quickly, she ran over to me and grabbed my hand. It's okay, Ava, you're going to be fine, she smiled down at me. I heard a grunt from Jace outside. Even though he probably really wanted to stay, he would definitely freak me out. Why didn't she want me to stay? I growled, slumping into a chair outside the room while everyone else did the same. Val's her best friend, Jen stated, crossing her arms and leaning against the wall next to Chase. Yeah, she probably just wants her best friend, Isabella said, grabbing Stefan's hand. They're mates and best friends, as Isabella doesn't really know many people. I thought I was her best friend? I said, frowning. No, you're her mate, Layla laughed with Pogue. Can I not be both, I said, but got cut off by a scream from Ava. I stood up and quickly ran to the door. Princess, you okay? I shouted. She's fine, Jace. Val shouted back. I sighed and retook a seat in the chair. This was going to be a long day. Alpha. Jeff opened the door, nodding to me that I could enter. I quickly stood up and ran into the room and stopped when I saw Ava holding a baby in her hands. That's my baby. He's my baby. He is beautiful, like you, I smiled, taking the little pup out of my beautiful mate's arms. Even though she was all sweaty and looked exhausted, she looked amazing as ever. He's perfect, she smiled. He's going to be a great alpha. Have you decided on a name? I asked her. I wanted Ava to pick the name. She would be better at it than I anyway. Yeah, she smiled excitedly. Everyone, I want you to meet little baby Xander. Epilogue. Mama, Xander and Axel stole my chocolate. Sky, my 7-year-old daughter, said, running up to me crying. She was pretty whiny, but she was only 7. She was one of those children that had to get what she wanted, or else there would be consequences for everyone involved. Xander, Axel. I shouted at the top of my voice. Those two were always up to something. Xander is 10 now. He is always getting in trouble for doing something. Yes, Mom. Xander smiled up at me innocently. Yes, Auntie Ava, Axel said, looking just as innocent. Please give Sky her chocolate back. I sighed, holding my hand out. Axel is Val's son. He is also 10 years old. However, he is a few months younger than Xander. He is just as much a terror, but the worst part is that they come in pairs. Inseparable is the word best to describe them both. What has he done now? Val said, walking in and shaking her head at Axel. Sorry, Mom, Axel said to Val, looking down at her feet. You better be. Now give Sky back her chocolate, then go out and play, she said, pointing towards the front door. Axel and Xander quickly handed the bar back to her before scurrying outside. You okay now? I asked Sky, who was sticking her tongue out at Xander and Axel. Yup. She grinned before running after them. Hold up, where are you going, little princess? Jace said, walking up to Sky and picking her up. He began spinning her around in the air, causing lots of giggles to enter the room. Put me down, she screamed. Fine, Jace laughed, putting her down gently before she ran outside happily. Caden and I were thinking we could all go down to the lake later with the pups. Jace laughed, sitting down. Sounds good. I smiled, nodding to Val. Jace has recently had a big problem as rogues keep coming closer towards the border. They haven't set foot in the pack in years, but they might do so he's taking precautions. Yeah, sure, Val smiled. Caden walked in looking smiley as he grabbed Val's waist and pulled her into a hug. We were all just talking happily for around an hour about the past and future, laughing, before Sky ran in and quickly ran upstairs. What are you doing, sweetie? I smiled when she ran up to me. Mama, can I give my new friend this bracelet? She said, holding out a silver bracelet with a crescent moon dangling in the middle. Sure, it's yours anyways. I smiled, kissing her head. Yay! She jumped, running outside. I frowned as I was curious to know who this friend was. She hadn't had any friends except her brother and Axel. I'm just going to check where Sky's gone, I said, getting up. Okay, princess, Jace said, kissing my head. Where's Sky? I kindly asked Xander when I got outside. At the border with her new friend, he said, laughing a little. The border. I shouted, running. She wasn't allowed to cross the border. I shifted, and it didn't take me long to get there. As I reached closer, I saw Sky sitting, looking out of the pack borders, talking to a girl. She had dark brown hair and was around the same age as Sky. She was beautiful and resembled someone very familiar. Come on, Sky, you're not allowed here. I shouted, and she quickly ran to me. But Mama. No. Go home, Sky. She frowned and brushed past me, heading in the direction of the pack house with a big frown on her face. When Jace and I had Xander, we decided to move into our own home instead of the pack house, but we still always hang out there anyway. It's much more sociable. When I turned back around, the little girl was no longer there. Weird. I swore I was going crazy. Walking back into the house, Val bumped into me, causing me to shout. Geez, Val. Give me a heart attack, why don't you? I rolled my eyes, walking past her. You're welcome, she smiled before walking out of the house and shutting the door. You ready to go, princess? Everyone is there, Jace said, grabbing my hand. Wait, where? I frowned in confusion. The lake, remember? He said in a duh tone. Oh yeah, I laughed. So where was Sky then? Jace asked when we neared the lake. There were lots of pack members sitting around watching the kids play in the lake and having barbecues. They usually do this once a month, when it's sunny or just a nice day to swim. Everyone always enjoys it, and anyone is welcome. She was talking to some girl outside the borders. She wasn't a rogue, but I don't know what pack she was from. Before I could ask her anything, she ran off. I shrugged. She shouldn't be there. What if she got hurt? He growled a little. Hey, she's just as much your responsibility as mine. Don't act like it's all my fault. I got her in time. I rolled my eyes. No, I'm not shouting at you, princess. I'm just saying. He shrugged. We ended up seeing Val, Caden, Jen, Chase, Pogue, Layla, Stefan, and Isabella, so we sat with them and their kids. Val, as you know, has Axel, who is a little terror but is so precious. He's like a gem. Jen has a little girl named Freya who is 6. Stefan and Isabella don't have any kids, and neither do Pogue and Layla. Hey guys, I said, sitting down next to Pogue. Hey, they all greeted me kindly. We all talked and had a big laugh watching the kids play and talking about Pogue and Layla having a kid. Layla really wants one, but Pogue isn't quite ready yet. Mom, Xander shouted while he and Axel played in the water. Come here, Axel shouted again. I turned to Val and she got up and we both walked down to our boys. What's up with you boys? I lifted an eyebrow as they both had their mischievous smirks on their faces. This, I heard behind me. As I turned around, Jace pushed me into the water and Caden pushed Val, making us scream. You idiots! I shouted, coming up while splashing Jace. Like father, like son, Val said, laughing. When we both got out and finally dried off, we decided to sit and talk while watching the boys play. I swear they are inseparable. Val laughed, pointing to Xander and Axel. I know, right? I laughed along with her. They're going to grow up to be one strong alpha and one strong beta. She smiled at our little boys. They will lead the pack so well together one day. They will always be best friends. However, what Ava and Val didn't know is that they were wrong. Very, very wrong.
And that brings us to the close of Alpha Jace. We have journeyed with Ava and Val as they escape the cruelty of their past to find their true power and their fated mates within the Silver Blood Pack. We have witnessed the devastating heartbreak of losing Darcy, as well as the beautiful resilience of this family as they welcomed the next generation, Xander, Axel, and Sky. It seems like the perfect happy ending, or is it? That final, ominous glimpse of Sky talking to a mysterious girl at the border, and the chilling narration warning us that Xander and Axel's brotherhood is destined to break, proves that the story is far from over. Who is that girl at the border? And what dark turn of fate will tear the future Alpha and Beta apart? You won't want to miss what comes next. Thank you for listening to this Mystical Whispers production.